Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. My name is Steven, and this all started because we just wanted a normal weekend away from the city, me, my wife, and our little boy. We were packed into the car for hours, playing those car games that get old after the first 30 minutes. And by the time we turned off the main highway onto the Forest Service Road, we were all just done. The gravel road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into woods that got thicker and darker with every mile, the trees closing in like tall, silent watchers. My son was complaining from the back seat about being bored, and my wife was trying to read a map on her phone that kept losing signal, telling me she was sure the next turn was coming up. When we finally saw the small, brown sign for campsite number 7, it felt like winning a tiny lottery. We pulled into the clearing, and at first, it was perfect. I mean, picture postcard perfect. A circle of smooth, packed dirt for the tent, a stone fire pit right in the center, and beyond it, a view of a lake so still and blue it looked like a piece of the sky had fallen down. The pine trees made the air smell clean and sharp, and for a minute, we all just stood there, stretching and breathing it in. That good feeling lasted about 10 seconds. That's how long it took for us to really see the other thing in the clearing. It wasn't a picnic table. It was this huge post, just standing there maybe 20 feet from the fire pit. It wasn't part of any fence. It was just alone. It was taller than me, maybe 7 feet, made of this timber that was old. So old it was almost black, like it had been burned but not by any recent fire. And it was covered in these marks, these carvings that swirled all around it from top to bottom. They weren't words, at least none I could read. They were symbols, weird angles and loops that looked like they'd been cut into the wood with something a lot sharper and more purposeful than a pocket knife. They gave me a bad feeling right away, a prickling on the back of my neck. It wasn't just old graffiti. It felt like a sign, but one written in a language we were never meant to understand. My boy, of course, was fascinated. Kids are like that. The creepy thing is always the most interesting. He ran right over to it before I could stop him. "Don't touch that," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. He pulled his hand back and looked at me, confused. My wife gave me a look too, like I was overreacting. "It's probably just some old trail marker, honey," she said, walking over to the lake view. "This spot is amazing." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But my eyes kept getting pulled back to that post. It didn't feel like it marked a trail. It felt like it marked a spot, period. Like this whole clearing was a circle drawn on a map, and the post was the period in the center of the circle. We were unpacking the car, trying to shake off the weird vibe, when a park ranger's truck bumped into the clearing. A guy got out, older, with a face that looked like it had seen every kind of weather there was. He didn't smile. He didn't say welcome. He just nodded at us, and his eyes went straight to that post, then to us, then back to the post. He walked over, not to us, but to stand next to it. "You folks settling in?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We said we were. He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at the trees across the clearing. "This is a good site," he finally said. "Quiet, but there's rules for this one. Specific rules." He turned and looked right at me, then at my son. "This here," he said, tapping the post with his knuckle. It made a solid, dull sound. "This is the most important part of the site. You don't touch it. You don't hang anything from it. You don't carve your name on it." He almost smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "More importantly, you stay on this side of it after the sun goes down. You keep your tent, your fire, yourselves on this side. Consider it a property line." My wife laughed, a little nervous sound. "A property line? For what?" The ranger didn't laugh back. He looked at her, and his expression was dead serious. "For keeping things orderly. This is deep country. It's best to have clear lines." He paused, and his gaze landed on my son again. "You understand, son? This isn't a toy. You leave it be." My boy nodded, wide-eyed. The ranger tipped his hat, turned to go, then stopped. He didn't turn back around, just spoke to the air. "For God's sake," he said, so low we almost didn't hear it. Then he got in his truck and drove off, leaving us in that perfect, quiet clearing with that awful post. The rest of the afternoon we tried to act normal. We set up the tent, a big sturdy one, and we made sure it was on our side of the post, between it and the lake. My wife started organizing the food cooler, and I went to gather some firewood from the pile of dry branches at the edge of the trees. My son was supposed to be helping her, but kids have short attention spans. I was bent over, picking up a good piece of oak, when I heard it. A soft, steady scraping sound. Not the sound of a zipper or a cooler lid. It was the sound of a sharp edge on wood. My blood went cold. I stood up fast and looked back toward the camp. My wife was at the picnic table, her back turned, chopping vegetables. And there was my boy, kneeling at the base of the warding post. He had his little red pocket knife out, the one I'd given him for his birthday after weeks of him promising to be careful. He wasn't being careful now. His tongue was poked out in concentration, and he was carefully, deliberately, dragging the blade through the wood. He was carving a letter, his first initial, a nice, neat J right into the soft, old wood at the very bottom of the post. I dropped the firewood. "Hey!" I shouted, and I ran over. He jumped, startled, and the knife slipped from his fingers. He looked up at me, and at first he looked proud. "Look, Dad, I made my mark," he said, beaming. Then he saw my face. The pride crumpled into confusion, then fear. My wife turned around. "What? What is it?" I didn't answer her. I was staring at the carving. It was done. The cut was maybe an inch deep, fresh and pale yellow against the blackened wood. It looked like a wound. A sudden, hot anger flooded me. It wasn't just anger at him for disobeying, or at myself for not watching him. It was a deeper, colder anger, the kind that comes from knowing, in your gut, that something very important has just been broken. "What did you do?" I whispered, my voice tight. I grabbed his shoulders. "What did the ranger say?" "What did I say?" He started to cry. My wife rushed over. "It's just a post. It's wood. Stephen, you're scaring him." I made him pick up his knife and put it away. Then, feeling stupid and desperate, I made him apologize. Not to me, to the post. "Say you're sorry," I told him, pointing at the stupid carved letter. He was sobbing now, but he mumbled, "I'm sorry, post." It felt hollow and ridiculous, but I had to do something. The rest of the evening was ruined. We ate our hot dogs and beans in a tense quiet, the cheerful crackle of our new fire doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled over us. My wife tried to smooth things over. "It's just vandalism, okay? We'll pay a fine if we have to. It's not the end of the world. That ranger was just being dramatic." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The post loomed over our campsite, and that fresh, pale J seemed to glow in the firelight. When it was time for bed, I doused the fire with a whole bucket of water from the lake. The steam hissed up, smelling of wet ash. As the last flames died, I glanced at the post one more time. Something looked different about the carving. I walked closer, squinting in the dim light from our lantern. The J, it looked darker, like the wood inside the cut was wet. Had sap already started to come out? That seemed fast. I reached out, against my own better judgment, and touched the inside of the carving with my fingertip. It felt dry, completely dry, but it looked soaked with something dark. I pulled my hand back, wiped my finger on my jeans, and told myself it was just a trick of the shadows. Just the evening dew gathering. I hustled everyone into the tent. We zipped it up tight, a little nylon fortress against the big, dark woods. We got into our sleeping bags, my boy between me and my wife. He was sniffling softly, upset from the scolding. We all lay there in the dark, listening to the normal night sounds, the gentle lap of the lake water, the distant call of an owl. I was just starting to relax, just starting to think maybe my wife was right. Maybe I had let some old superstitious fear get the better of me, when my boy stirred. He whispered, so small in the dark, "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Does wood have a heartbeat?" The question was so strange it froze me for a second. "No, son," I said softly. "Wood doesn't have a heartbeat. Go to sleep." He was quiet, and then we all heard it. From the black woods, from the other side of that leaning post, came a sound. It wasn't the owl. It wasn't the wind. It was a deep, heavy rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like the footsteps of something very, very large, walking a slow patrol just beyond the ring of trees. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't going away. It was just there, pacing. We all held our breath. The sound went on, a slow, measured beat in the darkness. Then, after what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. The normal night sounds did not return. The woods were now utterly still. We lay there in the perfect quiet, none of us moving, none of us speaking, just waiting. The feeling of a good, simple camping trip was gone, shattered as completely as if that old post had fallen over. We were just 3 people in a thin tent, and somewhere out there, on the other side of a line we couldn't see, something was now aware of us. The night was only half over, and the question hanging in the air was almost as loud as the thumping had been. What had we invited? We just laid there in the dark, all three of us, not moving a muscle. That sound, that deep thumping from the woods, was gone, but the air felt wrong now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My wife had her arm wrapped tight around our son, her hand over his mouth, not to quiet him because he wasn't making a peep, but like she was trying to protect him from the air itself. I was frozen too, one hand on the zipper of the tent, wondering if I should look out, terrified of what I might see. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a normal box to put this in. A bear, I thought. A big bear walking around out there. Maybe a moose. They make big footsteps, right? But bears and moose, they wander. They don't walk a steady, patient line just beyond your campfire light. And the timing, right after my boy cut into that post, that wasn't an animal. That was a response. We listened for what felt like forever. The normal sounds of the night, the crickets, the little rustles in the leaves, they were all gone. It was just us and the soft sound of our own breathing. Then a new noise started. It was a low, wet sound. A sniffing. Not a little animal sniff, but a deep, guttural, pulling in of air sound, like a dog trying to catch a scent but bigger, throatier. It moved from our left to our right, a steady shuffling drag followed by that horrible wet sniff. It was walking the edge of the clearing, right where the trees started, right along that invisible line the ranger had talked about. My wife's grip on our son tightened. The sniffing got closer to the side where the post stood. When it reached the spot directly opposite that black timber, it stopped. The woods went still again for one beat, too. Then the sniffing started up, intense now, focused, right on that spot. It was like whatever it was had found the motherlode of scents. And then the post reacted. I saw it through the mesh window of our tent, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky. The whole thing shuddered. It was a quick, sharp tremor, like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. A small cloud of old bark dust puffed out around it, and then something began to ooze from the carving, from the J my son had made. It was black, blacker than the wood itself, and thick like syrup. It didn't drip. It flowed, slow and purposeful, tracing the shape of the letter perfectly, filling the groove until it looked like a fancy initial painted in tar. The sniffing stopped dead. The woods were so utterly without sound it made my ears ring. We waited, hearts hammering against our ribs. And then a voice came out of the dark. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like it was spoken right next to our tent. It was clotted, muddy, like it was made of wet soil and rotten leaves being pushed together to form words. It didn't speak to me or my wife. It spoke to our son, using the name that started with that carved letter. Thank you for the invitation. That's what it said, clear as day. My boy let out a tiny, choked whimper against my wife's hand. Every hair on my body stood straight up. This was it. Every kid's nightmare, every parent's deepest fear, was standing right outside in the dark, and it knew my child's name. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to blast that thing with light, to see what it was. A bigger, smarter part of me was screaming that if I saw it, if I really saw it, I would lose my mind right then and there. So I just clutched it, a useless plastic club, and listened. Nothing else happened. No more thumping, no more sniffing, no more voice. The post just stood there, that black J gleaming with a faint, oily look in the starlight. We stayed like that, statue still, for the rest of the night. None of us slept. We just watched the sky slowly turn from black to deep gray to a washed-out purple. The moment there was enough light to see the shapes of the trees, I moved. "Get your shoes on," I whispered, my voice rough and cracked. "We're getting in the car. Now." We didn't speak. We didn't unzip the tent carefully. We practically ripped it open and stumbled out into the cold morning air. We left everything, the sleeping bags, the cooler, the tent itself, just standing there. All we grabbed were the car keys from the picnic table. We ran to the car, a desperate, clumsy scramble, and I hit the button to unlock it. The chirp-chirp of the horn was the loudest, most out-of-place sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, me in the driver's seat, my wife and son in the back together, and I hit the locks. The solid thunk of the doors locking was a small, fleeting comfort. I started the engine, and the rumble felt like safety, like civilization. I threw the car into reverse and started backing down the narrow road, my eyes glued to the clearing in my rearview mirror. The tent looked sad and abandoned. The post stood there, straight and dark, and then I had to hit the brakes. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see it. I had to know. "Stay here," I said. Lock the doors after me. My wife started to protest, a scared, wordless sound, but I was already opening my door. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and lake water, a cruel imitation of the peace we'd felt the day before. I walked back toward the campsite, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I stopped a good 10 feet from the post. Up close in the daylight, it just looked like an old, carved-up timber. But the jay was different. The black stuff that had oozed out last night had hardened. It wasn't shiny anymore. It was a dull, crusty black, sealed into the carving like a scar made of tar. I reached out, hesitated, then touched it. It was rock hard and cold. I looked at the ground around the base of the post. The dirt was packed firm, but then I saw it. Starting right at the bottom of the post, right where that black jay was, a thin line in the soil was etched into the earth. It was as thin as a piece of string, and so shallow you'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. It ran in a perfectly straight line away from the post, directly toward our tent. It went right under the corner of the tent floor, and continued out the other side toward the lake. It was like a crack, but not a random one. It was a line, a new property line, drawn in the dirt. My stomach turned over. I turned and hurried back to the car, got in, and locked the door again. I didn't say anything about the line. I just backed the rest of the way down the road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around, and then I pointed the car toward the highway and stepped on the gas. The drive home was the opposite of the drive up. No games, no chatter. My son stared out the window, pale and quiet. My wife stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving between the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with us. We got home, to our normal house on our normal street, and the normalcy felt like a lie. We unpacked the car in a hurry, throwing the dirty clothes into the wash, putting the unused food away. We acted like if we cleaned up fast enough, we could clean up the memory too. But it was in our house now. That first night home, my son cried out in his sleep. Not a normal nightmare yell, but a sharp, scared sound. I went to his room. He was sitting up in bed, eyes wide open but not seeing me. He was staring at the wall, the one that faced the backyard and the little patch of woods behind our property. "He's lonely," my son mumbled, his voice slurry with sleep. "He just wants to play." I said I would. Then he blinked, saw me, and started crying for real. I held him until he fell asleep again, but my mind was racing. It wasn't over. We had left the woods, but we hadn't left it behind. The invitation had been sent, and it had been accepted. And whatever was on the other end of that invitation, it wasn't done with us yet. The question wasn't about what was in those woods anymore. The question, the one that kept my eyes open staring at the ceiling while my family slept, was much simpler and much worse. How do you take back an invitation once the guest is already on its way? The next few days at home were a kind of quiet torture. The woods were 50 miles away, but the feeling from that clearing was in our house, a cold spot in every room. My boy wasn't himself. He used to be a ball of energy, always building Lego castles, or begging to kick a soccer ball in the backyard. Now he just moved from one spot to another, slow and listless, like his batteries were permanently low. His face was pale, and he had these dark smudges under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping, even though he spent hours just lying on the couch staring at the ceiling. The worst was when he'd sit in the bay window in our living room. He'd pull his knees up to his chin and just watch the little strip of trees at the back of our property. He'd watch for so long without blinking it scared me. I'd ask him what he was looking at, and he'd just shrug and say, "Nothing." But his eyes never left the trees. My wife tried to push us back to normal. She made his favorite pancakes, she put on loud, cheerful cartoons, she talked about planning a trip to the zoo. It was like watching someone try to shine a flashlight into a well that had no bottom. The light just got swallowed up. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch my son fade away. So while he stared out the window and my wife scrubbed already clean counters, I hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I started searching for anything at all, that could explain what we saw. I typed in weird phrases from that night. Warding post. Forest spirit invitation. Black sap from carving. Most of it was garbage, silly ghost story forums and bad horror movie plots. But then deep in the results, I found a different kind of site. It looked old, the text plain and bunched together, like it was typed on an actual typewriter and scanned in. It talked about folklore, real pioneer and settler stories from this specific region. My heart started beating faster as I read. They mentioned ward posts or watch beams. They were put up, the site said, not to keep people out, but to mark a boundary for something else. To define a claim. The rules were always the same, repeated in story after story. You never damage the post. A mark on it isn't vandalism. It's a signature. It's an acceptance of terms. I read that and felt the blood drain from my face. A signature. My son's initial. He hadn't just misbehaved. He'd signed a contract written in a language we didn't know, with a party we couldn't see. I was falling down this rabbit hole, my coffee gone cold next to me, when my wife came up behind me. She saw the screen, saw the words territorial forest spirit and binding claim. She snapped. "What are you doing?" she said, her voice sharp. "Stephen, this is nonsense. You're going to make yourself crazy." "It's not nonsense." I shot back, louder than I meant to. "Look at him. Look at our son. This is what fits. What fits is that he had a terrifying experience," she fired back, her eyes glistening. "He's traumatized. He needs stability and calm, not you reading him fairy tales about monsters." She reached over and slammed my laptop shut. "We are taking him to a doctor. A real one." So we did. We went to our pediatrician, a nice man who'd seen our son since he was a baby. He checked his ears, his throat, listened to his heart. He asked him gentle questions about the camping trip. My son just looked at his shoes and gave one-word answers. The doctor gave us a sympathetic smile. "Physically, he's fine. This sounds like a classic anxiety response to a frightening event. A night terror, some unusual sounds in the woods. It can shake a child up deeply. My advice is routine. Comfort. Maybe talk to a child psychologist if it doesn't improve in a few weeks." He handed us a pamphlet. We walked out of the office, the bright fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic feeling like a different universe. The doctor's explanation was clean, logical, safe. And it felt completely, utterly wrong. It was like describing a house fire as a draft. That night, I waited until my wife was asleep, and I went back online. I found that old site again and dug deeper, into archived pages and scanned documents. I found a link to a PDF, a scan of a settler's journal from the 1800s. The handwriting was spidery and hard to read, but one passage near the bottom was circled in the scan by someone else. A modern person maybe, like they wanted to make sure it was seen. I leaned close to the screen, squinting. It read, "The post does not repel the Holtkin. It defines his claim. The ground within the line is his garden. The marked one is his, and the post holds them separate until the claim is collected." The words Holtkin and marked one, and claim is collected seemed to pulse on the screen. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a manual. And according to it, my son was considered property, and that post was just a temporary holding pen. I printed the page. I needed to show my wife. She had to see this. But the next morning, when I went to the printer, it was gone. I found it in the kitchen trash can, crumpled into a ball. My wife was making coffee, her back to me. "Why did you throw this away?" I asked, pulling the paper out, trying to smooth it. She didn't turn around. "Because it's poison," she said, her voice flat. "You're choosing to believe in some forest demon over a medical doctor. I won't let you fill this house with that fear. We're going to have a normal weekend. I've booked a hotel in the city. We're going to the science museum. We're going to that pizza place he loves. And we're going to forget about those stupid woods." She finally turned, and her expression was fierce, a mother's defiance. We're getting our son back my way. I wanted to argue, to shake her and make her see, but the look in her eyes was also one of sheer terror. This was how she was fighting it, by denying it existed at all. So we went. We packed an overnight bag and drove to the city. The change was jarring, the noise of traffic, the tall buildings, the crowds of people. It was supposed to feel safe, insulated. We checked into the hotel, a nice one with a big pool and bright lights. My son perked up a little, fascinated by the elevator and the view from our high floor. For a couple of hours, I started to doubt myself. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe the noise and the light would shake whatever this was loose. The next day, we went to the big central park. It was sunny, filled with families, the air smelling of grass and popcorn. Kids were shouting, running, playing tag. My wife pointed to a playground. "Go on, sweetie," she said, giving our son a little nudge. "Go play." He walked toward the other children, but he moved slowly, like he was wading through deep water. He stopped at the edge of the colorful play structure, just watching. My wife and I sat on a bench nearby, holding hands, holding our breath, hoping to see him run and laugh. He didn't run. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still amidst the chaos of playing kids. Then very slowly, he turned his head. He wasn't looking at the swings or the slide. He was looking across the wide green lawn at a giant, old oak tree that stood by itself, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. He raised his hand, pointed one finger directly at that ancient tree. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and carried over the playing children's laughter. He said, "He's here, too." My wife's hand clenched mine, so hard her nails dug into my palm. We both stared at the tree. It was just a tree, an old, big, normal city park tree. But in that moment, with our son pointing at it with the certainty of someone spotting a friend in a crowd, it became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The woods weren't the problem. The post wasn't the problem. The problem was the claim. And the claim, it seemed, could follow you anywhere. The normal sounds of the park, the kids laughing, the distant ice cream truck music, all of it faded into a meaningless buzz. The only thing that was real was my son's pointing finger, and the understanding that settled over my wife and me at the same time. A cold, shared truth that no doctor could ever explain. We couldn't outrun this. It wasn't in a place. It was attached to our child. And if it was here, in the middle of a sunny city park, then there was nowhere left for us to go. The car ride home from the city was the quietest 2 hours of my life. The cheerful hotel room, the sunny park, all of it felt like a painted backdrop that had now been torn down, showing the real world behind it, a world that was wrong. My wife didn't speak. She just held our son's hand in the back seat, staring out the window, her face a mask of stunned defeat. The pointing incident had broken her. Her way, the way of denial and normal life, had just slammed into a wall there in that park. When we got home, I didn't unload the overnight bags. I went straight to the kitchen table and opened my laptop. This time, my wife didn't stop me. She just put our son in front of the TV and sat down across from me, her eyes hollow. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. I didn't have a good answer, but I had a terrible idea. "We have to go back," I said. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "No, absolutely not. Listen to me," I said, leaning forward. "It's not about the place. It's about the post. The post is the legal document. The claim is filed there. If there's a way to break this, to void it, it's there. At the source. We can't run from a ghost. But maybe we can fix the paperwork." It sounded insane even as I said it, but the alternative was waiting for whatever collection meant, and that was a thought I couldn't live with. It took another day of arguing, of watching our son grow even quieter, before she finally agreed. She did it with the resignation of someone walking to their own execution. We packed the car again, but this time it wasn't with camping gear and hope. It was with a grim determination and a cooler full of food we had no appetite for. The drive back to the forest felt like traveling backward in time into a bad dream. The woods seemed to watch us as we drove in. When we pulled into campsite number 7, the first thing I noticed was the air. It was still. Not peaceful still. Empty still. There were no bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The only sound was the crunch of our tires on the gravel. And then there was the post. It had changed. It was no longer standing straight up like a soldier. It was leaning. Just a subtle tilt, inward, toward the campsite, like a tree starting to fall. The black jay was no longer a dull scab. In the daylight, it had a weird, wet look to it, and it seemed to pulse very slightly, a trick of the light maybe, but it made my eyes hurt to look at it for too long. We didn't set up the tent. We just sat in the car for a long time, staring at the clearing. "This was a mistake," my wife said softly. I didn't answer. I got out of the car. I had to find the ranger. I needed to know what he really knew. I drove to the ranger station first, but they said he was off duty. A younger ranger there gave me a funny look when I described the older guy. "Oh, you mean Joe? He's been having a tough time lately." He gave me the name of a bar in the nearest town, a dusty little place off the main road. I found him there, sitting alone in a corner booth in the dim light, a half-empty glass of amber liquid in front of him. He looked older, worn down to the nub. He saw me and didn't seem surprised. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. I sat down. "You went back," he said. It wasn't a question. "My son is sick," I said, cutting to the chase. He carved his initial. That night we heard things. A voice. It thanked him for the invitation. What did we invite? The ranger Joe took a long drink. He put the glass down carefully. "You think the post keeps it out?" he said, his words slightly slurred but his eyes sharp and full of a terrible knowledge. "Wrong. It keeps the claimed ones in. It's a property line. Your boy, by marking it, put himself on the other side of that line. In its eyes, your boy is already in his garden. The post is just the fence. And you, he looked at me with pity. You're standing outside the fence, yelling for someone who doesn't belong to you anymore. His words were a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs. How do we break the fence? I asked, my voice tight. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. You don't. The fence breaks when he comes to collect what's his, or when the marked one walks across on his own. He finished his drink. For God's sake, I tried to warn you. Now get out of here. Leave. Maybe you can still save yourselves. I drove back to the campsite feeling worse than when I'd left. My wife was sitting on the picnic table, our son leaning against her, just staring at the leaning post. I told her what the ranger said. She didn't cry. She just got a hard, fierce look in her eyes. No, she said. No, he is not his. He is mine. Ours. That afternoon, in the bright, unnatural daylight of the empty clearing, I had an idea. A stupid, desperate idea. If the mark was the problem, maybe we could remove it. I took the hatchet from our emergency kit from the car. I walked up to the post. The black jay seemed to watch me. I raised the hatchet and swung it sideways, aiming to smash the carving, to obliterate that initial from the wood. The blade hit the black, hardened sap with a sound like striking stone. A jolt of numbing vibration shot up the handle and into my arm, making my teeth ache. I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. The post itself let out a low, groaning hum, a sound that came from deep within the wood, a sound that shouldn't have been possible. The groaning faded, but the jay was untouched. Not a scratch. It was like trying to chop steel. My wife rushed over. Are you okay? I nodded, rubbing my numb arm, staring at the post with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just wood. It was something else now, something that defended itself. As the sun started to go down, the emptiness of the woods became a presence. It wasn't just that there were no animals. It was that the woods felt full anyway, but full of something that didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched and waited from 1,000 hidden places. We ate a cold dinner in the car, not wanting to be outside. We had decided to sleep in the car too, all three of us crammed in, the doors locked. It felt safer than the tent. When night fell, it was complete. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of black. We had the curtains pulled over the car windows. My son was curled up in the back seat, asleep or pretending to be. My wife and I were in the front, staring into the dark, listening. The woods were a void of sound. Then my son sat up. He didn't groan or stretch. He just sat straight up. His eyes were open, wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim green light from the car's dashboard. He looked at neither of us. He looked straight ahead, through the windshield, at the black shape of the leaning post. And he spoke, but the voice was not his. It was the wet, clotted, earthen voice from the first night. It came out of his mouth, calm and clear. The mark calls. The fence strains. Then he blinked, slumped back against the seat, and was asleep again, breathing normally. My wife let out a choked sob and clutched him to her. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. It was in him. It was using him to speak. We were losing him not by inches anymore, but by leaps. We spent another sleepless night jumping at every creak of the car settling. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out, my body stiff and aching. I had to see. I walked to the post. The leaning was more pronounced. The crack in the ground, that thin line that had started at its base, was now wider, a small trench you could fit your finger into, and it still ran straight to where our tent had been and beyond. But that wasn't the worst of it. As I turned to walk back to the car, my foot scuffed the dirt near the post. I looked down. From the base of the post, where the main crack began, several new, hair-thin lines had split off in the dirt. They were shallow, but they were there. And they weren't random. They were spreading, slowly, like the roots of an invisible tree, reaching out across the campsite. One of them was pointing directly at the driver's side door of our car. The fence wasn't just straining. It was cracking, and its cracks were coming for us. Sitting in the car that morning, watching those thin cracks spider out from the post toward us, I felt a desperate, ugly idea form in my head. The ranger said this was about a claim, like a property dispute. In the old stories, disputes were sometimes settled with offerings. A trade. Maybe we could make a deal. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just got out and rummaged in the trunk for the small, collapsible fishing trap I'd brought on our first trip, a silly thing meant to catch minnows for fun. The woods around the clearing were still empty of any normal life, but I remembered seeing rabbit tracks near the lake the day we first arrived. I walked down there, my skin crawling, feeling watched from 1,000 angles. I set the trap near some brush, my hands trembling. a piece of granola bar for bait. It felt grotesque, trying to catch a life to trade for my son's, but the alternative was doing nothing. I checked the trap a few hours later. There was a young rabbit inside, alive, its sides heaving fast with fear. I didn't let myself think about it. I carried the trap back to the clearing, the rabbit a soft weight of panic inside it. My wife saw me and her eyes went wide with understanding, then horror. She turned away, putting her hands over her ears, as if she could block out what I was about to do. I took the hatchet. I did it quickly, behind a tree, my stomach turning over. I'm not a hunter. The sound, the finality of it, made me want to vomit. I carried the limp, warm body, wrapped in a plastic bag, and placed it right on the boundary line, on one of those fresh, thin cracks in the dirt. I knelt there, feeling like a caveman pleading with a lightning storm. My voice was a raw whisper. Take this. A life for a life. Revoke the claim. Leave my son. Please. I backed away, my heart hammering. The clearing was still. The leaning post just stood there. The black jay seemed to drink the afternoon light. We waited in the car, all of us not speaking. Minutes ticked by. An hour. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in orange and purple, a beautiful show that felt like a cruel joke. Just as I started to think nothing would happen, that my brutal gesture was meaningless, movement caught my eye. From the deep green shadows of the treeline, something extended. It wasn't an animal leg. It was too long, too jointed in the wrong places. It was a limb of sorts, made of what looked like shifting shadow and polished, dark wood, like the branch of an old, dead tree given a sick kind of life. It didn't rush out. It slid, smooth and silent, across the forest floor. It stopped over the rabbit. For a second, I thought it would take it. Then, with a motion that was both casual and full of contempt, the tip of that limb flicked. It didn't pick the offering up. It batted it. The rabbit's body flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed with a soft, wet thud right at my feet, where I stood by the car door. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. Your currency is no good here. The shadowy limb slid back into the trees and was gone. My wife, who had seen it all, let out a sound then. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, guttural roar of pure rage and grief. She exploded from the car, slamming the door behind her. She stalked to the middle of the clearing, turning in a wild circle, her face tilted up to the darkening sky. You leave him alone, she shrieked at the woods, her voice cracking. He is mine. Do you hear me? You can't have him. Her defiance echoed and then faded, swallowed by the waiting trees. There was no answer, just the slow, steady tilt of the post leaning further inward. We went back into the car, defeated. The night was coming, and we had no plan left. My son was awake now, listless, staring at nothing. As I got into the driver's seat, I saw his eyes flick to something on the picnic table. I followed his gaze. My breath caught. Sitting right in the center of the weathered wooden table was a knife. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. It was beautiful in a terrible, alien way. The handle was made of dark, polished antler, smooth and fitted to a grip. The blade was a long shard of black obsidian, sharpened to an edge that looked like it could split a hair. It was a whittling knife, a craftsman's tool, but it was made for a hand much larger than a child's. It was a gift, a counteroffer. My wife saw it too. Before I could move, she was out of the car again. She marched to the table, snatched up the knife, and with all her strength, she hurled it in a high arc deep into the woods. We heard it clatter through branches, falling away into the gloom. She came back, breathing hard, her hands clenched into fists. We're leaving, she said, her voice flat and final. Now, we pack up, we drive to the airport, and we get on a plane to somewhere on the other side of the world. Tonight. It was a plan built on pure flight, not reason, but it was a plan. We moved fast, a frenzied packing. We threw our few things into the trunk. We didn't look at the post. We didn't look at the woods. We just moved, a machine of fear. My son, however, moved slower and slower. He dragged his feet. His eyes kept drifting back toward the trees where the beautiful knife had disappeared. When it was time to get in the car, he stood by the door, just staring at his shoes. He says I could make beautiful things with it, he mumbled, almost to himself. My wife and I shared a look of pure terror. The pull wasn't just in his mind anymore. It was a temptation, a whispered promise of something he wanted. We got him into the back seat, buckling him in. I got behind the wheel. My wife got in the passenger side and locked her door. This was it. We were leaving. I turned the key. The dashboard lights came on, but the engine didn't crank. It didn't even try. It was a dead, flat click. I tried again. Click. Again. Click. It wasn't the battery. The lights were bright. The radio would have played if we'd turned it on. It was as if the engine itself had become a block of inert metal, as if the spark, the very idea of ignition, had been sucked out of it. In that dead quiet, a new sound started. From the woods, from the other side of the leaning post, came a low, rasping, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was laughter, a deep, humorless, grinding laugh that vibrated through the car's frame. And underneath that laugh, starting up again after all this time, was the sound. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of footsteps. They weren't rushing toward us. They were walking a slow, deliberate path, pacing back and forth along the tree-line, along the edge of the clearing. They weren't trying to get in. They were walking the fence line. They were pacing the perimeter of a pen, and we were the animals trapped inside. I kept turning the key, click after useless click, as the thumping footsteps and the dry, rasping laughter filled the air. A terrible soundtrack to our final, horrible understanding. Running was never an option. We had been parked this whole time, not in a campsite, but in a holding cell. And the warden had just decided to remind us that the door was locked from the outside. The thumping and the laughter faded away after a while, leaving us in the car with just the sound of our own ragged breathing. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The idea of the car as a safe space was a joke. It was just a metal box parked inside a bigger, invisible box. Night fell, a deep, moonless black that felt like a lid closing. We couldn't sleep. We just sat, watching the windows, waiting for something to come out of the trees. Our son, exhausted, finally dozed off in the back seat. My wife and I took turns keeping watch, but it was pointless. What were we watching for? The thing that owned the land we were on. It didn't need to sneak up. Sometime in the dead hours of the night, I must have nodded off. A soft click woke me. It was the sound of a car door unlocking. My eyes flew open. The interior light was on. The back passenger door was wide open. And my son was gone. I jerked upright, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked out into the darkness. I saw him. He was already 20 feet from the car, walking across the open dirt of the clearing. He moved with a smooth, calm, steady step, still dressed in his pajamas, barefoot. He wasn't running. He wasn't sneaking. He was just walking like someone answering a call to dinner. And he was walking straight toward the boundary line, toward the leaning post and the woods beyond it. No! The word ripped out of me. I fumbled for my door handle, tumbled out of the car, and sprinted after him. My wife was right behind me, a cry caught in her throat. My son didn't turn. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking, his small form looking so fragile against the huge dark of the forest. I caught up to him just a few feet from where I imagined that invisible line ran, right where the rabbit had been rejected. I didn't grab him gently. I dove, tackling him around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs and a cloud of dry dirt. He didn't yell. He didn't cry out. He just started to fight, and his strength was all wrong. It wasn't the frantic struggling of a scared kid. It was a cold, wiry, determined strength that felt much too strong for his small body. He twisted in my grip, his arms pushing against me with a steady, relentless pressure, his eyes wide open but blank, reflecting only the faint starlight. He was trying to get up. He was trying to continue his walk into the woods. "Stop! Please, son, stop!" I begged, my voice cracking as I wrestled with him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. My wife fell to her knees beside us, her hands fluttering, wanting to help but afraid to touch him while he was like this. As I fought to hold my own child down, I looked up, toward the woods he was so desperate to reach. And I finally saw it. Really saw it. The moon chose that moment to break through a gap in the clouds, washing the clearing in a cold, blue-white light. There, just beyond the line of trees, standing as still as the oldest oak, was the claimant. It wasn't a shapeless monster. It had a form, an impossible, elegant form. It was tall, taller than the trees behind it, a towering silhouette made of tangled antlers and woven shadow. Its body seemed to shift and flow like dark mist, but the antlers were solid, a vast, thorny crown of polished bone and obsidian that caught the moonlight. It stood perfectly upright, waiting. It wasn't lunging. It wasn't reaching for us. It was just waiting. And in that moment, the ranger's words clicked into place with a final, dreadful clarity. This wasn't a predator hunting prey. This was a landlord, a king. It was standing on its property, waiting for a tenant to cross the threshold and take up residence. The sheer, patient confidence of it was worse than any roar. It knew it had already won. The shadow thing's head, a vortex of shifting leaves and sharp angles where a face should be, turned slowly. It was no longer looking at my son. It was looking at me, pinning its claimed property to the dirt. It tilted its head, a motion that was almost bird-like, full of a cold, curious intelligence. It was studying the obstacle. A low groan pulled my attention away from that terrible gaze. The warding post. As my son struggled, the post let out a long, aching groan of stressed wood. That vertical crack running up its length from the black J widened with a sharp crack sound, and the hair-thin line in the soil, the one that had been growing, suddenly pulsed with a faint, sickly greenish light, like foxfire, outlining the boundary it represented. The fence was breaking. Right now. Help me! I grunted to my wife. Together, we managed to get a proper hold on our son. His strange strength was ebbing, replaced by a limp exhaustion. We half-carried, half-dragged him back to the car, his feet making trails in the dirt. I couldn't stop myself from looking back. The antlered shadow hadn't moved. It just watched us retreat. We got him into the back seat, where he curled up and immediately fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. My wife climbed in to hold him, her whole body shaking. I stood outside the car for a second, gulping the cold air, trying to slow my pounding heart. We had stopped him this time. But for how long? The post was splintering. I walked a few steps closer to look at it. The crack was wide enough to fit my hand now. And from within the crack, a fresh trickle of that black, tarry sap was seeping out, oozing down the grooved symbols like black tears. It was breaking down, and when it failed, what then? Would that thing just walk across the line? I turned my back on it and walked to the car. I opened the driver's door, planning to just sit in the seat and stare at nothing until dawn. That's when I saw it. On the passenger seat, where my wife had been sitting, lay the knife. The beautiful, terrible antler and obsidian knife. It was back. We had thrown it into the deep woods. My wife had thrown it with all her strength. And now it was here, waiting for us, placed neatly on the fabric seat as if by an unseen hand. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the night air. The black blade seemed to swallow the light. This wasn't just a gift anymore. It was a summons, a tool for the new life that was being offered. I looked at my son, asleep in the back, then out at the towering shadow that still stood, motionless and patient, at the edge of the woods. The fight in the clearing had changed things. It was no longer a slow pull. It was an active recruitment, and the tools for our surrender were being provided. I locked the knife in the glove compartment, a useless gesture. It had already found its way back once. The question hanging over us now was simple and brutal. Were we fighting to save our son, or were we just delaying the moment when he, or we, would finally pick up the knife? The knife in the glove box felt like a live wire sitting in the car with us, humming with a promise we didn't want to hear. My son slept that deep, unnatural sleep, and my wife and I just watched him, two guards at a cell door that was melting from the inside out. The whole fight, the thing in the woods just waiting, it had shown me the truth. We couldn't win by force. We couldn't run. But maybe, just maybe, we could win by a trick. A horrible last-ditch trick. I remembered something from the old stories, the idea that a contract is with a specific person. What if that person changed? Not physically, but inside. What if the boy who carved his initial, the boy who heard the voice and felt the pull, what if that version of my son simply ceased to exist? If we could make him forget, truly forget everything about that first day, the carving, the voice, the feeling of being called, would the claim have nothing to latch onto anymore? It was a desperate, ugly idea. It felt like trying to cure a sickness by cutting out a piece of the brain. I told my wife, whispering as our son slept in the back. She listened, her face growing paler with every word. "You want to erase his memory?" she said, her voice thin with horror. "We can't do that. That's a part of him. What's being taken from him is all of him," I argued, trying to keep my voice down. "This isn't a memory, it's a fishhook in his mind, and it's reeling him in. If we can cut the line, even if we lose a little bit of him, we save the rest." She looked at our sleeping boy, her eyes filled with tears. She saw the peace on his face, a peace that only came when he was too deep for the thing to reach him. She saw the alternative, him walking into those woods, gone forever. Slowly, with a trembling breath, she nodded. It was a nod of surrender to a terrible necessity. We had a first aid kit, and it was a small bottle of strong over-the-counter sleep aid, pills we used for long flights. It wasn't meant for kids, but the dose was small, and we were past worrying about labels. We also had water, and we had the power of our voices. We decided to try at dawn. In the tent we finally forced ourselves to set up for some semblance of shelter. a tiny nylon room under the leaning, cracked post. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, we woke our son. He was groggy, confused. We told him he wasn't feeling well, that he needed to take some medicine to help him rest. He trusted us. He swallowed the little pill with a sip of water, making a face. We laid him down in his sleeping bag in the tent, my wife sitting beside him, holding his hand. I sat on his other side. Outside, the woods were still. The post creaked occasionally. We waited for the pills to work. As his eyelids began to droop, I started to talk. I used my calmest, softest, most certain voice, the one I used to read bedtime stories when he was very small. "You had a dream," I began. "Just a bad dream when we first went camping. You dreamed about a big old tree, and you dreamed you carved it, but it was only a dream. The sounds at night were just the wind, a big, funny-sounding wind in the pines. The voice was the wind, too. There's no one in the woods calling you. There's just trees and birds and us. You felt scared because dreams can feel very real. But it's over now. The dream is fading away. You can let it go." I repeated it. I rephrased it. I painted a picture of a normal, slightly boring camping trip with a scary dream that was now dissolving like mist in the morning sun. My wife joined in, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. "That's right, sweetheart. Just a dream. You're safe with us. There's no invitation. There's no mark. It was all in the dream." We were rewriting history. We were committing a quiet, loving violence against his own mind, trying to surgically remove a tumor of memory. As we spoke, his breathing deepened. The constant, faint tension that seemed to live in his jaw these past days eased. His small hand relaxed in my wife's grip. For a moment, a wild hope flared in my chest. It was working. We were sewing the hole in his soul shut. And then the woods reacted. A low rumble started, not from one place, but from all around the clearing, like the earth itself was growling. The thumping started again, but this wasn't a patrol. This was a frenzy. Thump, 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 thump. It was fast, furious, coming from everywhere at once, shaking the ground under the tent. The shadow thing wasn't waiting patiently anymore. It was angry. It was pounding on the walls of its own property. At the same time, the warding post began to glow. That sickly, greenish light from the crack in the soil raced up the length of the timber itself. The whole post shone with that awful foxfire radiance, and the black jay burned in the middle of it like a coal from a nightmare furnace. The thing in the woods wasn't trying to cross. It was pouring its energy into the post, reinforcing the claim, fighting our attempt to dissolve it from within. It was a battle of wills, us inside the tent with our whispered lies, it outside pouring its ancient, terrible intention into the breaking fence. The noise was terrifying, the tent walls vibrating, but we didn't stop. We raised our voices over the din, leaning close to our son's ears, repeating the new, safe story over and over. "Just a dream, just the wind, you are safe." His face was smooth, blank, a peaceful island in the storm of noise and light. And then suddenly it all stopped. The thumping ceased. The glow from the post flickered and went out, leaving it looking more splintered and frail than ever. The woods were still. The sudden absence of sound was almost as loud as the noise had been. My wife and I were panting, sweat cooling on our faces. We looked at each other across our son's sleeping form. Had we done it? Had we shouted down a forest god with a bedtime story? I felt a crushing exhaustion, but underneath it, a fragile thread of hope. We had tried everything else. Maybe this stupid, human trick had worked. Our son's eyelids fluttered. He was waking up. We watched, holding our breath. He opened his eyes. They were clear. Not blank, not distant. They were his eyes, the bright, curious eyes he'd had before any of this started. He looked at me, then at his mother. He smiled a small, sleepy smile. My heart leapt. It was him. It was really him. He took a breath, as if to speak. The hope in my chest was so big it hurt. Then he spoke. His voice was his own, his perfect, normal, 10-year-old voice, calm and certain. "It didn't work, Dad," he said. "He says forgetting is just another way of accepting." The words hung in the air between us, simple and final. Our ritual, our desperate brain surgery, hadn't removed the hook. It had just made him aware of it on a whole new level. The thing outside hadn't been defeated. It had been listening, and it had used our own attempt to send a message through our son's mouth. The fight drained out of me, leaving a cold, hollow space. My wife let out a soft, broken sound and buried her face in the sleeping bag. Our son looked at us with an expression that was both pitying and loving, a look too old for his face. He had crossed over to a place where we couldn't reach him, not with medicine or words or love. He had accepted a truth we were still fighting, and in doing so, he had left us behind. We were still his parents, but we were no longer his keepers. Something else held that title now, and it had just confirmed the terms of the lease in our child's own voice. The morning after our son spoke those terrible, calm words felt like the first morning after the end of the world. The sun came up normal and golden, but it shone on a different reality. Our boy was changed. The listlessness, the fear, the struggle, it was all gone. In its place was a serene certainty that was somehow worse. He moved with a new grace, unhurried, like he had all the time in the universe. He ate the breakfast my wife numbly prepared, chewing slowly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. He wasn't fighting the pull anymore. He was listening to it. The final night had passed without a single sound from the woods. The post leaned at a sharp angle, a good 45 degrees, its crack wide open, losing that black sap in a slow, steady drip. The glowing line on the ground had faded to a dull, persistent afterimage, like something burned into your eyes after looking at a bright light. The boundary wasn't just breaking. It was becoming irrelevant. We sat at the picnic table, the three of us, a sad imitation of a family meal. I couldn't eat. I just watched my son. He finished his food, wiped his mouth neatly, and stood up. He didn't look at us. He walked, not toward the woods, but to the ruined warding post. He placed his small hand flat against the black, hardened J of his initial. He stood there for a long moment, his head bowed, as if in communication. Then he turned and looked at us. His expression was one of profound pity and a love that had already stepped across a great distance. "You can stay out here," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Or you can come with me. He says you can cross. If you accept the mark, too." The offer hung in the air, simple and monstrous. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, an immigration offer. My wife made a small, choke sound. I understood everything then, with a clarity that was like ice water in my veins. The entity didn't want to steal a child. It wanted to adopt a family, to grow its own. The post was never a warning for campers. It was a recruitment notice, a sign-up sheet nailed into the heart of the forest. A mark was an application, and my son's application had been approved, with the option to bring his dependents. "If we cross," I whispered to my wife, my eyes locked on my son's patient face, "we don't come back. We become part of the fence for the next people." I remembered the ranger's tired, drunk eyes. How many others had there been? How many posts were out there, waiting for a signature? My wife stood up. Her face was streaked with tears, but her jaw was set. She took a step toward our son. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "No," I breathed. She looked at me, her eyes a storm of agony and love. "He's my baby," she said, her voice raw. "I can't leave him to go in there alone." "You won't be leaving him," our son said, as if explaining something simple. "You'll be joining him. It's not dark. It's just different. He's lonely. He wants a family. We can be his family." He said it with such straightforward logic that for a second it almost made sense. The shadow at the edge of the woods moved. For the first time, it stepped fully into the clearing. The morning sun didn't shine on it. The light seemed to bend around its form, a silhouette of woven night and ancient branch. It was taller than I remembered, towering and elegant, its crown of antlers seeming to scrape the bottom of the sky. It didn't rush. It didn't threaten. It walked with a slow, stately grace to a point just behind my son, stopping right where the glowing line had been. It was no longer a monster at the gate. It was a sovereign on his own land, and my son was his herald. It extended one long, graceful limb. It wasn't made of flesh or bone, but of shifting forest shadow and polished dark wood, intricate as a living root system. It didn't reach to grab. It held its limb out, palm up, in a gesture of greeting, an invitation to cross over. Behind us, with a sound like a dry bone snapping, the warding post gave way. It broke clean in half. The top portion, with its swirling, unreadable symbols, crashed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The bottom half, with the black J glaring up from it, remained stuck in the earth like a stub of a rotten tooth. The fence was down. The property line was gone. There was no longer a this side and that side. There was just the clearing and the woods, and us standing in the middle, with a king and a prince waiting for our answer. My son held out his other hand toward us, his small, familiar hand I had held crossing 1,000 streets. "It's time to decide," he said softly. My wife looked from his outstretched hand to the towering, beautiful, terrible thing behind him, to my own horrified face. This was the choice. Let our son walk into that unknown, becoming something not human, part of a forest claim for the rest of time. Or step forward, take his hand, and let that shadowy limb close around ours, accepting the mark, whatever that meant, and changing forever, becoming part of the story that would lure the next family, the next camper, the next signatory. There was no winning. There was only choosing which kind of losing we could bear. The wind blew through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and deep, damp earth. It was a beautiful day. My wife's hand was trembling in mine. Our son waited, his eyes full of a love that was already transforming into something else, something older. The antlered king stood motionless, a patient gardener awaiting new seeds. We had come for a simple weekend in the woods. Now we stood on the border of a world we never knew existed, guests who had accidentally signed a lease for a permanent residence, with the landlord waiting for us to pick up the keys. Story number 2. The whole thing started with a game, a promise between me and my little girl under a sky so blue it felt painted on. I'm Willie, and I watched her small hands, dirt under the nails from digging for worms that morning, fumble with the bright yellow walkie-talkie. "Check," she said, her voice serious, pushing the button. A burst of static answered. "Copy," I replied, grinning at her from across our picnic blanket. "Over." She beamed, proud of mastering our protocol, the rule for safety in these big woods. It was just a silly game, but the way she nodded, storing that rule away in her head, made my heart feel too big for my chest. We roasted hot dogs on sticks over the fire my wife had built, the smell of smoke and sizzling meat mixing with the pine scent. She skipped off to the edge of the clearing, tasked with finding the perfect pine cone, her yellow jacket a moving splash of sun against all that green. I turned my attention to the food, my own walkie-talkie sitting on the log next to me, a plastic sentinel. My wife poked the fire with a long stick, sending up a shower of sparks. "It's really something out here, isn't it?" she said, not looking at me, her eyes on the trees. "So peaceful." I agreed, but a part of me noted what she wasn't saying. It was peaceful, sure, but it was a kind of peace that felt full, not empty. You expect woods to be noisy, right? With birds arguing and squirrels throwing fits and bugs buzzing. This was different. This was a held breath. The air was warm, but goosebumps popped up on my arms anyway. I shook it off, blaming a stray breeze. Our daughter's laughter trickled back from the tree line, a sound so normal it snapped the weird feeling in half. I focused on the hot dogs, turning them slowly, making sure they didn't burn. My wife sat down beside me, leaning her head on my shoulder for a second. "She loves this," she whispered. "We should do it more." I nodded, my eyes on the perfect golden brown blister forming on my hot dog. That's the moment I think about the most. That stupid hot dog. The skewer was cheap wood, and the weight of the meat made it start to bend, sliding towards the flame. I looked down just for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to fix it, to get a better grip. I twisted the stick, secured it. When I looked up, the clearing where my daughter had been standing was empty. Just like that. No yellow jacket. No small figure crouched looking at the ground. The space between 2 big pine trees was just a gap. Nothing moved. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding too loud. "Where'd you go? Found a good one." No answer came back. Not a giggle, not a rustle. The woods gave back nothing. A cold finger traced a line down my spine. My wife felt me tense and lifted her head. "What?" she asked. "She's just right there," she started to say, turning to point, and then her hand stopped in midair. Her smile faded. I stood up, brushing dirt from my jeans. "Okay, protocol time," I said, forcing a lightness into my tone I didn't feel at all. I picked up my yellow walkie from the log. It felt warm from the sun. This was what it was for. This was the plan. I pushed the button, the click sounding huge. "Little Explorer, this is base camp. Come in." "Over." I released the button. The expected static hissed back, the normal empty channel sound. We waited. 5 seconds. 10. My wife was on her feet now, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Maybe she's playing," she said, but her voice was thin. Maybe she didn't hear it. I keyed the mic again. "Base camp to Explorer. Radio check, please." "Over." More static. Then the static changed. It wasn't the white noise of nothing. It pulsed, a slow, rhythmic hiss, like something breathing right into the microphone. It felt like it was listening. My wife took a step closer to me, her hand grabbing my elbow. "What is that?" I shook my head, a quick jerk. "Interference. From a ranger's truck or something." I didn't believe it, but saying it made it possible for a second. I pushed the button again, my finger tight. "Sweetheart, if you can hear me, say something. Just say copy." "Over." The breathing static stopped. There was a pop, and then a blast of sound erupted from the little speaker, a high-pitched screech that wasn't a radio squeal. It was a digital scream, a noise that seemed to vibrate in my teeth and behind my eyes. My wife and I both flinched, our hands flying to our ears even though the sound wasn't that loud, it was just wrong. It stopped as suddenly as it started, leaving my ears ringing in the quiet. Into that ringing, a voice spoke. It was my daughter's voice. Her exact tone, the way she said daddy. But it was flat, empty, like a computer had learned the word, but didn't know what it meant. It said, "Daddy, I'm in the tree." My head snapped up, my eyes searching the branches of the big pines at the clearing's edge. I saw nothing. No flash of yellow, no small shape. The trees were tall, and their branches started high up, too high for her to climb. "What tree?" I shouted into the walkie, forgetting the protocol, forgetting everything. "Which tree? I don't see you." The walkie crackled again, no button push from me. That flattened, whispery version of her voice came back, intimate and cold. "I can see you. Don't look up." The command froze me solid. Every instinct screamed to crane my neck, to search the high branches. But the voice from the device, the voice that was hers but wasn't, told me not to. Do you obey the ghost on the radio, or do you trust your own eyes? In that second of frozen horror, my wife screamed. It wasn't a scared scream. It was a sound of pure, animal terror. She wasn't looking at me or the walkie. She was pointing upward, her finger trembling, her mouth wide open. I couldn't stop myself. I looked. High up, near the very top of the tallest pine, silhouetted against the bright blue sky, was a small shape. It was human-shaped. It was still. Too still. No kid could climb that high. No branches were that low. The physics of it were impossible. My mind broke for a second, refusing to put it together. Then the shape moved. Its head turned toward us. Not a natural turn of a child looking down. It was a slow, smooth rotation, like a camera lens swiveling on a mount. It looked right at us, and from the walkie in my hand, now pressed against my pounding heart, came a sound. A giggle. A perfect copy of my daughter's laugh, the one she makes when she's really tickled. But there was no joy in it. It was just the sound, played in a vacuum. It came from the plastic in my hand, not from 60 feet above us in that impossible pine. The thing in the tree kept staring with its featureless dark head. The giggle from the walkie faded. My wife was sobbing, pulling at my arm. "That's not her," she choked out. "That's not her up there." As if responding, the walkie in my hand crackled to life with that terrible flat voice. It said 3 simple words. "That's not me." And behind us, from inside our cheerful blue tent, nestled cozily by the fire, came the crisp, unmistakable click hiss of the other yellow walkie-talkie's transmission button being pushed down. The sound was small and sharp, like a twig snapping. It was the sound of our safety, our little game, being used from inside our own home. We spun around together, our backs to the monster in the tree. The tent's mesh window was a dark square. From inside, a tiny, trembling voice, raw with real tears and snotty hyperventilation, whispered out through the nylon. "Daddy!" It was her, my real girl. Undeniably, uniquely alive and terrified. The relief was a physical wave, so strong it made my knees weak. But it lasted only a heartbeat. Her next words turned the relief to ice. She whimpered, her voice breaking. "There's something in here with me." A pause filled with her ragged, wet breathing. Then, the whisper that changed the world. "It looks like you." Everything narrowed down to that blue tent. The thing in the tree was a horror, a decoy, but this was the crisis. My child was in there with something wearing my face. My wife made a move to run for the tent, but I grabbed her arm. The thing in the tree was still up there, watching. Was it a trap? Would it drop on us if we turned our backs? We were pinned between 2 nightmares. I still had my walkie. Hers was in the tent with our daughter and the mimic. The thing controlled our communication. It was listening. I had to try. I keyed the mic, bringing it close to my lips, whispering, "Don't move. Be quiet. Be brave. I'm right here." At the exact same moment, from inside the tent, a calm, warm, paternal version of my own voice rang out, loud enough to hear clearly. "It's okay, sweetheart. I'm right here. Come on out." My real daughter let out a confused, desperate whimper. "Daddy!" The firelight cast flickering shadows on the tent wall. We saw 2 of them. One was small, curled into a tight ball. The other was an adult-sized silhouette, standing up, but its shape was wrong. The head was just a little too round, the arms just a bit too long. It stood awkwardly, not like a person rests, but like a thing trying to remember how to stand. The father voice from inside the tent spoke again. "Take my hand. It's safe now." My walkie crackled. The child's distorted voice was gone. Now it was my own voice, but digitized and empty. It said, "She's safe with me. Look to the tree. Your daughter is falling." It was a lie, a brutal trick to split our attention again. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, but I saw a ferocious clarity in them. She pointed at the car, parked 20 yards away at the edge of the clearing. She didn't speak. She just jerked her head toward it, and then back to the tent. A plan, wordless. She would run for the car, get the tire iron, a real weapon. I would go for the tent. I nodded once tight. She took off, sprinting across the clearing. I watched her for a half second, then turned back to the tent, gripping my useless walkie like a rock. I took a step forward, then another. From the trees to my left, I heard my wife's voice call my name, urgent and scared. "Honey, over here. Help." But I could still see her, just reaching the car, yanking the door open. The interior light clicked on, and there, sitting in the driver's seat, was the silhouette of a man. Of me. The thing in the car turned its head as she froze. It had my face, but it was wearing a smile that was too wide, too still, like a mask. It raised a hand and gave a slow, deliberate wave. Then the car's battery died, or the thing killed the light, plunging the interior into blackness. My wife stumbled backward with a cry. The voice in the trees that had called my name was a copy. Everything was copies. A scream of pure rage and terror ripped from my throat. I didn't care about the tree, the car, the rules. I lunged for the tent door, my hands grabbing for the zipper. From inside, I heard the real zipper start to move, from the inside, slowly grinding open. I tore at it, finding the pull, yanking it down. The fabric split open. I spilled into the tent, ready to fight, to kill, to grab my girl. The lantern was knocked over, casting crazy shadows. Sleeping bags were thrown around. In the center of the floor sat the yellow walkie-talkie, its little green power light glowing like a wicked eye. My daughter was gone. The mimic was gone. The back wall of the tent had a long, vertical slit cut clean through it, from the inside out. They had vanished into the waiting woods. Outside, I heard my wife screaming my name, a real scream, from by the car. From the trees, the copy of her voice called again, sweet and coaxing. And from the walkie on the floor, my own digital voice whispered up at me. Rule 1. Stay together. It's safer. I crawled back out of the tent, standing in the firelight, utterly alone. I saw my wife running back toward me from the car, her face a mask of terror. I saw the dark trees. I heard nothing but the crackle of our fire and the deafening absence of my child. The game was set, and we had already lost the first move. But the fire still burned, and we were still standing. We had no plan, no trust in anything our eyes or ears told us, but we had each other, for what that was worth. I walked toward my wife, and we met in the middle of the clearing, our hands finding each other, gripping tight. We didn't speak. We just stood back to back, turning slowly, looking at the circle of trees that held everything we loved and everything we feared. We were waiting for the next move, and the woods waited with us. We stood back to back in the middle of that clearing, our hands locked together so tight my knuckles ached. The fire popped, sending a spiral of sparks up into the darkening sky. That was the only normal sound. The woods around us were a wall of watchful quiet, not peaceful, but holding itself completely still, like a predator waiting to see what we would do. My wife's breath came in short, sharp gasps against my shoulder blade. "The car," she whispered, the word barely making it out. "In the car, it was you." I gave her hand a squeeze, a signal I understood, but my eyes were scanning the slit in the tent, that black opening leading to the trees. Our daughter was out there. The thing that looked like me was out there. And the other thing, the one in the pine tree, was probably still up there too, though I refused to look. My mind felt like a pan of water about to boil over, thoughts skittering and bubbling. We couldn't stay here. We were sitting ducks in the firelight, but going into those trees felt like stepping into its mouth. The walkie-talkie was still in the tent, its green light a tiny accusation. Our only other one was in my pocket, a cold, hard lump against my leg. It was our only link, but it was their tool. I made a decision. I let go of my wife's hand and turned to face her. Her eyes were huge, the whites showing all around. "We need a weapon, a real one," I said, keeping my voice low and flat, trying to sound like I had a plan. She nodded, quick jerks of her head. "The tire iron. In the car." I shook my head. "It saw you go there. It'll expect that. The fire." I pointed to the pile of burning logs. There were a couple of thicker branches we hadn't burned yet, one end blazing, the other long and handle-like. She saw what I meant. While she watched the trees, I moved to the fire, gritting my teeth against the heat, and grabbed the thicker end of a branch about the length of my arm. I yanked it free, the burning end trailing embers in flame. It was a clumsy thing, but the fire on the end was a living, breathing element they couldn't mimic. It felt good in my hand. I passed it to her, then pulled out another for myself. The weight and the heat were anchors in a world that had lost all its gravity. Okay, I breathed. We stick together. We move. We listen for her, the real her. Not the radio. We started moving toward the slit in the tent, toward the tracks I hoped we'd find. Every shadow between the trees seemed to shift as we passed the firelight. My own pulse was a drumbeat in my ears. We reached the tent, and I pushed the flap wider with my stick, peering in again at the empty space. The gutted back wall. Outside, behind the tent, the ground was soft with pine needles. And there, clear as day, were two sets of footprints. One small, the sneaker pattern from her little shoes. The other larger, a boot print, maybe my size, but the tread was smooth, generic, not like my own hiking boots. They led away from the campsite, down a gentle slope into a thicker part of the forest where the big firs grew close together. A path of sorts, a trail of breadcrumbs left by the hunter. We followed, our burning sticks held out in front of us like torches from some old nightmare. The light from them was jumpy and wild, making the trees seem to lean in and pull back. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We just put one foot in front of the other, leaving the orange glow of our camp behind, swallowed by the deep blue dark of the woods. The small footprints looked steady, not dragged. That was the only thing that kept me moving. She was walking on her own. For now. The farther we went, the more the feeling of being watched pressed in on me from all sides. It wasn't a sound. It was a pressure, like the air itself had thickened and was observing us. I kept glancing sideways, catching movements that were just shadows, hearing rustles that were probably our own feet. Then, from up ahead, a real sound. A cough. A small, wet, human cough. My wife and I froze, our sticks held high. The sound came again, from behind a cluster of ferns off to the left of the boot prints. It was her. I knew it. Without thinking, I took a step off the path toward the sound. My wife's hand shot out and grabbed my arm, her nails digging in. She shook her head fiercely, her eyes wide with warning. She pointed down at the boot prints leading straight ahead. The cough had come from the side. It was a trap. It had to be. The thing had her, and it was using her sounds to pull us off course. I stood there, torn in two. The mother in her wanted to bolt for that cough. The logic in me screamed it was a trick. While we hesitated, the walkie in my pocket crackled to life, not with a voice, but with that same coughing sound, perfectly copied, played once, then twice. Then it stopped. The message was clear. It could make the sounds anywhere it wanted. We couldn't trust anything we heard. Jaw clenched so tight it hurt, I pointed forward, down the path of the footprints. We had to follow the physical evidence. We kept going, leaving the sound of the cough behind. The ground got rougher, sloping down toward the sound of water. A river. I could hear it now, a low, steady rush in the distance. The boot prints turned, following the sound. Of course, moving water would cover noise. It would make things harder. The trees began to thin out, the roaring of the river growing louder, a constant white noise that filled up the world. We emerged onto a rocky bank. The river was wide and fast here, black water churning over stones, throwing up cold spray. The boot prints led right to the water's edge, and then vanished on the wet rock. Gone. We stood there, the river noise crashing over us, our torchlight reflecting on the frantic water. It felt like a dead end. A joke. We'd followed the trail, right to a cliff of nothing. My wife slumped, the fight seeming to go out of her. The burning stick in her hand dipped toward the ground. I was about to speak, to say something useless, when I saw it. On the far side of the river, maybe 30 yards across, in a small patch of moonlight that broke through the trees, stood two figures. They were small. They were holding hands. Both of them wore what looked like a yellow jacket. Both had her hair. They stood perfectly still, facing us, two copies of my daughter. My breath caught in my throat. It was a masterpiece of cruelty, a 50-50 gamble with my child's life. Which one was real? Or were they both fakes? A new lure? Before I could even process it, the walkie in my pocket buzzed against my leg. I fumbled it out, my hands numb with cold and fear. I pushed the button. I'm here. I see you. Which one are you? Give me a sign. I released the button. The static that came back was the normal kind, chewed up by the river's noise. Then a whisper, so faint I had to press the device to my ear. It was her voice, trembling, breaking with cold. "Daddy, I'm in the water. It's so cold." My heart stopped. I swung my flashlight beam from the two figures on the far bank down to the rushing river at my feet. There, caught on a rock midstream, about 10 yards out, was a pale shape. A small arm. A flash of yellow fabric snagged on stone. The water surged around it. "There!" I yelled, pointing. My wife followed my light. She saw the arm, the yellow. She let out a wail that cut through the river's roar. "It's a trick!" I shouted, though I wasn't sure anymore. "It has to be a trick. Look across the river." But she wasn't listening. The mother in her had taken over completely. She dropped her burning stick into the shallows where it died with a hiss. She started running downstream along the bank, looking for a place to cross, screaming our daughter's name over and over. I was torn in 3 directions. The 2 girls on the far bank, watching. The shape in the water. My wife, disappearing into the dark downstream. The walkie crackled again. This time it was my own voice, calm and reasonable. "The water is dangerous. Go to the ones on the bank. They're safe." I looked at the 2 figures. As if on cue, they both raised their free hands in unison and waved. A perfect, mirrored motion that was deeply, chillingly wrong. No kid waves like that. It was a display. A show of control. "No," I said into the walkie, my voice a growl. "You show me my daughter. Now." From the woods behind me, to my left, I heard my wife's voice call out. "Don't look at the river. It's a trick." I spun, my light beam cutting through the trees. I saw a figure stumbling toward me, one arm out. It was me, or something wearing my torn jacket, my hair, my posture. It looked desperate, real. "It's using the water to distract you." The copy of me yelled, its voice ragged. I looked back at the river. The pale arm was still there. I looked downstream, where my real wife had gone. I looked at the copy of me coming from the woods. I was surrounded by familiars, and I had never been more alone. A red, pure anger burst in my head, burning away the fear for just a second. This thing was playing with me. It was enjoying this. I raised the walkie-talkie, my thumb on the button. I didn't use the protocol. I spoke straight into it, my voice low and steady and full of a hate I didn't know I had. "You want a game? New rule. You talk to me. Only me. Show me what you really are." And before I could think, before I could doubt, I drew my arm back and threw the yellow plastic box as hard as I could. It sailed in a high arc over the river, toward the far bank where the 2 girls stood, and vanished into the darkness. The moment it left my hand, a sound erupted from the forest. It wasn't a scream. It was a shriek of pure, metallic fury, a distortion that seemed to come from every direction at once, from the rocks and the trees and the water. The 2 figures across the river didn't run. They dissolved. Their shapes stretched, blurred, and melted into a single, tall, spindly shadow that stood for a moment against the moonlit trees before slipping away into nothing. The copy of me that had been shambling out of the woods stopped. The desperate expression on its face smoothed out into a blank, placid mask. It just stood there, looking at me with empty eyes. The performance was over, and in the sudden absence of all those fake sounds, I could hear the real world again. The crushing roar of the river. The faint, distant call of my wife's voice far downstream. And then another sound. Close. To my right, up the bank behind a thicket of scrubby bushes, a hiccuping sob. Then another. A real cry, choked and wet and hopeless. It was a sound the walkies had been masking. I didn't look at the frozen copy of me. I didn't look at the river. I dropped my own burning stick and ran toward the sobs, scrambling up the rough bank on my hands and knees. I shoved through the brittle branches of the thicket. And there she was, curled into a ball, soaked through, shivering violently in her yellow jacket. Her own walkie-talkie lay beside her, the casing cracked and broken. She looked up, her face smeared with dirt and tears, and for a second I saw raw, animal terror in her eyes. Then she recognized me. The real me. "Daddy," she wailed, and launched herself into my arms. I held her, squeezing so tight I was afraid I'd hurt her. She was ice-cold and trembling, but she was solid. She was real. The relief was a tidal wave, so powerful it made me dizzy. I buried my face in her wet hair, smelling river and pine in her. "I got you," I mumbled into her hair, over and over. "I got you." She clung to me, her small fingers gripping my shirt. "It talked with your voice," she whimpered against my neck. "It told me to follow it to the water. Then it got angry and broke mine." I looked at the shattered walkie. Only one was left now. My wife's back at the camp. I had my child. We could run. We could follow the river down, find my wife, get to the car, get out. The thought was a warm, glowing light in my mind. Escape. But as I held my daughter, I turned my head. The copy of me was still standing down by the riverbank. It wasn't coming closer. It was just watching. And then it pointed, not at me, but past me, back the way we had come, back toward our campsite. And from that direction, carried on the wind that swirled up the river valley, came a new sound. My wife's voice, screaming my name, but not a call for help. It was a sound of dawning, ultimate horror, a scream that spoke of a truth so awful it couldn't be contained. The copy by the river had been with me the whole time. So who or what had my wife found when she crawled out of the water? I held my shivering daughter close, my eyes on the dark path leading back to the fire, to the tent, to the scream. I had won my peace back, but the game wasn't over. The final move was waiting for me back at the start, and the price of making it was written in my wife's dying scream across the distance. We stood there, a reunited piece of a shattered whole, while the woods held its breath, waiting to see what I would choose. The scream from the campsite cut through the night, a raw wire of sound that twisted in my gut. I had my daughter, a solid, shivering weight in my arms, the most precious thing in my world, and all I wanted to do was run the other way. Down the river, find my wife, get to the car, and never look back. But that scream pinned me to the spot. It wasn't a call. It was a verdict. It was the sound of something breaking. The copy of me down by the riverbank kept its arm outstretched, pointing back toward our camp, a silent, awful guide. Then, as if its job was done, it lowered its arm. Its form seemed to blur at the edges, like a bad TV signal, and then it just wasn't there anymore. It didn't walk away. It faded from the world, leaving only the rushing water and the echo of that terrible scream in my head. My daughter clutched me tighter, her face buried in my neck. "Mommy," she whimpered, the word muffled by my jacket. I had to move. Every second we stood here was a second my wife was alone with whatever had found her. But running back into that clearing, with my child in my arms, felt like the dumbest thing a person could do. It was the trap sprung. The thing wanted us together. It wanted us in its playpen. I set my daughter down on her feet, keeping a firm arm around her. She was unsteady, cold to the bone. "Listen to me," I said, kneeling so my eyes were level with hers. Her gaze was glazed with shock. "We have to be quiet. We have to be like mice. We're going to go back, but we're going to hide. We're going to look for Mommy from the trees." "Okay. Can you do that?" She nodded, a tiny, frightened motion. I took her hand, her small fingers icy in mine, and we started back up the path we'd come down. Without the torches, the dark was absolute. The moon was behind clouds now, and the trees formed a tunnel of pure black. We moved by feel and memory, step by cautious step. Every snap of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot. I strained my ears, listening for anything ahead, but the woods had gone back to that watchful, waiting state. The scream wasn't repeated. That was the worst part. It had been a single, definitive event. We reached the edge of the clearing, staying well back in the trees. Our fire had burned down to a bed of pulsating red coals, giving the whole scene a hellish, dim glow. The tent was a slumped blue shape. The car was a darker blot against the forest. And in the middle of it all, I saw my wife. She was on her knees by the fire pit, her back to us, her shoulders shaking. She was alone. Relief, sharp and painful, flooded me. She was okay. She was right there. I took a step forward, ready to call out, but my daughter's hand yanked me back. She pointed, not at her mother, but at the other side of the clearing. Near the picnic table, another figure stood. It was also my wife. This one was standing perfectly upright, facing the kneeling one, its hands at its sides. Two of them. My breath caught. The kneeling one sobbed, a ragged, broken sound. The standing one just watched. I didn't know which was real. The standing one turned its head, slowly, looking directly at the spot where we were hidden. It couldn't possibly see us in the dark, but it looked right at us. Then it raised a hand and pointed at the sobbing woman by the fire. A clear accusation. This was the new game. Identify the real one. I remembered the feeling of my daughter in my arms, the real one, how she felt, how she smelled. Could I tell from here? The kneeling one's cries were full of real pain, real fear. The standing one was a statue. My mind raced. The thing loved drama. It loved cruel choices. Would it pretend to be the victim? Or would it play the calm, waiting predator? I had to get closer. I whispered to my daughter, "Stay here. Behind this big tree. Do not move. Do not make a sound." No matter what you see or hear. I'm going to get Mommy." Her eyes filled with fresh tears, but she nodded, pressing herself against the rough bark of a wide pine. I crept forward, using the shadows at the clearing's edge, moving sideways like a crab, keeping both women in my sight. The standing one's head turned again, tracking my progress. It knew I was there. It was allowing it. I was 10 yards from the kneeling woman now. I could see the tears on her cheeks reflecting the coal's light. "Hey," I whispered, the word barely audible. Her head snapped up. Her eyes found me in the gloom, widening with a hope so desperate it hurt to see. She started to rise. "No," I hissed. "Stay there. Don't move." The standing woman, across the clearing, took a single step forward. Not toward me, toward the kneeling one. Its movement was smooth, unnaturally fluid. I had to act. I broke from the trees, sprinting the last few yards to the kneeling woman. I grabbed her arm, pulling her up. Her skin was cold. She felt right. She felt like her. She clung to me, babbling. "It was you. It came out of the river looking like you. It led me back here." I believed her. This was my wife. The other one was the thing. I turned, putting myself between her and the standing copy. "Get behind me," I said. "We're getting our daughter, and we're leaving." The copy watched us. It didn't charge. It didn't speak. It just smiled, a small, knowing curl of the lips that was utterly wrong on her face. Then, from inside the car, came a sound. The blip of a car door unlocking. All three of us looked. The interior light of the car flickered on. And sitting in the driver's seat, staring out at us through the windshield, was another me. This one looked tired, scared, real. It raised its hands and pressed them against the glass, a pleading gesture. My wife gasped, her grip on my arm tightening. "That's not," she started. The copy of her across the clearing spoke for the first time. Its voice was a perfect match. "He's lying," it said calmly, nodding toward the me in the car. "He's the one who took her. I've been fighting him off." The me in the car shook its head violently, mouthing the word no behind the glass. I had two copies and my real wife. A sick, dizzy feeling washed over me. This was too much. It was splitting my mind. I couldn't hold it all. "Our daughter is safe," I said loudly, addressing all of them, the real and the fake. "I have her. This ends now. We're walking away." The copy of my wife tilted its head. "Is she? Are you sure you have the right one?" A cold worm of doubt twisted in my stomach. I had held her. I had felt her. She was real. She had to be. But what if it was better at this now? What if it had learned? The copy took another step closer. "Let me see her," it said, its voice softening into a perfect imitation of maternal concern. "Let me see my baby. Don't you touch her." My real wife snarled from behind me, her fear igniting into fury. At that moment, from the trees where I'd hidden my daughter, a small, clear voice called out. "Mommy." It was her. She'd disobeyed. She'd come closer. All heads turned. My daughter was peeking out from behind a tree, her face pale in the gloom. The copy of my wife reacted first. Its face melted into an expression of such profound, practiced relief and love that it made my skin crawl. "Oh, baby," it cried out, and it started moving toward her, its arms opening for a hug. My real wife screamed, "No," and broke from behind me, sprinting across the clearing to intercept the copy, to get to our child first. It was chaos. I stood frozen for a heartbeat, watching my wife run, watching the copy run, both on a collision course with my little girl. The me in the car just watched, its hands still on the glass. And then, from the other side of the clearing, a fourth figure emerged from the trees. It was my daughter. This one was crying, stumbling, her clothes torn. She looked from the running women to me, her face a mask of confusion. "Daddy," she called, her voice weak. "Two daughters now. One by the tree, one by the far edge." The running copy of my wife skidded to a halt, looking from one girl to the other, its perfect performance faltering for a second. My real wife didn't hesitate. She veered toward the crying, stumbling girl at the far edge, the one who looked hurt. The mother's instinct to go to the wounded child. But the girl by the near tree, the one who had called out, was closer to me. She looked at me, her eyes wide. "Daddy, I'm scared." I had to choose. Again, my mind screamed that the hurt one was a lure, a trick to pull my wife away. The closer one had called out first. I ran for the girl by the near tree. I reached her just as my wife reached the stumbling girl across the clearing. I grabbed my daughter, pulling her close. At the same instant, my wife wrapped her arms around the other girl. The copy of my wife stood in the middle, turning its head back and forth between the two reunions, its smile returning, wider now. It had won. It had divided us perfectly. I held my girl. "It's okay, I've got you," I murmured. But she was stiff in my arms. She pulled back and looked up at me, and she wasn't my daughter. The eyes were wrong. The shape of the face was just a little off, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. It smiled her smile, but with too many teeth. "You picked wrong," it said in a raspy whisper that was nothing like her voice. I recoiled, shoving the thing away from me. It stumbled but didn't fall, its body moving with that same liquid grace. I looked across the clearing in horror. My wife was holding the other girl, who was clinging to her, sobbing. Was that the real one? Or was it another copy? The copy of my wife in the middle began to laugh, a sound like dry leaves rustling. The me in the car started the engine. The headlights blazed on, cutting 2 white paths through the dark, illuminating the scene in stark, terrible detail. My wife saw me shove the copy of our daughter away. Her face crumpled in confusion and new fear. The girl in her arms kept crying. "Let her go!" I shouted across the distance, my voice cracking. That might not be her. My wife looked down at the crying child, then back at me, utterly lost. The copy of our daughter I had pushed away skipped over to the copy of my wife and took its hand. They stood together, a fake family watching us. The car with the other me inside began to roll forward slowly, heading toward my wife and the girl she held. It was a slow, deliberate approach, a predator circling. I started running across the clearing toward my wife. The copy of my wife and the copy of my daughter didn't try to stop me. They just watched, smiling. I reached my wife just as the car rolled to a stop a few feet away. The driver's side door opened. The other me got out. It looked at me, then at my wife, then at the crying girl. "Give her to me," it said to my wife, its voice a gentle, reasonable copy of my own. "I'll keep her safe." My wife was trembling, looking back and forth between the two of us, the real me and the copy, both begging for the child in her arms. The girl in her arms lifted her head. She looked at me, her face streaked with tears and dirt, and she said my name, the one she only uses when she's really, really scared. The name Willie. She said it just right. The copy of me by the car wouldn't know that. It wouldn't know the tiny, private way she said it. A spark of certainty fired in my brain. This was my girl, the real one. I locked eyes with my wife and gave a tiny, desperate nod. She understood. She shifted her grip on our daughter, holding her more protectively, turning her body away from the copy by the car. The copy's pleasant expression faded. It took a step toward us. I stepped in front of my wife and child, my hands up, empty but ready to fight. "It's over," I said to the thing wearing my face. "You lose." The thing that looked like me stopped. It didn't attack. It just stared at me with flat, empty eyes. Behind it, the copy of my wife and the copy of my daughter began to walk toward the car. They moved in unison, their steps matching perfectly. They got into the back seat. The copy of me looked at us for a moment longer, then got back into the driver's seat. The car door closed. The headlights, which had been blinding us, switched off. Then the car reversed, turned smoothly, and drove slowly down the rough campsite road, disappearing into the trees, its taillights winking out like dying eyes. We were alone. The three of us, standing together in the dull red light of the coals. We didn't speak. We just held each other, a tight, shaking knot of people. We had won. We had our daughter back, for real this time. We had stood our ground, and they had left. The nightmare was over. We stumbled back to the fire, adding the last of the wood, building the flames back up for light and warmth. We wrapped our daughter in a dry sleeping bag and sat huddled together, watching the road, waiting for dawn, flinching at every night sound. No more copies came. No more voices. The woods were just woods again. As the first gray light began to seep into the sky, making the trees into solid shapes instead of looming shadows, I finally felt my body start to unlock. The terror began to recede, replaced by a deep, trembling exhaustion. We had survived. We had outlasted it. We packed our things in that grim, early light with frantic speed, throwing everything into the car, not caring how it landed. We buckled our daughter into her car seat. She was asleep almost instantly, a deep, exhausted sleep. My wife and I got into the front seats. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, normal sound. I put the car in drive and we bounced down the rutted road, away from the clearing, away from the river, away from it all. We didn't look back. We reached the main paved road, and I turned toward home, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my fingers ached. The sun was fully up now, a golden morning. It felt like a different world. We drove for an hour, the hum of the tires on asphalt a soothing song. My wife reached over and put her hand on mine. We didn't need words. We were out. We were safe. In the back seat, our daughter slept on. Then, from the jumble of gear in the way back of the car, buried under a mess of blankets and a cooler, a familiar sound chirped. A brief, soft crackle of static. My wife and I went stiff. Our eyes met in the rearview mirror. We had left the walkie-talkies behind. We had thrown mine in the river. Hers was broken in the tent. We had made sure. I kept driving, my eyes on the road, trying to tell myself it was the radio. It was a trucker's CB. It was anything else. Then it came again. A clear, crisp transmission. Not a voice. Just 3 clicks. The sound of a button being pushed 3 times, testing a mic. The sound was close. It was coming from inside the car with us. I met my wife's gaze again, and I saw my own bottomless dread reflected there. We had gotten our family back, but we had brought something else home with us. The 3 clicks from the back of the car were a tiny sound, almost lost under the road noise, but they hit me and my wife like a physical blow. We didn't look at each other. We didn't speak. We just sat there, frozen in our seats, while the sunny morning highway streamed past, a cheerful lie. Our daughter was still asleep in her car seat, her head lolled to one side, peaceful. The clicks didn't come again. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands at 10 and 2, but my mind was racing through the car, digging through every piece of junk we'd thrown in during our panicked escape. The blankets, the cooler, the backpack full of dirty clothes. Had we missed one? Had it come with us? Or had it been waiting, folded up small, hiding in our things since before we even left the campsite? I drove, my knuckles white, looking for an exit. I couldn't pull over on the shoulder. Not with that thing possibly in the car. I needed a place with people, with bright lights, with normalcy. I saw a sign for a rest area 1 mile ahead. "We're stopping," I said, my voice a dry croak. My wife just nodded, her hand creeping over to grip my forearm, her fingers cold. I took the exit, the tires whining on the ramp. The rest area was a bland, concrete building with a gas station and a fast food place attached. It was busy. Families milled around minivans. Truckers fueled up big rigs. The sheer, boring normalcy of it was a shock to my system. I pulled into a spot away from the main crowd, but still in full view of the big windows. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was worse than the noise. "Okay," I whispered. "We get out. We get her out. We leave everything. We just walk away from the car." My wife was already unbuckling, her movements stiff. She opened her door and the rush of outside air, smelling of gasoline and fried food, washed in. She moved to the back, fumbling with our daughter's car seat buckles. I got out too, my legs shaky. I stood by my open door, scanning the back of our car through the rear window. It was a mess of rumpled fabric and shadows. Nothing moved. My wife lifted our sleeping daughter out, cradling her. The girl murmured but didn't wake, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. We walked, fast but not running, toward the building. Every step away from the car felt like a victory. We pushed through the glass doors into the bright, fluorescent-lit food court. The clatter of trays, the buzz of conversation, the smell of coffee. It was a fortress of reality. We found a corner booth, away from others. My wife sat with our daughter on her lap, stroking her hair. I stood facing the doors, watching our car in the lot. It sat there, innocent, a dirty green SUV with Colorado plates. Just a car. "We have to call someone," my wife said, her voice low. "The police." I thought about that. What would I say? Officer, a thing that copied our faces chased us in the woods, and now it might be in our car. They'd take our daughter. They'd think we were crazy or dangerous. We'd lose everything. "We can't," I said. "Not yet. We need to know. We need to be sure." She looked at me, her eyes full of a tired fear I'd never seen before. How? How can we ever be sure? I didn't have an answer. We sat there for an hour, nursing terrible coffees, watching our car. Nothing happened. People came and went. A bird landed on the hood. The sun climbed higher. The normal world asserted itself, pressing in, making the night before feel like a bad dream. Maybe it was. Maybe the clicks were nothing. Maybe we'd left it all behind in the trees. Our daughter woke up, confused and clingy. She was quiet, not her usual chatty self. She just wanted to be held. We bought her some French fries, which she picked at. She felt real. She acted real. But the doubt, once planted, had roots. I kept looking at her, searching for a sign, a flicker of wrongness. There was none. Finally, I made a decision. "I'm going out there," I said. "I'm going to empty the car. Every single thing. In the sunlight. With people around. My wife grabbed my wrist. Don't. I have to, I said. We can't live like this. I walked back out into the heat of the day. The parking lot asphalt shimmered. I approached our car like it was a trapped animal. I hit the key fob to unlock it, the chirp sounding obscenely loud. I took a deep breath and yanked open the tailgate. Daylight flooded the cargo area. I saw our familiar junk, the red cooler, the blue sleeping bags, the duffel bag of muddy clothes, the collapsed tent in its sack. I started pulling it all out, throwing it onto the pavement in a heap. I was brutal, unzipping bags, appending the cooler, shaking out every blanket. I emptied everything. Crumpled wrappers, a lost sippy cup, pine needles, dirt. But no yellow walkie-talkie. No strange device. Nothing that didn't belong. I checked under the seats, in the glove box, in the map pockets. Nothing. I stood there, sweating, surrounded by our scattered life, feeling a fool. It had been nothing. The clicks were the car settling, a radio signal, our shattered nerves playing tricks. The relief was so profound it made me lightheaded. I started laughing, a shaky, breathy sound. I started stuffing everything back in, haphazardly. We were okay. We were clean. We could go home. I slammed the tailgate shut and turned to go back inside. As I walked away, I heard it. Not from the car. From my own pocket. A soft, crinkling rustle like plastic bending. I stopped dead. Slowly, I reached into my jacket pocket. My fingers closed around something small, hard, and rectangular. I pulled it out. It was a walkie-talkie, but not one of ours. Ours were bright yellow, kid-friendly. This one was black, industrial-looking, with a short rubber antenna. A tiny red power light glowed on its side. It was cold, like it had been in a freezer. I must have made a sound, a choked gasp, because my wife was at the food court window, watching me, her hand pressed to the glass. I stared at this foreign object in my hand. I hadn't put it there. It hadn't been in the car. It was just on me. The black walkie crackled to life. A voice came out, not a distorted copy, but a real, human-sounding man's voice. It was calm, almost friendly. "Good morning," it said. "Drive north on Interstate 25 for 50 miles. Take exit 257. There's a diner called the Silver Grill. Park in the back. Go to the payphone outside. It will ring. Answer it." Then the voice was gone. The red light went out. I stood there in the bustling rest area, people laughing and talking around me, holding a piece of impossible malice. This wasn't a game in the woods anymore. It had followed us into the day. It had rules, and it wanted us to keep playing. I looked at my wife's pale face in the window. I looked at the black device. If I threw it away, what would it do? Send something else? Come itself? It knew where we were. It had been in my pocket without me knowing. I walked back inside, my legs numb. I sat down across from my wife and slid the black walkie onto the table between us. She stared at it like it was a live scorpion. "It gave instructions," I said, my voice flat. I told her what the voice had said. She listened, her face hardening. "No," she said. "We're not doing it. We're going to the police right now. We'll show them this." "And say what?" I hissed, leaning forward. "That a walkie-talkie told us to go to a diner? They'll take her." I glanced at our daughter, who was coloring on a napkin with a crayon she'd found. "They'll think we're unfit. They'll ask questions we can't answer. So we do what it says," she whispered, fury in her eyes. "We just obey." The black walkie crackled again. We both flinched. This time, it was our daughter's voice. A perfect, happy recording. "I'm hungry, Mommy. Can we get pancakes?" It said, bright and clear. Then the red light went off. Our real daughter looked up from her coloring, puzzled. "I am kinda hungry," she said, her own real voice a beautiful contrast to the hollow recording. It was a demonstration. It could talk through our child. It could pretend to be her any time it wanted. The threat was unspoken but clear. Play along, or we lose the ability to trust the one person we were fighting for. My wife's defiance crumbled. She looked from the black walkie to our daughter's face, and I saw the moment she gave in. The fight went out of her shoulders. "Okay," she breathed. "Okay." We drove north. The black walkie sat on the center console between us, a dark passenger. It didn't speak again. Our daughter fell back asleep. The 50 miles were the longest of my life. Every car that passed felt like a watcher. Every overpass felt like a gateway. We took exit 257. It led to a scrubby, wind-blown town on the high plains. We found the Silver Grill, a low, chrome-sided building that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. I drove around to the back, as instructed. There was a dusty parking lot, a dumpster, and a lone, old-fashioned payphone booth, the glass yellowed and cracked. I parked. We sat. The diner's back door was propped open, and we could hear the clang of dishes from inside. A real place. Real people. "I'll go," I said. My wife didn't argue. I got out, leaving them locked in the car. I walked to the phone booth. The black plastic receiver hung on its cord. I stood there waiting. A minute passed. 2. A truck rumbled by on the frontage road. Then, with a jarring mechanical ring, the payphone came to life. I jumped. I stared at the ringing phone. It was the most ordinary, terrifying sound I'd ever heard. I lifted the receiver to my ear. I didn't speak. "Hello, Willie," the same calm, male voice from the walkie said. It knew my name. The casual use of it was a violation. "Listen carefully. You did well to come. This isn't about hurting you. This is about understanding. You and your family have shown a remarkable resilience. A useful profile. What do you want?" I growled, my free hand clenched into a fist. "A simple task. A final test. In the dumpster next to you, you will find a briefcase. Take it. Inside are instructions, money, and new keys. You will drive the car currently parked 3 spaces to your left, a blue Ford sedan. You will follow the route provided. Your wife and daughter will follow in your car at a safe distance. You will be watched. If you deviate, if you try to communicate beyond the provided phones, if you fail, the game reverts to its original form. But in a city, with crowds, do you understand?" I looked. 3 spaces down was a dusty blue sedan. I looked at the dumpster. "Why?" was all I could ask. "Because we need to know if you can follow orders when the fear is abstract. When the monster isn't in the trees, but in the system," the voice said, as if explaining the weather. "Get the briefcase. The clock starts now." The line went dead. I stood there, the dial tone buzzing in my ear. I hung up. I walked to the dumpster, my heart a cold stone. I lifted the heavy lid. On top of a bag of restaurant trash sat a sleek, silver aluminum briefcase. I took it. It was light. I walked to the blue Ford. The door was unlocked. The keys were in the ignition. On the passenger seat was a cheap, disposable cell phone, the kind you buy with minutes. My own personal black walkie. I looked back at our car. My wife was watching me, her face a mask of confusion and dread. I held up the briefcase, a helpless gesture. I got into the Ford. It started right up. The disposable phone buzzed once. A text message, a highway number and an address, 200 miles away. Lead. She follows. No contact. We are watching both. I put the Ford in drive and pulled out of the lot. In my rearview mirror, I saw our green SUV slowly pull out after me, keeping a careful distance. We were a convoy of the damned, driving into the flat, empty afternoon. We were no longer running from a thing in the woods. We were employees of it. The terror had shape now, and the shape was a road stretching to the horizon, and a set of instructions, and the awful simple knowledge that it knew my name. We drove until dusk, me in front, my family behind, prisoners of the open road. The briefcase lay on the seat beside me, full of unknown rules, and the only thing louder than the engine was the question screaming in my head. What did it want us to do at the end of this drive? The 2-car convoy became our whole world. The blue Ford steering wheel was slick under my sweaty palms. Every mile marker that clicked past felt like another turn of a key, locking us deeper into this. In the rearview mirror, our green SUV was a constant, comforting, and terrifying sight. I could see the vague shape of my wife's head, the top of our daughter's car seat. They were back there, following me because a voice on a phone told them to. Because the alternative was a monster in a crowd. The disposable cell phone on the passenger seat stayed dark. The briefcase sat unopened. I was too scared to look. What if opening it triggered something? What if the instructions inside said to leave my family behind? The not knowing was a gnawing ache in my gut, but it was better than knowing for sure. We drove through a landscape that turned from scrubby plains to rolling hills. The sun began to sink, painting the sky in colors that felt like a mockery of beauty. We needed gas. The Ford's needle was edging toward empty. I couldn't just stop. Would that be a deviation? I watched for a busy truck stop, a place with lots of people and cameras. I saw one ahead, a big, lit-up plaza. I signaled and pulled off, rolling to a stop at a pump. In the mirror, I saw my wife pull into a pump a few rows over. We were careful not to look at each other. I got out, the cool evening air a shock. My legs were stiff. I started pumping gas, my back to our SUV. I heard my daughter's voice then, clear and bright. "Daddy." I have to go potty. My head whipped around. She was hanging out of the SUV's window, waving at me. My wife was frantically trying to pull her back in. It was a normal kid thing. A completely normal request. But it was contact. It was communication outside the rules. I stared, panic freezing me. The disposable phone in the Ford rang, a shrill, tinny sound. I fumbled it open. "No contact," the calm male voice said. "The child's biological needs introduce variables. She may use the facilities. The mother will take her. You will proceed inside separately and purchase drinks. Observe, but do not interact. This is a test of compliance in a public space." The line went dead. It was listening. It was watching. Of course it was. I finished pumping, my hands trembling. I saw my wife getting our daughter out of the car, holding her hand tightly, walking quickly toward the building. I waited a minute, then followed. Inside the truck stop was a universe of normality. It was brightly lit, stocked with junk food and trucker hats, humming with the conversations of people just passing through. I saw my wife and daughter disappear into the women's restroom. I went to the coolers, grabbed 3 bottles of water, and went to a register. I kept my head down, paid with cash from my wallet. As I turned to leave, I saw them come out of the restroom. My daughter was chattering, pointing at a rack of stuffed animals. My wife's eyes met mine across the store for a fractured second. There was so much fear there, so much love, so many unasked questions. I gave the tiniest shake of my head, "Don't." She looked away, steering our daughter toward the door. We returned to our cars like strangers. As I got back into the Ford, the phone buzzed with a new text. An address, different from the one before. A motel. Proceed. Separate rooms have been arranged. Stay in them. We drove another hour in the dark before the motel sign appeared, a flickering vacancy light in the shape of a cowboy. It was a sad, single-story place off the main highway. I pulled into the lot. Room 12 had a key card sitting on the outside doormat. Room 14 next door had another. Our instructions were clear. I took room 12. I heard the SUV pull in, doors shut, and the sound of my family entering room 14. A wall of cinder block and cheap wood now separated us. Inside, the room smelled of old cigarettes and bleach. I dropped the briefcase and the phone on the scratchy bedspread. I was alone for the first time since the woods. The quiet of the room was worse than any noise. I couldn't hear them. I didn't know if they were safe. I had to know what was in the briefcase. My fingers felt thick and clumsy as I flipped the latches. They clicked open. Inside, there was no bomb, no creepy artifact. There was a stack of $100 bills, thick and new. A set of car keys for the Ford, a road atlas, and a single sheet of plain white paper with typed instructions. It read, "You are being evaluated. Your family's safety is your responsibility, contingent on your adherence. Tomorrow, you will drive to the provided coordinates. You will find a storage unit, number 317. The code is 45-89-23. Inside, you will retrieve a sealed package. You will deliver this package to a man at the Denver bus depot at 3:15 p.m. He will be wearing a red baseball cap and carrying a green duffel bag. You will exchange the package for the duffel bag. You will then return to your family. This is a test of trust, precision, and nerve. Do not open the package. Do not speak to the man beyond the exchange. You are a courier. Your previous experiences have prepared you for the stress of this operation. Succeed, and you will be left alone. You will be paid. Your family will be safe. Fail, and the evaluation terminates. My blood ran cold. It was a crime. They wanted me to be a drug mule or a courier for something worse. My resilience in the woods had marked me as someone who could operate under extreme fear. They were recruiting me. The money on the bed was a signing bonus. The terror of the copies, the chase, the river, it had all been an audition. I sat on the bed, my head in my hands. I could run. Right now. I could smash the phone, take the money, bang on my family's door, and we could flee into the night. But to where? It had found us at a random rest area. It had put a walkie in my pocket without me knowing. It spoke with a calm, human voice. This wasn't a forest spirit anymore. This was an organization. They had resources. They were watching the motel right now. If we ran, they wouldn't send a tree monster. They'd send a man in a suit or a police officer with questions we couldn't answer. Or they'd simply make my wife's face appear on a stranger in a crowd and have her take our daughter's hand. The threat was cleaner now, and so much worse. I had to do it. I had to be their courier. I had to get through this one task to buy our freedom. A soft tapping came at the connecting door between my room and my family's. I stiffened. Then I heard my wife's whisper, faint through the wood. "Are you there?" It was contact. Against the rules. But the phone didn't ring. Maybe the walls were too thick for their microphones. Or maybe this was part of the test, too. I went to the door. "I'm here," I whispered back, my lips close to the crack in the frame. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice thin with exhaustion. "They gave me a job," I said, keeping it vague. "A delivery. Tomorrow. If I do it, they say we're free." "You can't," she breathed. "It's a trick. It's always a trick." "I don't have a choice," I said, the truth of it bitter in my mouth. "We play by their rules one more time. Then we take the money, and we disappear for real." We were quiet for a moment. Then I heard my daughter's voice, sleepy and sweet, right on the other side of the door. "Daddy, I'm scared of this room." That tiny voice shattered me. "I know, baby," I whispered, my throat tight. "But I'm right here, just on the other side of this door. And Mommy's with you. We're all going to be okay. I promise." It was a promise I had no right to make. We didn't speak again. We paid cash for a 10-year-old station wagon from a bored salesman who asked no questions. We left our other car, the one from the woods, parked at a grocery store lot with the keys in the ignition. Let someone else have it. Let it lead nowhere. We went back to our apartment and packed only what we absolutely needed. Clothes, our daughter's favorite stuffed dog, a first aid kit. Everything else, the new things we'd bought to make this place a home, we left behind. It was just stuff. By nightfall, we were on the road again in the anonymous station wagon, the backpack of cursed cash on the floor behind my seat. We didn't know where we were going. We just drove south, aiming for smaller and smaller roads. The goal was to get lost, not to get somewhere. After 2 days of driving, stopping only at crowded roadside diners and sleeping in the car in Walmart parking lots, we found ourselves in a dusty, sun-bleached town in the desert southwest. It was the kind of place people came to disappear. We rented a tiny, furnished cabin on the edge of town from a grizzled old man who only cared about the first month's rent, also in cash. It was a bleak little box, but it had a roof and a lock on the door. We moved in, the three of us and the backpack full of money that was now a problem we couldn't solve. We couldn't spend it without drawing attention. We couldn't bury it without wondering if it was somehow sending a signal. Burning it felt like a televised signal flare. It sat in a kitchen cupboard, behind the pots and pans, a malignant presence. For a week, nothing happened. The desert sky was huge and empty. The heat was a dry blanket. We started to let our guard down, just a fraction. Our daughter made a friend with a jackrabbit that visited the scraggly yard. My wife planted some succulents in old coffee cans. I got a job, a real one, washing dishes at a local truck stop. It paid in cash, barely enough, but it felt clean. It felt like we were building something real, however small, from the ground up. Then on a Tuesday, the man from the bus depot walked into the truck stop. He wasn't wearing the red cap. He was in oil-stained coveralls, like a mechanic. But it was him. The same average face, the same watchful eyes. He didn't look at me. He sat at the counter, ordered a coffee and a slice of pie, and ate it slowly, reading a newspaper. I stood at my sink, up to my elbows in greasy water, and felt the world tilt. They had found us. Not with monsters, not with weird technology, but with simple human tracking. The money had been the obvious trail, but we'd ditched it. They'd found us anyway. He left a tip under his plate, paid, and walked out. He never glanced my way. That was worse. It was a message. We are here. We are always here. You are not hiding. That night, I lay awake again, the desert air cool through the window screen. The man in the diner meant we were still in the test. But what was the test now? Obedience? Resilience? Or was it something else, like seeing how long we could live under the weight of knowing? A few days later, a package arrived at our cabin. Not by mail. It was just leaning against our front door one morning. A plain brown cardboard box, no address, no postage. My wife brought it inside, her hands shaking. We put it on the rickety kitchen table and stared at it. Our daughter wanted to open it, thinking it was a present. We sent her to her room to play. With a knife, I slit the tape. Inside, packed in foam peanuts, were 3 things. The first was a photograph. A recent photograph. It showed our daughter, from across the street, playing with her jackrabbit friend in our own dusty yard. It had been taken yesterday. The second was a key. A modern, electronic key fob for a car. The third was another sheet of white paper. The instructions were different this time. You have demonstrated resourcefulness. The next phase is voluntary. The key is to a vehicle parked at the coordinates provided below. In it, you will find further information. This phase offers compensation an order of magnitude greater than your previous earnings. Participation is a choice. Your current status remains unaffected should you decline. There were a set of map coordinates, about 50 miles out into the desert. My wife looked at the photo of our daughter, then at me. "No," she said, her voice flat and final. "Absolutely not. It's a trap. It's always a trap." I agreed with her. It was a trap, but it was a trap that called itself voluntary. It was a test within a test. Were we obedient little mice who would run the maze forever? Or were we broken enough to say no? The word voluntary was the hook. It dangled the illusion of control. If we said no, would they leave us alone in our dusty cabin, washing dishes forever, always waiting for the next sign? Or would they simply apply more pressure? The photograph of our daughter was the pressure. I didn't know what to do. So for the first time, I rebelled in a small, quiet way. I didn't follow the coordinates. I didn't touch the key. I took the box, the photo, the key, the instructions, and I drove out into the desert in the opposite direction. I found a deep, dry wash, a crack in the earth, and I threw it all in. I poured gasoline from a jerry can I kept in the station wagon and lit it on fire. I watched the photo of my daughter's happy face curl and blacken. I watched the plastic key fob melt. I stood there in the heat until it was all ashes. Then I drove home. I told my wife what I had done. She looked at me with a new kind of fear, the fear of provoked uncertainty. "What will they do?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said, and I meant it. We waited. A week passed. 2. The desert was quiet. No more men in diners. No more packages. My dishwashing job continued. My wife got a part-time job at a thrift store. Our daughter started drawing pictures of our cabin with a big yellow sun. The constant screaming alertness in my nerves began to fade, replaced by a weary, watchful calm. Maybe burning the offer had been the right answer. Maybe voluntary meant they only wanted people who were still curious, still greedy, still willing to play. Maybe by refusing, by destroying their property, we had finally flunked out. The thought was a strange, fragile comfort. One evening, I was taking the trash out to the rusty drum behind our cabin. The sun was setting, painting the sky in violent oranges and purples. As I lifted the lid, I saw something glint among our food scraps and coffee grounds. It was metal. I reached in and pulled it out. It was the key fob, the one I had melted and burned in the desert wash. It was clean, undamaged, and cool to the touch. The little red LED light on it blinked once, slowly, like a winking eye. It was impossible. I had held it as it melted. I had seen it bubble and distort. This was the same key, or a perfect copy. It was in my trash can. They had been inside our little yard, our last sanctuary, and placed it here. Not as a threat, as a reminder. A statement. Burning, hiding, running, none of it mattered. They could put anything anywhere they wanted. The game wasn't over because we couldn't end it. Only they could. I pocketed the key, my heart a cold, still thing in my chest. I went inside. My wife was helping our daughter with a bath. The sounds of splashing and giggles drifted down the hall. I walked to the kitchen cupboard, moved the pots, and took out the backpack of money. I carried it outside, to the old, dented barbecue grill that came with the cabin. I opened the lid, stuffed the backpack inside, doused it with the rest of the gasoline, and lit it. This time, I didn't watch it burn for answers. I watched it burn because it was the only thing left to do. The flames ate the cash, turning our blood money to black flakes that floated up into the darkening desert sky. I stood there until the grill was just a pile of warm ash and melted nylon. I went back inside. The bathroom was quiet now. I walked down the hall. My wife was in our daughter's room, tucking her into bed. She was reading her a story. I stood in the doorway watching them. The scene was so normal, so perfect, it made my chest ache. My wife finished the story, kissed our daughter's forehead, and turned out the light. She came out, closing the door partway, and saw my face. "What is it?" she asked. I didn't tell her about the key in my pocket. I just took her hand and led her to the living room. We sat on the old couch. "We can't keep running," I said, my voice low. "We can't keep waiting for the next sign. It's killing us." "What's the alternative?" she asked, exhaustion etched into every word. I thought about the coordinates in the desert, the voluntary phase, the promise of larger compensation. It was all a lure into a deeper maze. But what if the only way out of a maze was to go to its center? The idea formed, cold and clear and terrifying. "We find out what they want," I said. "Not as victims, not as test subjects. We go to them. We ask. She stared at me like I'd gone mad. That's what they want. They want you to take that key and drive out into the desert. Maybe, I said, but on my terms. Not because I'm scared. Because I'm choosing to. Because I'm tired of being chased. I want to see the face of the thing that's been hunting us. It was a reckless, stupid plan. It was probably exactly what they had been steering me toward all along. But it felt like the only move left on the board that wasn't just waiting to be captured. We argued in whispers long into the night. She cried. I held her. In the end, she understood. The fear of the unknown was now worse than the fear of a known enemy. The next morning, I took the key from my pocket. I told my wife that if I wasn't back by nightfall, she was to take our daughter, get in the station wagon, and drive to the nearest FBI office and tell them everything, no matter how crazy it sounded. She made me repeat the plan back to her 3 times, her eyes fierce with tears. I kissed my daughter goodbye, hugging her a little too long, breathing in the smell of her shampoo. Then I got into the station wagon, the key fob cold in my hand. I entered the coordinates from the burned instructions into a cheap GPS unit I'd bought with my dishwashing cash. I drove out of town, onto a dirt road, and then onto no road at all, just following the arrow into the vast, empty desert. The cabin shrank behind me, a tiny speck of a life we'd tried to build. I was driving toward the thing that had taken everything from us. I didn't know if I was going to get answers, or if I was just delivering myself to the next stage of the game. But for the first time since I'd looked up at that impossible shape in the pine tree, I felt a flicker of something other than fear. It was a grim, determined curiosity. I wanted to know the rules. I wanted to meet the players. The desert stretched out, hot and indifferent, and I drove into the heart of it, ready for the game to finally reveal its true name. The desert swallowed the station wagon whole. The GPS arrow pointed into a vast, flat basin of cracked earth and scrub, where the only road was the one my tires made. The heat shimmered off the ground, making distant mountains look like they were melting. I drove for an hour, the coordinates ticking down, my mouth dry as the dust coating the windshield. I wasn't scared in the way I had been in the woods. That was a sharp, animal terror. This was a cold, heavy dread, a certainty that I was driving toward an ending, one way or another. The GPS beeped. Arrival. I stopped the car. There was nothing. Just more desert. No building, no vehicle, no sign. Had it been another trick? A final joke? I got out, the sun hammering on my head. The air was so dry it felt like it was pulling the moisture from my eyes. I turned in a slow circle. Nothing. Then I saw it. Not on the ground. On the horizon. A tiny dark speck low in the sky. It was moving, growing larger. A helicopter. It came in fast and low, a sleek, black machine with no markings. It didn't land. It hovered about 50 yards away, kicking up a furious storm of sand and grit. I shielded my face. A door slid open on its side. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the dark interior. It wasn't a copy. It was just a man in dark pants and a simple shirt. He held up a hand, not a wave, but a signal to wait. Then he threw something out, a small black object that hit the sand and bounced. The helicopter didn't wait. It pivoted, its nose dipping, and shot away across the desert, the sound of its blades fading until there was just the wind and the ringing in my ears. I walked over to where the object had landed. It was another key fob, identical to the first, attached to a short, stainless steel rod with a pointed tip. Stuck to the fob was a sticky note with numbers on it. GPS coordinates, again. But these were different, and below them, a time, 17:00. It was just afternoon. I had 5 hours. The new coordinates were about 100 miles to the north, near the base of those distant mountains. This was the next step, a time test. I got back in the car, my heart thudding with a weird mix of disappointment and relief. I hadn't met the mastermind. I'd gotten a new set of instructions from a delivery guy in a helicopter. I was still in the maze. I drove, pushing the old station wagon as fast as it would go on the rough ground. Aiming for a paved road I could see snaking along the edge of the basin. I reached it and turned north, the mountains growing slowly larger. The landscape changed from flat desert to rocky foothills dotted with juniper trees. The coordinates led me off the highway again, up a winding, poorly maintained gravel road that climbed into the hills. The air grew cooler. I checked the clock. 4:48 p.m. I was cutting it close. The road ended at a chain-link fence. A gate was padlocked shut. Beyond it, I could see the remains of a place. Concrete foundations, a few rusted pipes sticking out of the ground, the broken shell of a single-story building. An old mining site or a failed government project. The coordinates zeroed out right here. This was the place. 1700 hours. I looked at the key fob with the rod. The rod wasn't a key. It was a probe, an antenna. I got out, the fob in my hand. The place had a lonely, forgotten feeling. The wind whistled through the broken windows of the building. I walked to the gate. The padlock was new, shiny against the rusted chain. I looked at the fob. There was a single button on it. I pressed it. Nothing happened. I looked at the pointed rod. An idea formed. I pushed the rod into the sandy soil at the base of the gate post. It slid in easily. I pressed the button again. This time, a green light on the fob flashed once. From inside the fence, near the ruined building, I heard a mechanical clunk, a sound utterly out of place. Not a desert sound, a heavy metallic thud. The gate's padlock didn't open. Instead, a section of the ground about 20 feet inside the fence, a patch of dirt and weeds, began to sink. It dropped down about a foot, then slid sideways, revealing a concrete ramp leading underground. A hidden entrance. My mouth went dry. This was it. The voluntary phase. I was supposed to go down there. I looked at my watch. 4:56. I had 4 minutes until the appointed time. I could still run. I could get back in the car and drive away, back to my family, and we could try to run again forever. But the helicopter had found me in the middle of nowhere. They had put a key in my trash can. They had a man in a diner. Running was just a slower way of losing. I walked to the open ramp. It was steep, lit by dull amber lights set into the concrete walls. The air that wafted up was cool and smelled of ozone and concrete dust. I started down. The ramp turned, going deeper. The sound of the wind vanished, replaced by a low, steady hum of machinery. At the bottom was a heavy metal door, like a bank vault door but smooth and featureless. As I approached, a slot opened in the wall to my right with a soft hiss. Inside the slot was a small touchscreen. A message glowed on it. Place hand. It wasn't a request. It was a command. I hesitated. This felt like a point of no return. But I'd passed that point miles ago. I placed my right palm flat on the screen. It was cool. A light scanned across my hand, blue and precise. The screen flashed green. The massive door emitted a series of clunks and then slid sideways into the wall, disappearing smoothly. The space revealed was not a cave or a bunker. It looked like the lobby of a very clean, very empty office. The floors were polished concrete. The walls were white. Soft, ambient light came from strips in the ceiling. The room was empty, except for a single chair in the center. On the chair sat a headset, the kind with ear cups and a microphone boom. I walked in. The door slid shut behind me with a final, solid sound. I was sealed in. I picked up the headset. It was light, professional. I put it on. The ear cups were noise-canceling. The outside world vanished, replaced by a faint electronic hum. A voice spoke in my ears. It was the same calm, male voice from the payphone in the walkie. "Welcome. Please be seated." I sat in the chair. It was the only thing to sit on. "You have chosen to engage. This demonstrates a desirable operational flexibility. The entity you encountered in the forest was a prototype, a field test of perceptual infiltration and psychological leverage. You were not its target. You were its environment, its proving ground." I listened, my mind reeling. A prototype? A field test? We were just collateral damage? Lab rats in an experiment we didn't know was happening? The money was not payment. It was a metric. We observed your attempts to launder it, to hide it, to destroy it. Your eventual decision to burn the asset was noted. It indicated a prioritization of security over greed, a useful trait. The voice was discussing me like a report card. The voluntary phase is an invitation to transition from subject to asset. The work is complex. The compensation is substantial. The risks are existential. You have proven resilient under simulated exotic stress. Your family unit has proven cohesive under prolonged, abstract threat. These are rare data points. What do you want me to do? I said aloud, my voice sounding strange and small in the sterile room. For now, nothing. This is a briefing, an offer. You will leave this facility. You will return to your life. You will have 72 hours to consider. After that time, you will receive a final communication. You will answer yes or no. A yes means induction, training, and a new life with full knowledge and significant resources. A no means the experiment concludes. You and your family will be left alone. The observation will cease. You will be retired from the study. Your memories will not be altered, but your involvement will be permanently terminated. Left alone. The words were like water in the desert. But could I believe them? How do I know you'll keep your word? I asked. You don't, the voice said, utterly without malice. That is part of the evaluation. The acceptance of uncertainty. The ability to function without definitive closure. Consider the offer. The door will open shortly. Follow the lighted path back to the surface. Do not deviate. The headset went dead. I took it off. A moment later, the vault door slid open again. The ramp outside was now lit with a line of soft blue LED lights along the floor, showing the way out. I stood up, my legs weak. I walked out up the ramp. The door closed behind me. The section of ground slid back into place with a gritty rumble, hiding the entrance perfectly. It was just a patch of dirt again. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows. I was back in the real world, but I felt like I'd left a piece of myself underground. I drove back to the cabin in a daze. The desert night was black and full of stars by the time I got close to home. I saw the warm yellow light of our windows from down the road, a tiny beacon in the immense dark. My wife must have been watching, because she ran out the door as I pulled up. She threw her arms around me, burying her face in my shoulder. You're alive, she whispered over and over. Inside, our daughter was already asleep. We sat at the kitchen table, and I told her everything. The helicopter, the underground room, the voice, the offer. She listened, her face growing more and more still. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. So if we say no, she said finally, they go away. For real. That's what they say. And if you say yes, I become one of them. Someone who does whatever they do. Tests prototypes on innocent people in the woods. Delivers packages. Learns the rules. We get money, security, but I become part of the machine that hunted us. She reached across the table and took my hands. They were cold. There's no choice, she said, her voice firm. We say no. We take our chance on being left alone. We can't live with you being a part of that. We'd always know. I nodded. It was what I felt, too. The idea of joining them, of understanding the horror, was somehow more repulsive than fearing it. I wanted it gone, not explained. We had 72 hours. We spent them in a strange limbo. We didn't talk about it much. We played with our daughter. We cooked meals. We tried to act like a normal family, but the clock was ticking in the back of our minds. I found myself looking at my wife and child, memorizing the lines of their faces, the sounds of their laughs, as if I might have to give them up. The morning of the third day, the communication came. Not a walkie, not a phone. A small, white card, like a business card, was sitting on our front porch. It had no words, just a phone number printed in simple black type. This was it, the final answer. I looked at my wife. She nodded, her eyes full of a scared hope. I took the card inside. We stood by the kitchen phone, an old rotary model that came with the cabin. I dialed the number. It rang once. The calm male voice answered. Your decision? No, I said, the word clear and strong. We decline. We want to be left alone. There was a pause on the line. Not a long one. Just a beat. Acknowledged, the voice said. The observation is terminated. You will experience no further contact. Your lives are your own. We appreciate your participation. The line went dead. I held the receiver for a moment, listening to the dial tone. That was it. It was over. Just like that. We stood there, holding each other, waiting to feel something, relief, joy, victory. But all we felt was a vast, hollow uncertainty. Was it true? Could we just go back to living? The days that followed were quiet. No symbols appeared. No men in diners. No helicopters. The desert was just the desert. I kept my dishwashing job. My wife worked at the thrift store. Our daughter played. We started to make friends with a couple down the road. The weight began slowly to lift. We started to believe it. Months passed. We used some saved money to buy a beat-up pickup truck. We painted our daughter's room a cheerful yellow. We planted a real garden. The horror of the woods, the chase, the briefcase, the underground room. It all began to feel like a bad dream, a story from another life. One evening, I was putting new shelves in the kitchen. I needed a specific drill bit. I remembered an old toolbox left behind by the previous tenant, stored in the crawlspace under the cabin. I lifted the hatch and climbed down into the dusty, dark space with a flashlight. I found the toolbox, a rusty metal case. As I lifted it, my flashlight beam caught something else, shoved into a far corner behind a support post. It was a duffel bag, a faded green duffel bag. My breath stopped. It was the bag from the bus depot. The one I'd left in the motel parking lot a lifetime ago. It was here, under our home. It had been here the whole time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. Its presence was the message. They had never terminated the observation. They had just moved it closer. They had been here, in our home, before we even arrived. They had placed the bag here like a seed, knowing I would find it eventually. The offer had been a test, too. Saying no was just another data point. We were not retired. We were a long-term study. I climbed out of the crawl space, my hands empty, leaving the bag where it lay. I didn't tell my wife. I finished putting up the shelves. I made dinner. I laughed at our daughter's jokes. That night, as I lay beside my sleeping wife, staring at the ceiling, I understood the final, terrible rule of the game. It never ends. You just get better at playing it. And the only way to win is to pretend, every single day, that you believe you already have. I closed my eyes, and for the first time, I didn't dream of trees or deserts or voices. I dreamed of a quiet kitchen and a green duffel bag sitting under the floorboards, waiting patiently for me to finally understand. I did not pull the green duffel bag from under the cabin. I left it there in the dark, a sleeping fact under our floorboards. Telling my wife would have been the right thing, the honest thing, but I couldn't do it. I had seen the light come back into her eyes over these quiet months. I had heard real laughter in her throat, not the tight, fearful kind. Telling her would have been like pouring poison into a clear well. So I carried the knowledge alone, a secret weight that made every peaceful moment feel like a beautiful, fragile lie. I became an actor in my own life. I played the part of a man who believed he was free. I was extra cheerful at breakfast. I planned a trip to the county fair. I talked about maybe getting a dog. She would smile a real smile and agree, and the joy on her face was worth the churning in my gut. The duffel bag was a question I refused to ask. What was in it? More money? A weapon? A tracker? Proof of something worse? It didn't matter. Its purpose was not its contents, but its existence. It was a tap on the shoulder from the dark, a reminder that the audience was still out there, watching the play. I thought about digging it up in the dead of night and driving it out to the middle of nowhere and burning it. But that would be a reaction. That would be playing the game. The only move I had left was to ignore it, to pretend I had never seen it, to will myself into the reality we so desperately needed. It worked for a while. Seasons changed. The desert bloomed briefly after a rare rain, painting the brown hills with specks of color. Our daughter started calling the cabin home. My wife got a promotion at the thrift store to assistant manager. The ordinary world was stitching itself back together over the wound. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon so normal it felt scripted, the man from the bus depot, the one in the coveralls, came into the diner where I washed dishes. He didn't sit at the counter this time. He walked right past the servers, pushed through the swinging doors into the steamy, noisy kitchen, and stood there, looking at me. The other guys on the line stopped, their spatulas hovering. The boss, a big guy named Ray, frowned. "Can I help you, pal?" "Employees only." The man ignored him. His eyes were on me. He didn't look angry or threatening. He looked like a technician here to check a meter. He held up a single finger, a simple gesture. 1 minute. Then he turned and walked back out. My boss and the other cooks stared at me. "Friend of yours?" Ray asked, his tone suspicious. "No," I said, my voice rough. "No, he's not." I took off my apron, my heart a cold lump. "I need 5 minutes, Ray." "I'm sorry." I didn't wait for an answer. I followed the man out. He was standing by a plain, gray sedan parked at the edge of the lot. He leaned against it, waiting. I walked up to him, the asphalt hot under my thin kitchen shoes. "You said no contact," I said, my voice low and tight. "The observation was terminated." "It was," the man said. His voice was ordinary, a little raspy. Not the calm voice from the headset. This was a working man. "This is an observation. This is a courtesy." He reached into the car's open window and pulled out a familiar object. The black, industrial walkie-talkie. He held it out to me. I didn't take it. "What's the courtesy?" I asked. "A heads up. The project you were involved with, the forest prototype, it's been decommissioned. The data's been analyzed. The files are being archived. That means all associated assets are being reviewed, including you, your family." The word assets made my skin crawl. Reviewed for what? For continued value. For risk assessment. The offer you declined placed you in a neutral category. But archive reviews, sometimes they reclassify. Sometimes they decide long-term subjects are a liability. He said it like he was talking about cleaning out a storage locker. What does that mean? It means someone somewhere might decide that a clean break is tidier than an open file. They might decide to close the file permanently. He wasn't threatening me. He was explaining the weather. A bureaucratic chill settled in my bones. They weren't monsters in the trees. They were men in offices who saw us as a line item, a file to be closed. Why tell me? I asked. He shrugged a shoulder. I don't like archive reviews. They get messy. I was the field operative on your tail for a while. You're a resilient guy. You love your family. You just wanted to be left alone. I get that. Consider this a professional courtesy from one working man to another. You have a window. Maybe a week. Maybe less. He tossed the black walkie onto the passenger seat of his car. If you hear that thing crackle, it's not a test. It's a notification. And then you run. You don't stop. You understand? I nodded numb. He got in his car, started it, and drove away, leaving me standing in the diner parking lot in my grease-splattered clothes. I went back inside, my mind screaming. Ray gave me a look but didn't say anything. I finished my shift in a robotic daze. I drove home, the familiar desert road now feeling like a funnel leading to a cage. My wife knew something was wrong the moment I walked in. I couldn't lie to her, not about this. We put our daughter to bed early, and I told her everything, sitting at our kitchen table, the same place where we'd decided to say no. I told her about the duffel bag under the house I had kept secret. She didn't get angry. She just looked tired, so tired. Then I told her about the man, the archive review, the closing of files. Her face went from tired to terrified. They're going to kill us, she whispered. To tidy up, I said, the operative's words tasting like ash. We had run from copies. We had run from commands. How do you run from a filing decision? We couldn't. We were out of tricks, out of desert. We had built our little life on a foundation of sand, and the tide was coming in. That night, we made a plan. It wasn't a good plan. It was the only plan. We would not wait for the walkie to crackle. We would run now, but not like before. We would not just disappear. We would make noise. We would become a different kind of problem. We spent the next 2 days in a flurry of quiet activity. We didn't pack much. We took our important papers, a few photos, some clothes. I went to the local library and used a public computer. I created an email account with a random name. I wrote a detailed email, an account of everything that had happened from the moment my daughter picked up the yellow walkie in the clearing. I described the copies, the voice, the payphone, the underground facility, the offer, the duffel bag under the house, the man in the diner. I named no names because I had none. I described faces, voices, coordinates. I attached a photo I took with the library's computer camera of myself holding my driver's license, proof it was me. I set up an automatic delivery for the email. It was scheduled to be sent in 72 hours to a list of addresses. 3 major newspapers, 2 national TV news networks, and a senator's public inquiry line. The subject line was, "If I am dead or missing, read this." The email was the pin in the grenade. If they closed our file, the story would blow up in their faces. It was a desperate, likely useless act, but it was the only weapon we had left. On the 3rd morning, before the sun was up, we were ready. Our daughter, sleepy and confused, was bundled into the station wagon. We didn't take the pickup. It was too recognizable. I took one last look at our little yellow cabin, the garden we'd planted, the home we'd tried to make. Then I went to the crawlspace hatch. I didn't go down. I took a can of gasoline from the shed, opened it, and poured the entire thing through the hatch opening into the dark space below our home. I threw a match in after it. There was a whump as the fumes ignited. Flames licked up from the opening. I wasn't trying to burn the cabin down. I was burning the green duffel bag and everything in it. I was burning their artifact. Let them find ashes. We drove away, the first glow of the fire flickering in our rearview mirror. We didn't call the fire department. Let it burn. Let it be a signal. We drove east, pushing the old car hard. We had no destination, just direction away. We were 100 miles gone by mid-morning, the desert giving way to rolling grasslands. We were running on fumes and fear, and a tiny, desperate hope that our email threat would be enough of a thorn to make closing the file more trouble than it was worth. We stopped for gas at a lonely station in the middle of nowhere. I was pumping, my wife was inside getting snacks, our daughter was singing to herself in the back seat. That's when I saw the gray sedan. It pulled in on the other side of the pumps. The same operative got out. He didn't look at me. He started pumping gas into his own car. My blood turned to ice. He had found us. Already. He finished pumping, replaced the nozzle, and then, instead of getting in his car, he walked over to me. He stopped a few feet away, looking out at the empty highway. "The fire was a nice touch," he said quietly, not looking at me. "Dramatic. It'll confuse the local report." I didn't say anything. My hand was on the gas nozzle, my knuckles white. "The archive review moved up," he said. "Decisions were made last night." He finally looked at me. His eyes were not unkind. They were resigned. "The email you set up at the library, the dead man's switch. They found it. They scrubbed it. It never sends." The last bit of hope drained out of me, leaving a hollow, cold space. "So that's it," I whispered. He shook his head, a tiny motion. "Like I said, I don't like messy. And you're not an asset. You're not a liability. You're a man who loves his family. That's a rare thing in my line of work. It should count for something." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a set of keys. He tossed them to me. I caught them reflexively. They were car keys attached to a fob for a minivan. "Blue Honda Odyssey, parked around the back of the service bay," he said, nodding toward the station building. "Registration and insurance in the glove box are clean, untraceable back to you. There's a box in the back with cash, passports, and new social security cards. Not perfect, but good enough. The photos are close." I stared at the keys in my hand, not understanding. "What is this?" "This is me closing the file my way," he said. "You take that van. You drive. You change your names. You live small. You never, ever look back. You never tell this story again, not even to each other. You forget the woods, the desert, all of it. You become the people in those passports." He met my eyes, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something human. Pity, maybe, or respect. "They'll think you burned in the cabin fire. The file will be marked terminated, asset destroyed. It's the cleanest end you're ever going to get." He turned and walked back to his gray sedan. He got in, started it, and drove away, turning west, back the way we had come. I stood there, the strange keys biting into my palm. My wife came out of the station, a bag of chips in her hand. She saw my face. "What happened?" I showed her the keys. I told her, my words tumbling out in a rush. We walked around back. There was the blue minivan, anonymous and perfect. We transferred our few things from the station wagon. In the back was a plain cardboard box. Inside, everything he'd said was there. Money, passports with our pictures but different names, birth certificates, a deed to a small, paid-off house in a town in Maine we'd never heard of. It was a full, new life in a box. We looked at each other. We had no choice. We had to believe it. We put our daughter in the new van. I got behind the wheel. It smelled like cleaner and new carpet. I started the engine. It purred. We pulled out of the gas station and onto the highway, heading east, toward a new name and a cold climate. We drove for days, barely speaking, taking turns at the wheel, watching the world change outside the windows. We followed the paperwork to the town in Maine. The house was real, a small, weathered cape on a wooded lot. It was quiet. It was ours. We moved in. We became the people in the passports. I got a job as a night watchman at a lumber mill. My wife works at a library. Our daughter goes to a small school. We are quiet. We are polite. We are nobody. We never speak of what happened. Sometimes, in the deep of a Maine night, when the wind sounds like it's moving through pine trees, I'll wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, listening for a crackle that never comes. My wife will reach for my hand in the dark, and we'll lie there, holding on, waiting for the fear to pass. It always does. The morning comes with its ordinary light and ordinary sounds. We make breakfast. We pack lunches. We live our small, careful life. The past is a locked box we threw into a deep, deep lake. We are safe. We are together. We are free. At least, that's the story we tell ourselves. And most days, we almost believe it. Story number 3. My name is Frank, and I'm the guy you call when a mysterious old crate shows up at the museum where I work. I'm the one who unpacks history, who figures out what's valuable and what's just old junk. And let me tell you, the day the Harrow parlor set arrived was a day I will never forget. It started like any other delivery, with the rumble of a truck and the grunts of the movers. But the moment they wheeled that big wooden box into our receiving area, the air changed. It got this feeling, like the quiet right before a thunderstorm. My boss, a woman who usually only gets excited about budget reports, was practically buzzing, patting the crate like it was a winning racehorse. We'd been trying to get this collection for years, a full set of furniture and knickknacks from a famous old family who met a very bad end a long time ago. Everyone was talking about the silver letter opener. the one the newspapers whispered was the murder weapon. But for me, the thrill was in the whole story, in touching the pieces of a real-life mystery. I got my tools ready, my gloves, my clipboard, my camera, and I started prying open the crate. The wood creaked and the smell hit me first. Every collection has a smell. Dust, mothballs, sometimes a hint of perfume. This one was different. It smelled like dried lavender, like the sharp tang of firecrackers after they go off, and underneath it all, a weird coppery smell like holding a handful of old pennies. It was not a pleasant smell. It was a remembering smell. My boss chattered away about display cases and press releases while I carefully pulled out the pieces, wrapped in brittle old paper. A velvet footstool, a pair of tarnished candlesticks, a small clock stopped forever at midnight. I wrote everything down, my pen scratching in the quiet room. Then I got to the last item, nestled in its own little compartment. It wasn't the fancy letter opener. It was a Ouija board. Just a simple wooden board made of walnut with the alphabet painted on in faded black, a moon and sun in the corners, and that little heart-shaped pointer they call a planchette. It looked so ordinary, so much like the toy version I had as a kid, that I almost laughed. But I didn't, because when I put my white gloves on and lifted it out, the planchette, which was just sitting in the center, felt freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but deep down, bone-aching cold, like it had been sitting in a snowbank. The wood of the board itself was room temperature, but that little pointer was an ice cube. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to my boss. She tapped it with a finger and shrugged. "It's cold." "So what?" "This whole dock is drafty. Probably just the type of wood." But I knew it wasn't. I've handled hundreds of wooden objects, and none of them ever felt like that. It was a wrong feeling. I put it aside on my work table and finished unpacking the famous letter opener. It was sharp and beautiful and sinister, but it felt normal, just heavy metal. For the rest of the afternoon, I focused on my job. I took pictures of each item for our records, my camera clicking in the empty stillness of the after-hours archives. I wrote detailed notes. Harrow parlor set, circa 1890s. Oak and velvet, signs of wear consistent with age. Normal, boring archivist work. But my eyes kept drifting back to that Ouija board sitting alone under the bright work light. It looked so innocent. It felt like it was watching me. Once everything was logged, I started setting up the permanent display case in our Gilded Age Tragedies wing. The case was a big glass box where visitors could see everything arranged nicely. I placed the footstool, the candlesticks, the stopped clock. I positioned the letter opener on a stand of its own, its sharp point gleaming under the LED lights. Finally, with a strange reluctance, I picked up the Ouija board. That cold planchette was still nestled in the center. I quickly placed the whole board on a velvet stand at the back of the display, wanting to be done with it. As I leaned in to adjust the angle, I saw my own reflection in the glass. I looked tired, my hair messy from a long day. But for just a flicker of a second, something was off. In the reflection, it looked like my hand wasn't outside the case adjusting it, but inside the case, and it was resting right on top of that planchette. I jumped back, my heart giving a solid thump against my chest. I blinked and looked again. It was just my normal reflection, my hands clearly outside the glass. I shook my head, blaming tired eyes and a long day. I finished up, locked the case, and walked back to my desk, the click of my shoes on the polished floor too loud in the empty hallways. I had to finish the computer catalog entries. The museum was silent, just the hum of the servers in the next room. I uploaded the photos from my camera to the database. I opened the folder, and my blood went still. The pictures of the footstool were fine. The pictures of the clock were perfect. The pictures of the letter opener were crystal clear. But every single photo of the Ouija board was messed up. The board itself was in focus, the wood grain sharp, but the planchette was a total blur. In one photo, it was a smudge over the letter. In another, a fuzzy streak near goodbye. It looked like it had been vibrating or moving during the split second the camera's shutter was open. But that was impossible. It had sat perfectly still on my table. There was no draft strong enough to move it. No one had touched it. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I told myself it was a technical glitch. Maybe the camera's sensor was failing. Maybe the focus was messed up. A sensible, logical explanation. Not wanting to have blurry photos in the official record, I highlighted all the bad pictures and deleted them. The click of the mouse sounded final. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back to typing the display placard descriptions. The words started swimming on the screen. The long day and the late hour caught up with me. I must have put my head down on my arms for just a minute, lulled by the hum of the computers. A sudden jerk woke me up. My neck was stiff. The digital clock on my computer screen glowed in the dark room. 2:14 a.m. I had fallen asleep at my desk. I groaned, rubbing my face, and reached to turn off my desk lamp. The light fell on my notepad, the one where I'd been scribbling my official notes earlier. My neat, printed handwriting filled the page. But there, in the bottom margin, was something else. Scrawled in a frantic, rushing script, pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper, were 3 words: "Ask about the maid." I stared. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I could see my own familiar loops and slants. But I had no memory of writing it. None. I didn't know anything about a maid. The Harrow family had servants, of course, but no specific maid was mentioned in any of the paperwork I'd read. It felt like a message from a dream, a thought that had bubbled up from somewhere deep and desperate. It creeped me out, but I was also exhausted. "You're losing it, Frank," I muttered to the empty room. I circled the words with my pen, thinking I'd ask the research librarian about it in the morning, and then I shoved the notepad into my desk drawer, wanting it out of sight. I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the night. The walk to my car in the empty parking lot felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. I drove home in a quiet daze, the streetlights washing over my dashboard in regular, orange waves. I went through my normal routine, locked the door, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed, hoping sleep would reset my brain. That's when the real dream came. It wasn't a nightmare of blood or screams. It was eerily calm. I was in a grand, beautiful parlor, much fancier than the one we'd recreated at the museum. The air was warm and smelled of cigar smoke and roses. People in elegant old-fashioned clothes laughed and talked, but their voices were muffled, like I was hearing them from underwater. I wasn't me. I was someone else, shorter, dressed in a stiff, plain uniform. My arms ached, and when I looked down, I was holding a heavy silver tray laden with crystal glasses, my fingers straining under the weight. I wasn't part of the party. I was just moving through it, invisible, a silent observer carrying a burden. I woke up suddenly, gasping, the first gray light of dawn coming through my window. My right arm, the one that had been under my pillow, was throbbing with a deep, dull ache, as if I really had been holding something heavy for a long time. I lay there, perfectly still, the feeling of that silver tray imprinted on my muscles, the buzz of that phantom party still ringing in my ears. The dream felt more real than the room around me, and with a certainty that settled into my bones like that strange cold from the planchette, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, but it wasn't mine. The week after the dream was a weird one, where I jumped at every little sound and found myself staring at the display case from across the room for way too long. The note about the maid was still in my desk drawer, a secret piece of craziness I didn't want anyone to see, so I tried to forget it and just do my job. But the museum itself seemed to be in on the joke. Security systems, see, are built to keep things out. We have motion sensors, cameras, the whole deal to protect the stuff inside from people getting in. It never once occurred to me to wonder what we might be locking in there with us all day. That thought came later, courtesy of the night guard. He was an older guy, a retired police officer, who had seen just about everything and believed in exactly none of it. He was all about facts, logs, and procedures. He wasn't a friend, really, but we were friendly, sharing a nod and a comment about the weather during shift changes. A few mornings after I'd woken up with that sore arm, he caught me as I was coming in, his usual steady expression replaced by a tight, focused look I recognized from his cop days. It was the look of a man who had seen a fact he couldn't explain. He didn't say hello. He just held up his logbook, a thick binder with times and codes written in neat block letters. "You got a second?" he asked, his voice low. He led me over to the security monitor desk, out of earshot of the other early staff. "Take a look at this," he said, pointing a thick finger at 3 entries, each a day apart. Each one read, 3:07 a.m., motion trigger, Gallery 7B, Harrow exhibit. Video review, signal interruption. Gallery secure upon visual check. He looked at me, his eyes serious. Signal interruption means the feed goes to static for exactly 3 seconds. Every time. Then it comes back, and the room is empty. Nothing on camera. But the motion sensor, that's a different system. It says something moved. I felt that coppery taste from the crate smell come back into my mouth. A glitch? I suggested, my voice sounding thin. Maybe a wiring thing? A mouse? He shook his head slowly. The sensor is on the ceiling. A mouse doesn't jump that high. The wiring for that camera was brand new 6 months ago. I checked it myself yesterday. It's perfect. He leaned closer, and I could smell his coffee breath. I don't believe in ghosts, he said, the words deliberate. I believe in facts. The fact is, something in that room is moving at 3:07 in the morning, and the cameras don't want to see it. That statement from him rocked me more than any blurry photo ever could. He was the most solid, unshakable person I knew. If he was worried, then there was something real to worry about. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything, a silent agreement passing between us. He didn't want to report a haunting and look like a fool to his former cop buddies. I didn't want my prized exhibit, my professional baby, to get a reputation for being weird or worse, to be shut down for an investigation. So we made a pact without saying a word. We would keep it between us. He would keep watching the logs. I would. I didn't know what I would do. I decided to follow the only clue I had, the one my own sleeping hand had written. On my lunch break, I went down into the deep archives, the part of the basement where we kept the unprocessed files, the boxes of stuff that hadn't been digitized yet. It was cooler down there, and the air was still. I found the section for the Harrow estate and started digging through boxes of old bills and correspondence. It was tedious work, my eyes straining in the low light. Then, in a folder of household payroll records, I found it. A single-line entry, dated a month before the famous murders. Elsie, housemaid, dismissed. Final wages withheld. No reason given. No forwarding address. Just gone. Elsie, the maid. My skin went all prickly. How did I know that? How could I have written that note? I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe I'd skimmed the record weeks ago and forgotten, and my subconscious had dug it up. It was the only sensible explanation, so I clung to it. I photocopied the page and tucked it away, my secret growing. Things seemed to calm down for a couple of days. No more sensor triggers, according to the guard. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was all in our heads. Then came the morning with the letter opener. I was the first one into the Harrow exhibit, turning on the lights with my usual routine. The case looked fine at first glance. The footstool, the clock, the Ouija board in the back. Then my eyes landed on the letter opener. It was on its stand, but it wasn't lying flat like I'd left it. It was propped up, its sharp, pointed tip leaning against the vertical support of the display stand at a perfect 45-degree angle. And it was pointing right at the exhibit entrance, right where I was standing. A jolt of pure electricity went down my spine. That was impossible. The case was locked. I had the only key during the day. I fumbled with my keyring, my hands shaking, and unlocked the case. The air inside smelled faintly of lavender and metal. I reached in, ignoring every preservation rule I knew, and picked up the letter opener. The moment my gloved fingers closed around the cool silver handle, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the edge of the display case. My mouth flooded with a sweet, syrupy taste, like fancy sherry, a taste I hated. I saw a quick flash behind my eyes, a laughing woman's face, a swirl of a dark dress, a feeling of wild anger that wasn't mine. I dropped the letter opener back onto its stand with a clatter that echoed in the empty gallery. I stood there, breathing hard, the taste fading slowly. What was that? Stress? A panic attack? I locked the case again, my professional mind scrambling for an excuse if anyone had seen me. Checking the mount stability, I mumbled to the empty room. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that angled blade pointing at me. I decided to work late, thinking paperwork would drown out the noise in my head. I must have fallen asleep at my desk again, because I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The museum was deep in its nighttime quiet. As I stood up to leave, my desk lamp cast a low circle of light on the floor. And there, in the dust on the dark polished wood, I saw them. Footprints. Faint, but definitely there. One set, from the tread of my own shoes, led from the side of my desk to the closed office door. Another set, slightly overlapped, led back from the door to my desk chair. A perfect little trail. As if I had gotten up, walked to the door, and then walked back while I was asleep. I hadn't heard a thing. I hadn't remembered a thing. I stood frozen, staring at that pathetic loop in the dust. Sleepwalking. That had to be it. The stress, the weird hours. It was a known thing. It explained the note, maybe even the dream. It did not explain the letter opener. But I latched onto the idea like a life preserver. A medical thing. A sane thing. Something I could fix with more sleep and less coffee. I cleaned up the footprints, my heart pounding with a weary, frightened rhythm. I went home, took a sleeping pill from an old prescription, and crashed into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I felt almost normal. The guard gave me a nod, his face neutral. No new entries in the log. The letter opener was lying flat and innocent in its case. I started to believe I had imagined the angle, the taste, the dizziness. I buried myself in work, processing a new donation of antique dolls, anything to stay away from Gallery 7B. At the end of the day, as I was packing up, my boss came by looking concerned. "You look tired," she said. "Everything okay with the Harrow display?" "No more. Chills." She said it like a joke, but her eyes were searching. "Everything's perfect," I said, maybe too quickly. "Just a lot of late nights." She smiled, not quite convinced. "Well, don't burn yourself out. It's a great exhibit. You should be proud." Her words were kind, but they felt like a weight. I was proud, and that's why I couldn't tell her any of this. I couldn't risk it. I was the expert. I couldn't be the guy who got spooked by an old board game and started sleepwalking, so I kept my mouth shut. That night, I decided to be smart. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, and right next to it, I placed my digital voice recorder, the one I used for interviews. I switched it on to record. If I was sleepwalking, maybe I would talk. Maybe I would hear myself get up, and it would prove it was just a weird sleep thing. Then I could see a doctor, get some pills, and be done with it. The thought was comforting. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The sleep was dark and solid, thanks to the pill from the night before. I didn't dream of parlors or trays. I woke up with the sun, feeling more rested than I had in weeks. I almost didn't check the recorder, but I did. I picked it up, pressed stop, and rewound it. I took a deep breath and hit play. The first part was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, the clear sound of me sitting up, the creak of the bed springs, my footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking across the bedroom floor. A pause. Then my own voice, clear as day on the recording, but slurred and thick with sleep, uttering a single sentence I have never, in my waking life, ever thought. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. The recording ended there. I sat on the edge of my bed, the recorder cold in my hand, staring at the blank wall. I had my proof. I was sleepwalking. I was saying strange things. It was a problem with my brain, not with the museum. It was a sane, rational explanation. And yet, as I sat there, a colder, more terrifying realization was dawning. The voice on the recorder was mine, but the words, the secret it spoke, those weren't mine at all. Someone else was using my mouth, and that someone knew things about the Harrow house that weren't in any of the files. The words from the recorder played on a loop in my head all morning, a creepy little song I couldn't turn off. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. I had no idea what it meant. What key? Who was she? The maid. The socialite who owned the letter opener. My rational mind was in full retreat, and the part of me that was just scared was taking over. I went to work feeling like a fraud, smiling at my boss and my colleagues while this secret panic buzzed inside my skull like a trapped wasp. The guard gave me a long look when I came in, but he didn't say anything. The museum felt different that day, less like a place of quiet history, and more like a stage where something was about to happen, and I was the only one who didn't have a script. I tried to lose myself in my work, cataloging those antique dolls, but their glassy stares seemed to follow me. The day dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I thought about going home early, claiming a headache, but something kept me there, a dreadful curiosity. I ate dinner at my desk, the cafeteria sandwich tasting like cardboard, and I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, my phone was screaming on the desk, shattering the quiet of the empty office. The screen glowed with the guard's number. My heart immediately tried to climb out of my throat. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers numb. "Hello." My voice was a croak. His voice was on the other end, tight and low, all business, but with an edge of something I'd never heard from him before, a controlled kind of fear. "You need to come in. Now." "What is it?" "The censors again," I asked, already grabbing my coat. "Worse," he said. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't call anyone. Just come straight to the Victorian wing. Use the staff entrance by the loading dock. I'll be there." The line went dead. The drive to the museum was a blur of streetlights and my own racing thoughts. I parked in the back, my hands slick on the steering wheel. The loading dock door was propped open with a brick, a sliver of ugly yellow light spilling out. He was waiting just inside, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, just jerked his head for me to follow. We moved through the back corridors, our footsteps the only sound in the huge, dark building. The usual night lights were on, casting long, strange shadows from the covered exhibits. When we reached the entrance to the Victorian furniture wing, he stopped and put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. "Brace yourself," he said, his voice a rough whisper. Then he pushed the door open. The wing was bathed in the deep red glow of the emergency exit signs. It made everything look unreal, like a photograph developed in blood. The usual scene was a peaceful tableau of mannequins in period clothes having tea or reading books. Not anymore. The 4 mannequins had been moved. They were now arranged in a tight circle around a central tea table. Their poses were all wrong. They weren't standing genteelly. They were slumped, their postures loose and terrible, like puppets whose strings had been cut. One was sprawled in a wingback chair, its head lolling back. Another was crumpled on the floor near the table leg. A third was leaning against the fireplace mantel, as if it had slid down. And the fourth, the one dressed as a gentleman, was seated at the table, its plastic hand closed around something that glinted red in the exit light. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. My professional mind, the part that was still working, recognized the object in the mannequin's grip. It was the Harrow letter opener. It was here, not in its case in Gallery 7B. It was here, and it was pointed at the chest of the mannequin slumped in the chair. My eyes swept the scene again, and that's when the real horror clicked into place. I knew this arrangement. I had studied the one existing, blurry police photograph of the Harrow parlor after the murders. This was it. This was a perfect, terrible copy. A sound escaped my mouth, something between a gasp and a whimper. The guard was watching me, his expression unreadable. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it up next to the awful scene. On his phone was the scanned image from our archives, the black and white photo of the real tragedy. He moved the phone, comparing. The mannequin in the chair matched the position of the father. The one on the floor matched the younger son. The one by the fireplace was the daughter. And the gentleman at the table with the letter opener was the socialite, the one who had supposedly killed them all before turning the blade on herself. It was a perfect match. Every angle, every limp limb, it was a meticulous recreation. How? I breathed the word, my lungs refusing to work properly. The board, the guard said, his voice flat. He pointed to the center of the tea table. I hadn't seen it at first, my eyes stuck on the letter opener. But there it was, the Ouija board. It sat right in the middle of the table, like the centerpiece of a deranged dinner party. And the planchette, that cold little heart, was resting, perfectly centered on the word goodbye. A wave of dizziness hit me, worse than when I'd touched the letter opener. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was a message, a demonstration, and my handwriting was all over it. Literally. The guard shone his flashlight on the small, elegant placards that usually described the furniture. Someone had written on them in black marker. In my handwriting, neat, curving letters that spelled out not historical facts, but fragments. On the card near the mannequin in the chair, it read, "He heard her arguing on the stairs." On the card by the one on the floor, "He tried to run for the front door." I stared, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. I had no memory of this. None. But the proof was right there, in my own hand. "We have to clean this up," the guard said, his practical cop voice cutting through my panic. "Before the day staff gets here in." He checked his watch. 4 hours. "Clean it up." I echoed, stupidly. This is evidence." "Evidence of what?" He shot back, his eyes hard. "Of a haunting? They'll shut this whole wing down. They'll fire you for vandalism or a psychotic break. They'll think I'm a senile old man who missed an intruder. This stays between us." He was right. The sheer professional shame, the ridicule, the loss of everything I'd worked for. It was a sharper, more immediate fear than the supernatural one. We became conspirators in that moment, bound by this awful secret. We got to work. Moving the mannequins was creepy. They were limp and awkward, their glass eyes staring at nothing. As I lifted the gentleman mannequin to pry the letter opener from its grip, I saw something on the floor. Deep, fresh gouges in the polished wood, right where the base of the mannequin had been. It looked like someone had taken its feet and twisted it violently into that exact position, grinding the base into the floor. The strength that would have taken, it was far beyond mine. I looked at my hands. The guard saw the marks too. He didn't say anything, just shook his head and kept working. We put the furniture back. We took down the defaced placards, putting them in a trash bag to burn later. I picked up the Ouija board. It felt normal, just wood. The planchette was room temperature. I carried it back to Gallery 7, be like a sleepwalker myself. The display case was still locked. I had to use my key. The case was empty where the board should have been. How did it get out? I placed it back on its velvet stand, my hands trembling. I returned the letter opener last, laying it flat on its stand, making sure it wouldn't move. We finished just as the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the high windows. We stood in the now normal-looking Victorian wing, breathing hard, two men who had just buried a secret. What do we do now? I asked, my voice raw. You go home, he said. You call in sick. You say the stress got to you. You say you've been having episodes, sleepwalking. You get ahead of it. It was the only play. So that's what I did. I went home, showered in water so hot it scalded my skin, and then I called my boss. I told her I was having a hard time, that I was having blackouts, sleepwalking, that I needed some time off. I could hear the concern in her voice, and beneath it, the faint hint of doubt. She agreed to a 2-week leave. I was both relieved and utterly terrified. Relieved to be away from the museum. Terrified to be alone with whatever was inside me. I spent the next day in a haze, jumping at every sound in my apartment. I tried to read, to watch TV, but my mind was back in that red-lit room with the slumped mannequins. That night, as I was unpacking my work bag, I found something in the pocket of my jacket. I hadn't worn this jacket to the museum the night before. I had been wearing a different one. I reached in and pulled out a small, curled sliver of wood. It was pale with a dark stain. I held it under the lamp. It was walnut. And the stain wasn't a stain. It was a tiny bit of faded black paint, with the very edge of a curved letter. It was a piece of the Ouija board's frame. A piece that had been shaved off recently. The last thing I remembered was sealing that board in its case. A cold, solid certainty settled in my stomach, heavier than any fear. The sleepwalking, the voice on the recorder, the recreated murder scene. It wasn't just happening at the museum. It had followed me home. The board hadn't left the museum on its own. I had taken it. I had brought a piece of it back with me. And if I could bring a piece of it home in my sleep, what else was I capable of doing without knowing? The 2-week leave stretched ahead of me, not as a respite, but as a sentence. I was now a prisoner in my own apartment, with a cellmate I couldn't see and didn't understand. The mystery of the Harrow house was no longer a historical puzzle. It was a live thing, and it was using me to write its next chapter. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and sat in the middle of my living room, staring at that sliver of walnut wood on the coffee table, wondering what key the maid had taken, and more importantly, what door it was meant to open. The terror of sleepwalking isn't the part where you lose control. It's the moment you come back and find your hands have been busy while you were gone. That first full day of my forced leave, I woke up on the living room floor, my cheek pressed against the cold hardwood, and my whole body ached like I'd been moving furniture. The morning sun was too bright, slicing through the blinds. I pushed myself up, groaning, and then I saw it. My living room wasn't how I left it. The coffee table was pushed to the side. In the center of the open floor, someone had made a little scene. My good steak knife from the kitchen was lying on its side. My expensive silk scarf, a birthday gift I never wore, was arranged in a weird zigzag pattern next to it. All the photo frames from the bookshelf were lined up in a row, but the pictures of my family and friends were gone, taken out and stacked neatly to the side, leaving just empty frames staring like blind eyes. My heart started that familiar, awful pounding. This was smaller than the museum tableau, more intimate, and 1,000 times more invasive. This was in my home. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in my pajamas, feeling cold all over. It was so deliberate, so carefully arranged, but it meant nothing to me. It was like looking at a sentence in a language I couldn't read. My first, ridiculous instinct was to clean it up, to erase the evidence before I had to admit it to myself. But I stopped. The archivist part of my brain, the part that cataloged and documented, kicked in through the fear. This was data. Twisted, terrifying data, but data all the same. I got my phone and took pictures from every angle. I took close-ups of the knife, the scarf, the empty frames. Then, moving like a robot, I put everything away. The knife back in the block. The scarf folded in its drawer. The pictures back in their frames. I made the room normal again, but the feeling of violation wouldn't wash off. I sat at my laptop, the photos uploaded to a folder I labeled research. I stared at them. What was I supposed to do with this? Google, what does a knife and a scarf on the floor mean? Then I had a thought, a crazy professional thought. The museum had software, an internal database that could compare images against our digital archives. It was used to find similar artifacts or identify unknown objects in old photos. I still had remote access. My fingers shook as I logged in. I uploaded one of the clearest photos of my living room tableau. I set the parameters for a general search, my stomach churning. I didn't expect anything. This was a shot in the dark. The little hourglass icon spun for what felt like forever. Then, a single result pinged back. A match. My breath caught. I clicked on it. It was a scan of a very old, yellowed newspaper photograph from 1902. The headline above it read, "Maid found dead in prominent home." The article was brief, just a few lines about a young housemaid discovered in the conservatory of a wealthy family's estate. "No foul play suspected," it said. "A tragic accident, perhaps a fall." But the photograph, it showed the scene. The maid's body was outlined in chalk on a tile floor, and next to the outline, the police had arranged the items found with her. A small paring knife, lying on its side, a patterned neck scarf, tossed near her hand, and on a bench nearby, a series of empty photographic plates, their images presumably developed and taken as evidence. The arrangement was identical to the one on my living room floor. A perfect, terrible match. The room tilted around me. Elsie, the dismissed maid. This was her death scene. Not the Harrow murders, but another death 3 years later in a different house. How? Why? My mind was racing, a torrent of questions. I dug deeper into the database. The record showed this photo was from a donated box of material, a collection of miscellaneous ephemera related to unsolved or curious Gilded Age incidents. I knew that box. Every archivist did. It was a mess, a cardboard banker's box sitting in our backlog storage, full of crumbling papers and odd photos that no one had ever fully processed because it was low priority. I had seen it on a shelf. I had never opened it. I had certainly never cataloged this photo. I drove to the museum. I told myself it was to understand, to find a rational link. I used my key, slipping in through a side entrance, feeling like a thief in my own workplace. The backlog storage was a cavernous room with rows of metal shelves holding hundreds of unprocessed boxes. I found the section, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And there it was, the box. It had a layer of dust on the lid that was undisturbed except for a single, perfect handprint. My handprint. The dust was smudged in the exact shape of my fingers and palm, as if I had placed my hand there to steady myself. But I hadn't. I hadn't been down here in months. With a feeling of dread, I lifted the lid. The smell of old paper and glue wafted out. On top of a pile of loose documents was the original newspaper, brittle and brown. Beneath it was more. A coroner's report, typed on a faint ribbon. It gave a name, Elsie. It listed the cause of death as trauma to the cranium, but noted the position of the body and the items suggested no clear indication of assault. It was ruled an accident. But then, at the very bottom of the box, pressed between sheets of wax paper, was a flower. A small, dried violet, its purple color faded to a ghostly gray. And in the notes of the coroner's report, a line I had missed at first. Clutched in the deceased's right hand, a single fresh violet. A detail that was never in the newspaper article. A detail only someone who had seen the report, or the body, would know. I stood in that cold storage room, the truth crashing down on me with the weight of a physical blow. This wasn't about me being haunted. This wasn't about ghosts replaying their trauma. I was not just a victim. I was a tool. The entity, the presence, whatever it wasn't just scaring me. It was using me. It was using my body to build its displays, to act out these old deaths. And it was using my skills, my access to the archive, as its own personal research library. It made me sleepwalk to the backlog. It made me find this box. It pulled this information into my waking mind through dreams and notes. And then it used my hands to recreate the scene, to make the past visible. I was a living, breathing cataloging system for murder. A curator for a ghost. The thought made me sink onto a nearby stool, my legs unable to hold me. The professional horror of it was almost worse than the fear. My life's work, my talent for finding order in chaos, was being perverted into this. I took the coroner's report and the press flower. I didn't know why. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't completely crazy. I went home, the violet tucked into my notebook. I felt exhausted down to my bones, a deep weariness that was more than just lack of sleep. It was the fatigue of being used. That night, I didn't even try to fight it. I took no pills. I just lay on my couch, the TV on for noise, and let the exhaustion pull me under. The dream came, but it was different. It was a memory that wasn't mine, clearer than before. I was in a small, plain room, a servant's room. I was looking at a handful of coins on a thin mattress. A feeling of desperation, of being cornered. Then the smell of lavender, very strong, and a different feeling, a cold, greedy satisfaction that was absolutely not my own. It was the feeling of someone who had won a nasty game. I woke up gagging, the taste of lavender soaked thick in my mouth. My living room was dark, the TV now showing static. And on the coffee table, where I had left my notebook, a new little tableau had been arranged while I slept. Paper clips linked together in a chain. Pens laid out like railroad tracks. My pill bottles standing in a little group. It was another scene, small and weird. And my laptop, which I had closed, was open and on. The screen showed the museum's image search software, still running. But it wasn't searching our internal archive anymore. The search bar showed it was pinging against a completely different public database. A national registry of unsolved cold cases from the last 50 years. The hourglass was spinning. It was looking for a match to the new arrangement on my table. It was no longer just interested in the Gilded Age. It was moving forward in time. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. The search finished. A single result popped up. A case file from 1974. A Jane Doe, found in a train yard. I didn't click it. I didn't need to. The message was clear. My curator was done with its old collection. It was acquiring new pieces. And I was its only means of acquisition. The 2-week leave wasn't a break. It was a head start, and the race was into a past that was getting closer and closer to the present day with every tick of the clock and every step I took in my sleep. I stopped asking, why me? That was a dead-end street. The only way to keep from screaming was to start asking, what for? I wasn't an archivist with a problem anymore. I was a detective assigned to a case by a phantom, and the first rule was to understand the pattern. So, with a grim kind of focus I usually saved for authenticating a rare document, I started my own secret research project. I bought a big roll of butcher paper and taped it to my living room wall. At the far left, I wrote 1895 Ouija board, then 1898 Harrow murders, then 1902 Maid Elsie. I drew lines connecting them. The board came before the murders. The maid was dismissed before the murders and died years later. This wasn't one ghost. It was a timeline of connected events, and my unseen partner was making me act them out in order. The new development, the Jane Doe from 1974 that my sleepwalking self had looked up, was the next data point. I forced myself to open the case file on my laptop. It was sparse. A woman never identified, found near some railroad tracks in an industrial part of the city that 100 years ago had been the edge of the Harrow family's original land holdings. The connection was thin as a spider's web, but it was there. The entity wasn't jumping randomly. It was following a trail of blood and lost stories that were geographically tied to that original house, moving forward through history like a curator expanding a collection theme. This changed everything. The fear was still there, a cold rock in my gut, but on top of it now was a layer of frantic, professional curiosity. If I could predict the pattern, maybe I could interfere. I called the only person I could trust, the night guard. I went to his small, tidy house, a place that smelled of coffee and gun oil. I laid it all out, the living room scenes, the coroner's report, the violet, the timeline on my wall. I expected him to throw me out. He listened, his face like stone, sipping his coffee. When I finished, he set his mug down with a careful click. I knew it wasn't you, he said finally. That night in the museum, the way you moved when we cleaned up. It wasn't your walk. Your shoulders were different. It was someone else's walk. His belief was a solid thing I could lean on. We became partners. He was my lookout, my failsafe. I told him about the sleepwalking, the recorder. We need evidence of what's really happening, he said. Not just your notes. Proof. So we set up a test. In my apartment, I pointed a cheap webcam at the area where I'd been making the tableaus. I told the guard the login. He could watch from his home computer. That night, I did something else. I printed out a file from the museum archives about a murder from the 1920s, a famous case that was completely solved, a jealous husband who was caught and executed. I left this file open on my desk, right under the lamplight. Then, as an extra precaution, I used a bike lock to chain my ankle to the solid leg of my bed frame. I felt ridiculous, but I needed to know. If I was sleepwalking, the lock would stop me. If something else was happening, well, I needed to know that too. I fell into a restless sleep, the metal of the lock cold against my skin. I dreamed of filing cards, endless rows of them, and a feeling of immense, impatient boredom. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching as if I'd been straining against something all night. The bike lock was still fastened, untouched. I hadn't moved an inch. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it made me dizzy. It was sleep. It had to be. Then I looked at my desk. The file on the solved murder was gone from where I'd left it. It was now on the floor, next to the wastebasket. The pages were out of order, and across the photograph of the convicted husband, someone had placed a single red archival thread, the kind we use to tie old bundles of letters, in a sharp, deliberate X over his face. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. He didn't do it. The lock hadn't stopped anything, because my body hadn't left the bed. Something else had. I checked the webcam. The footage was 6 hours of a still, empty living room. Nothing. But the file had moved. The guard called me, his voice tense. "The camera didn't see anything in the room," he said. "But pull up the footage again. Look at the wall, near the door to your hallway. Watch the shadows." I did. For most of the night, the shadow of my floor lamp was a long, still streak. But for about 10 minutes, around 3 a.m., that shadow changed. Another shadow fell across it, a taller, thinner silhouette that didn't match anything in my apartment. It moved slowly across the wall, pausing near the desk, then receding. It was there, and then it wasn't. "That's not your shadow," the guard said quietly. "The proportions are wrong. It's too tall." Denial was a luxury I could no longer afford. I started keeping a new journal, not of my feelings, but of the facts. Times, objects moved, phrases spoken or written. I treated it like a chaotic research project assigned by a malicious professor. I began to notice triggers. The episodes were worse, more detailed, after I'd physically handled original documents related to a case. The old police report, the coroner's inquest, touching them was like giving the entity a direct line. It wasn't just reading my mind, it was reading the paper through me, using my hands like scanners. This was a breakthrough. If I stopped handling originals, maybe I could blunt its ability. I focused on the timeline. The gap between 1902 and 1974 was huge. There had to be something in between. I spent days in the public library, away from the museum's archive, looking at microfiche of old local newspapers, searching for any strange deaths, unsolved incidents around the old Harrow properties. I found a few possibilities. A drowning in 1911, a suspicious fire in 1932. But nothing felt exactly right. The entity was specific. It wanted particular scenes. Then, one afternoon, as I was adding the 1974 Jane Doe to my butcher paper timeline, I noticed something my own hand had done. Weeks ago, in a sleepy daze, I had circled 3 dates on a calendar I kept on the wall. The dates of the Harrow murders, the maid's death, and the Jane Doe discovery. And next to the circles, I had drawn 3 small, clumsy violets. The same flower pressed in the archive box. The same flower from the maid's hand. It was a signature, a collector's mark. The entity wasn't just cataloging murders. It was collecting stories about violets. About things hidden, about secrets that bloomed in dark places. The realization made my skin crawl. This was its aesthetic, its theme. I was arranging exhibits for a gallery of violet-strewn tragedies. The timeline on my wall was no longer just a research tool. It was the exhibition schedule. And it was moving forward too fast. The 1974 case was more than 40 years ago. The pattern was accelerating. I needed to slow it down, to break its rhythm. The guard and I came up with a plan. We would create a fake file. I would type up a detailed case, a complete fabrication about a fictional murder from the 1950s, complete with fake police reports and staged photos I'd cobbled together from stock images. We would leave this out, a piece of bait. The hope was the entity would spend its energy cataloging this false story, this empty file, and buy us time to figure out how to stop it for good. It felt like a brilliant, desperate idea. I worked for 2 days on the forgery. My archivist skills turned to deception. I made it convincing. I placed the thick, fake file on my coffee table that night. I didn't chain myself up. I wanted it to take the bait. I went to sleep hoping I had created the perfect distraction. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was up. The apartment was still. The fake file was gone from the table. A surge of triumph went through me. It had worked. It had taken the false lead. Then I walked into my kitchen to make coffee. There, on the small kitchen table, the fake file was open. Every page was shredded into long, thin strips, piled into a neat mound, and stuck into the center of the paper mound, like a flag on a grave, was a single, fresh violet. Its purple was shockingly bright against the white paper. It hadn't been fooled. It was insulted, and it had left a message. My triumph curdled into a deep, primal fear. I backed away from the kitchen table. My eyes went to the big timeline on the living room wall. I had taped a copy of the city map next to it. This morning, on that map, 3 new circles had appeared, drawn in a red marker I didn't own. One circle was around the museum. Another was tightly drawn around my own apartment building. The third was around a nearby neighborhood of big, old, expensive houses, a street known for its wealthy families and high walls. The timeline had a new endpoint. It wasn't in the past anymore. The 3 circles were here, and they were now. The entity had finished its historical research. It was ready to commission an original piece, and it had just circled the studio. We thought we had a plan. After the shredded fake file and the fresh violet, the guard insisted I not stay alone. "You're sleeping at the museum," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "In the security office, with me right there, and every camera on you. Let's see it try something then." It seemed logical, a fortress approach. If my body was the problem, we'd lock it down in the most secure place we knew. That night, I lay on a stiff cot in the little room behind the main security desk, surrounded by the soft glow of a dozen monitor screens showing empty halls and still exhibits. The guard sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes flicking between the live feeds and the one focused on me. "Get some rest," he said. "I've got the watch." The hum of the electronics was a weird lullaby. I felt safer than I had in weeks. I closed my eyes. I remember the feeling of drifting off, thinking this might actually work. I don't remember anything else until I woke up. I wasn't on the cot. I was cold, and the air smelled of dust and something animal, like old fur. I was sitting on a hard floor, my back against a glass case. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the low night lights. I was in the natural history wing, surrounded by taxidermied animals in dramatic poses. A huge bear stood on its hind legs to my left. A fox was frozen mid-pounce ahead of me, and the scene in front of me was not right. The fox was no longer about to catch the ceramic rabbit in the diorama. Someone had moved it. Its teeth were now clamped around the neck of a different animal, a small rabbit from another display. A hawk, usually perched on a high branch, was now on the floor, its talons placed on top of a glass case containing delicate butterflies, as if claiming them. It was a tableau, but not of a peaceful forest. It was a scene of violence, of predation, crude and angry looking. My heart sank into my shoes. I had sleepwalked again, right past the guard, out of a locked room, under all those cameras. I stood up, my joints aching. I needed to get back before he realized I was gone and panicked. As I turned, my jacket felt lumpy. I reached into the pocket, and my fingers closed around something smooth and cold. I pulled it out. It was the planchette from the Ouija board, the little wooden heart. It was here in my pocket. I had taken it, or it had been put there. I shoved it back and hurried through the dark halls, my socks making no sound on the tile. The door to the security office was slightly open. I slipped inside. The guard was slumped in his chair, his head on his chest, snoring softly. His coffee cup was untouched. He was in a deep, unnatural sleep. I lay back down on the cot, pulled the blanket over me, and pretended to be asleep, my mind racing. In the morning, he woke with a start, grumbling about dozing off, which he never did. He checked the monitors, rewound the feed from the office camera. It showed me lying still on the cot. Then the screen erupted into 3 seconds of fizzing static, just like the Harrow exhibit feeds. When the picture returned, I was still on the cot, apparently asleep. It hadn't shown me leave. It hadn't shown me return. It just changed the medium, I said, my voice hollow. We went to the natural history wing together in the cold light of day. The scene was still there, the misplaced animals. The guard didn't say anything at first. He just took out his phone and started searching. After a few minutes, he showed me a news article from 1992. Animal mutilations baffle police. Several small animals had been found dead in a city park, arranged in strange, ritualistic ways. The descriptions matched what we were looking at. The case was never solved, but the article mentioned a suspect, a troubled young man who lived nearby. He was questioned but released. The killings stopped after he moved away. The entity was filling in the timeline. 1974, then 1992. It was working its way toward the present, and it was getting impatient. The animal scene was sloppy rushed. It wasn't the elegant, human drama of the parlor murders. Back in the security office, I took the planchette out of my pocket and set it on the metal desk. We both stared at it. "What now?" the guard asked. As if in answer, the planchette began to move. Neither of us was touching it. It slid smoothly, purposefully, across the polished metal surface. It spelled out letters. S-O-N. It paused. Then F-R-E-S-H. Another pause. Then B-L-O-M. Soon. Fresh. Bloom. The words hung in the air between us. The guard, the former cop, went very still. His face lost a shade of color. "Fresh," he repeated, the word flat. "That's cop talk. It means a recent kill. Within 72 hours. It's not talking about the past anymore." The understanding was a physical blow. The entity wasn't a historian. It was a connoisseur. And a connoisseur, after studying the classics, eventually wants a live exhibition, a new masterpiece. The fresh bloom was a murder that hadn't happened yet. It was selecting a subject, and it was going to use me to arrange it. The planchette was still. I picked it up, a sudden reckless anger cutting through my fear. "We break it," I said. "We find the board and we burn it, smash it, destroy it." The guard nodded slowly. "It's the only thing left, but it's in a locked case." "I have a key," I said. "We do it tonight." The plan felt desperate and right. We were done being archivists for this thing. We would become vandals. That afternoon, I tried to act normal. I went home, showered, ate something. I kept seeing those 3 red circles on the map. The museum. My apartment. That wealthy street. Which one was the target? I turned on the local news, half expecting to see a report about a strange prowler in that neighborhood. Instead, there was a lifestyle segment. An interview with a woman in a sleek, modern apartment. She was a popular true crime podcaster. She was talking about her latest series, which dissected famous local crimes with, as she put it, a healthy dose of skepticism and humor. The banner under her smiling face read, "Debunking the Haunting, Podcaster Takes on Harrow Myth." My blood froze. I knew her. Not personally, but I knew the type. And I knew her street. It was the one circled in red on my map. The camera showed a quick shot of her building's elegant facade. I turned up the volume. The interviewer asked about the Harrow murders, specifically about the rumors of the Ouija board's involvement. The podcaster laughed, a bright, dismissive sound. "Oh, please. A board game didn't make her kill her family. She was just a rich brat with a temper and a sharp letter opener. The whole haunted object thing is just a spooky story we tell to make a simple, ugly crime more interesting. It's an insult to the real victims." A loud crack echoed from my kitchen. I jumped, my heart in my throat. I went in to find a cabinet door, a solid piece of wood, splintered from the inside out, as if a great force had shoved against it. The entity hadn't chosen a random victim. It had chosen a critic, someone who mocked its existence, who called its story a lie. This was personal. This wasn't just about collecting anymore. It was about revenge, and about proving its own power. The fear curdled into a desperate resolve. We had to destroy the board tonight. After dark, I met the guard in the alley behind the museum. He had a small backpack with tools, though we hoped my key would be enough. We slipped inside through the loading dock, just like that first terrible night. The museum was a maze of shadows, the exit signs casting their bloody light. We didn't speak. We moved quickly through the back halls, our footsteps the only sound in the world. We reached the Gilded Age wing. The door creaked as we pushed it open. The Harrow exhibit was at the far end, a pool of darkness. We walked toward it, my key already in my hand. As we got closer, I could see the outline of the display case. Something was wrong. It looked empty. We reached it, and the guard shone his flashlight beam through the glass. The velvet stands were there. The letter opener gleamed. The clock, the candlesticks. But the space where the Ouija board should have been was just empty, dark velvet. The board was gone. My breath caught. Had someone else taken it? Then the flashlight beam moved, and I saw it. A square of white paper taped to the inside of the glass, right in the center of the empty spot. On it, in my own handwriting, were the words, "You cannot deaccession a collection. It deaccessions you." Deaccession is a museum word. It means to permanently remove an item from the collection, to sell it or give it away. It's a serious, final act. The board was telling me I couldn't get rid of it, because I was part of its collection now, and it was removing me from my own life. The guard swore under his breath. "It's in your apartment," he said, his voice certain. "It has to be. It's drawing you back there, to that street." We ran. We didn't care about noise now. We burst out of the museum into the cold night air, jumped into his car, and he drove toward my place, his tires squealing. The whole way, I had a terrifying thought. If the board was in my apartment, and it was controlling me, then going home was walking into a trap. But we had nowhere else to go. We pulled up in front of my building. My lights were off. Everything looked normal. We went upstairs, and I unlocked my door with trembling hands. We stepped inside. The apartment was icy cold, colder than the night outside, and on my dining table, under the glow of the streetlight coming through the window, was the Ouija board. It sat there waiting. The planchette was not on it. It was in my pocket. All around the apartment, on the floor, on the couch, on the kitchen counters, every single note, photocopy, photo, and timeline I had made was spread out. But they weren't in the order I had left them. They were arranged in clusters, connected by red threads and drawn on arrows, a sprawling, insane map of connections only the entity could understand. It had been busy. It had been curating its own research. My home was no longer my home. It was the entity's gallery, its study, its preparation room. And we had just walked right into it. The guard looked around, his face grim. "We burn it right here," he said, pointing to the board on the table. But as he took a step toward it, a crushing fatigue washed over me, a wave so powerful it buckled my knees. It was the same feeling that had put the guard to sleep at his desk. It was being directed at me now, a forced sedation. I fought it, gripping the back of a chair. I saw the guard reach for the board. Then my vision tunneled, and the last thing I heard was his voice, shouting my name from very far away, as the darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew the final cataloging was about to begin. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like being deep underwater, and through it came memories that were not my own. I wasn't asleep. I was a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching a film I couldn't stop. I saw the hero socialite, not as a monster, but as a young woman, restless and furious, trapped in a beautiful life. She sat at the elegant parlor table, her fingers on the planchette. But she wasn't asking questions of the spirit world. She was whispering to it, confessing. She laid out a plan, not in a rage, but with the cold, precise excitement of an artist describing a new painting. She talked about angles, about timing, about the poetry of using the family silver. And she felt a presence listening, not judging, but appreciating. It admired the craft of it. The entity wasn't her ghost. It had been her audience, her one fan, and now its favorite performer was gone, and it had been waiting a long, long time for a new one to put on a fresh, original show. The memory faded, and I felt myself surfacing, but not to wakefulness. To a terrible, lucid paralysis. I was standing up. I was in my apartment. I could see the room, but I couldn't turn my head. My body was no longer mine. It was a rented vehicle, and someone else was in the driver's seat. From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard. He was on the floor near the door, stirring, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. He looked up and saw me standing by the dining table. "Hey," he grunted, pushing himself up. "You okay?" My mouth opened. My voice came out, but it was wrong. It was layered, like two people speaking at once, my own tone distorted under a whispering, older one. The exhibit must be completed. The guard froze. He saw my face, and his own went pale. He recognized that this wasn't me. He moved forward, not with fear, but with a cop's determination to stop a threat. "Let him go," he said, his voice low and steady. He reached for my arm. My body moved. It was fast, faster than I could ever be. My arm swung out, not to hit him, but to shove. The motion was effortless, a flick of a wrist, but it sent him flying across the room as if he weighed nothing. He crashed into the bookshelf, books and knickknacks raining down around him. He lay still, groaning. A scream built in my throat, but it couldn't get out. Inside, I was raging, pounding against the walls of my own skull. Outside, my hands were calmly, deliberately opening drawers. My hands took out my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. They pulled a pair of latex gloves from under the sink. They went to my bedroom and took a small vial of lavender essential oil from the dresser, a gift I'd never opened. Each item was collected with a collector's care. This wasn't a kit for arranging a tableau after the fact. This was a kit for creating the primary source material. My curator was done with recreations. It was time for live theater. My body turned and walked toward my apartment door. I fought with everything I had, a mental scream of NO. I managed to slow the walk to a stagger, to make the hand holding the knife tremble. An internal war was raging for control of a single step. The entity's will was a steel cable, but my terror was a raw, live wire. For a second, I swerved my own leg, making my body lurch into the dining table. The Ouija board rattled. The entity's focus, which had been fixed on the door, on the mission, flickered to the board for an instant. That was all I needed. With a burst of effort that felt like tearing my own mind in two, I wrenched control of my right arm. I brought the hand clutching the knife up, not toward the door, but in a desperate, stabbing arc down toward the center of the Ouija board on my table. The entity realized my intent a moment too late. I felt a surge of its shock, its fury. It tried to stop my arm. The muscles in my shoulders screamed in protest, two forces battling in my flesh. But my will had the element of surprise. The black handle of the knife plunged down. The point hit the smooth walnut of the board, right on the painted moon. There was a sound, not a crack of wood, but a deep, wet thud, as if I'd stabbed into living flesh. A shockwave, silent but physical, rolled out from the board. The windows in my apartment rattled in their frames. Every light bulb flared blindingly bright for a second, then popped, plunging us into darkness lit only by the streetlights outside. The pressure holding me vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my hand stinging where it still gripped the knife handle. The knife was buried to the hilt in the board. Though it hadn't just split, it had splintered in a jagged, sprawling pattern around the blade. And as my eyes adjusted, I saw the pattern wasn't random. The cracks radiated out from the wound in the shape of a wide, grotesque smile. A silent, screaming mouth frozen in the wood. A low moan came from across the room. The guard was sitting up, holding his head. What did you do?" he rasped. "I think I fired the curator," I said, my own voice raw and broken, sounding beautifully, wonderfully like just mine again. The apartment was warm. The crushing cold was gone. The sense of a watching, hungry presence had evaporated. We sat there on the floor for a long time, not talking, just breathing in the normal, dusty air of my home. We eventually got up. He helped me pull the knife from the board. The wood was just wood now, dead and broken. We wrapped the shattered board and the knife in a blanket. Later, we would drive to a remote spot and burn the bundle, scattering the ashes. The guard stayed on my couch for a week. Nothing happened. No sleepwalking. No whispers. No flowers. The museum's motion sensors stopped triggering at 3:07 a.m. The timeline on my wall was just paper and ink. I started to believe it was over. I had wounded the entity, broken its connection, deaccessioned myself from its collection. After a month, I even went back to work. My boss was cautious but kind, giving me light duties away from the Gilded Age wing. I avoided Gallery 7B. The empty spot where the board had been was filled with a harmless porcelain vase. Life became quiet, normal. I began to sleep through the night. The guard and I would have coffee sometimes, a shared look between us the only acknowledgement of what we'd survived. We never spoke of it aloud. It felt like tempting fate. Then this morning my boss called me into her office. She was smiling, excited. "We just got a fantastic new donation," she said. "The personal effects of a late, brilliant avant-garde artist. Very dark, very powerful stuff. I'm putting you on it. It's exactly your kind of thing." She led me to the receiving area. There was a single large crate. With a sense of dread that was almost nostalgic, I pried it open. Inside, packed in foam, was a sculpture. It was stunning, and it made my skin crawl. It was a twisted, beautiful form made of fractured, polished walnut wood. Its pieces held together with gleaming strands of resin that looked like amber. Curled protectively within the wooden shapes was a polished steel form, sharp and elegant, shaped like a blooming violet. It was awful and gorgeous. My boss beamed. "See, it's so you. The mix of organic and man-made, the historical echo with a modern twist." She leaned closer, pointing at the resin. "And look, there are even these little textural details in the clear parts. Almost like fingerprints." I looked. Embedded in the resin, near the base of the steel violet, were faint, perfect whorls. Fingerprints. My boss laughed. "Probably the artist's, but it feels like a personal touch, doesn't it?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I looked down at my own hands. I remembered the fight, my hand gripping the knife handle, my fingers pressing into the cracking wood of the Ouija board. And then, without thinking, I brought my hand to my nose. I inhaled a scent I knew too well, a scent that had been on my skin for weeks, but that I'd blamed on soap, on memory. The sweet, cloying, unmistakable scent of lavender oil. The oil from the vial my sleepwalking self had taken from my dresser. The oil that had never been opened. My hand shook as I lowered it. The entity was gone. The board was ash. But a collection is more than one object. It's a theme. And my hands had helped create one last, perfect piece for it. The exhibit, it seemed, was still open. and my fingerprints were all over it. I stared at the sculpture, at my fingerprints trapped in its resin like flies in amber, and the world narrowed to a tiny, sharp point. The lavender smell on my skin was a verdict. My boss's cheerful voice buzzed in my ears like a distant insect. I had to get out of that room. I muttered something about needing air, about being overwhelmed by the piece's power, and I stumbled out into the hallway, leaving her looking puzzled but pleased by my apparent artistic sensitivity. I didn't stop walking until I was outside, the cold sun hitting my face. The guard. I had to talk to the guard. He was off duty, but I drove to his house anyway, my knuckles white on the wheel. He answered the door, took one look at my face, and wordlessly let me in. Over coffee I didn't taste, I told him about the sculpture, the walnut, the violet, the fingerprints. I showed him my hands, the lingering scent. He listened, his cop face back on, unreadable. When I finished, he sat back. "The board is gone," he stated. "We burned it. We saw the ashes." "I know," I said, my voice ragged. "But what if the board wasn't the source? What if it was just a tool? A favorite tool? A paintbrush? You can burn a paintbrush, but that doesn't kill the artist. Or the idea." He was quiet for a long time. "The artist is dead. The socialite. You said it yourself. The entity was her audience, not her." "Maybe an audience needs a performer so bad it becomes one," I whispered. The theory formed as I spoke it, pieces clicking into a horrible new picture. It watched her create her masterpiece. It loved the craft. For over a century, it's been appreciating, collecting echoes of that craft, other stories that fit its taste. But it's been stuck with leftovers, with history. It wanted to make something new, and it tried to use me to do it. But I fought back. I broke its favorite brush. I looked at my hands again, so it found another way. It didn't need to control my body this time. It just needed to inspire me, to use my fear, my memories, my trauma as ingredients. The guard's eyes widened slightly. He understood. The sculpture. It's made of what? Walnut? Resin? Steel? Walnut from a board that doesn't exist anymore. Resin that caught my fingerprints in a moment of sheer terror. Steel shaped like the flower from all its collected tragedies. It didn't make a new murder. It made a monument to its whole collection. And it used my hands, my experience, to build it. "But how?" he asked, practical as ever. "You didn't sculpt it. Some artist did, who's now dead." "I don't know," I admitted, despair creeping in. "Coincidence? A twisted kind of synchronicity? Or something persuasive? Maybe it whispers to other people too, people who are more open, people who call themselves artists. Gives them dreams, ideas. Use walnut. Use steel. Make a violet." And they do, thinking it's their own brilliant inspiration. We sat with that awful idea. The entity wasn't haunting a place or an object. It was haunting an idea, a theme, aesthetics of violence and loss. And ideas are contagious. The rest of that day was a blur. I went back to the museum, my professional self on autopilot. I had to process the new donation. I had to catalog the sculpture. It was my job. The irony was a bitter taste. I put on white gloves, the familiar ritual calming my nerves. I measured the sculpture, photographed it, described it. Vessel of Memory, the supposed artist had titled it. I handled it carefully, the polished wood and cold steel. It felt inert, just art. But when I was done, as I placed it in a temporary storage crate, I noticed something I'd missed. On the very bottom of the sculpture, carved tiny and neat in the walnut, were two initials and a date. E.H. 1895. Elsie Harrow? No, the maid's surname wouldn't be Harrow. But the initials matched. And 1895 was the year the Ouija board was made. A shiver that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. This wasn't a random artist's whim. This was a signature. A claim. That night, in my apartment, I didn't sleep. I sat at my table with the lights on, researching the deceased artist online. He was obscure, known for small, intense pieces. He had died suddenly, a heart attack in his studio. The obituary said his final work, completed just before he died, was his most profound, a departure into historical resonance. I looked at the date of his death. It was 2 days after the night I stabbed the Ouija board. The timeline fit. He finished his masterpiece and died. Had he been its last tool? Used up and discarded? My head ached. I was circling a drain of paranoia. I needed proof of something, anything. I decided to go back to the very beginning. The Harrow house itself. The original site. It had been torn down decades ago, replaced by a bland office building. But maybe the land held something. It was a crazy thought, but I had no sane ones left. At dawn, I drove there. The office building was closed for the weekend. The lot was empty, just concrete and dormant landscaping. I walked around the back, to a small, fenced-off area for dumpsters. It felt like the only place that wasn't polished and modern. The ground was bare dirt and old gravel. I don't know what I was looking for. A sign. A feeling. Anything. Then I saw it, partly buried in the dirt near the fence line. Not a violet. A weed with small, tough little buds. But around one of its stems, twisted tight, was a thin, tarnished piece of silver wire. It was the kind of wire used in old-fashioned picture framing, or to secure a bundle of letters. I crouched down, my heart thumping. I didn't touch it. I just looked, and I remembered the red archival thread laid across the photo of the innocent man in the 1920s file. This was different, but the same idea. A marker. A way of saying this one. This weed, in this forgotten spot, was part of the collection now. The entity was still curating. It was just working in a different medium. The world itself was its gallery. I stood up, backing away. The sun was higher now, the city waking up. A normal Saturday. People would go to brunch, to the park. And underneath it all, something was arranging, collecting, appreciating stories of pain with the cold eye of a connoisseur. I drove back to the museum. I didn't go home. I went to my office. I looked at the timeline still taped to my wall, the one that ended with the red circles. It was incomplete. The story hadn't ended with the burning of the board. A new chapter had started, and I was no longer the main character. I was a witness, maybe even a reference. My experiences, my fear, were now part of the archival material. I took down the timeline. I rolled it up. I put it in a drawer. Then I sat at my desk and did the only thing I could think to do. I started a new catalog, a clean digital file. I titled it Documented Phenomena, the Harrow Convergence. I began typing everything, from the smell in the crate to the guard's sensor logs, from the mannequins to the animal scenes, from the sleepwalking to the sculpture. I included photos, scans of my notes, a recording of the guard's statement. I was meticulous. I was professional. This was no longer a personal haunting. It was a historical and paranatural event that needed proper documentation. If the entity was an idea, then ideas could be studied, understood, maybe even contained. It wasn't a fight I could win with a knife. It was a research project that might outlast me. I worked for hours, the click of the keys a soothing rhythm. I was an archivist. This is what I did. I brought order to chaos, even to this chaos. As I finished, saving the file to a secure, encrypted server, I felt a strange calm. The fear was still there, but it had edges now. It was data. I leaned back in my chair. The office was quiet. On my desk, next to my keyboard, was a simple potted plant I kept for greenery. A small, hardy succulent. I looked at it, and there, nestled at its base, half hidden in the potting soil, was a single dried grayish petal. It could have been anything. It could have blown in from outside. But I knew the shape, the color. A violet. Not fresh. Old. Pressed. Placed. A quiet, persistent bookmark. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement. A curator noting a useful source. I didn't scream. I didn't throw it away. I took a pair of tweezers from my desk, picked up the petal, and placed it in a small, clear archival sleeve. I labeled it, Sample, Unknown Provenance. Found on personal desk. I filed it with the rest. The work was never over. New acquisitions were always arriving. All I could do was ensure the catalog was accurate and hope that someday someone else would read it and understand and be prepared. The museum around me felt vast and full of stories waiting to be told. Some of them were still writing themselves. I saved the file one more time, closed my laptop, and turned off the light, ready to go home, knowing I would be back tomorrow to continue the record. Story number 4. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard, one of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? from when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out, the Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp. Just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to an O. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night, I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back. That's crazy. Go back to bed. She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired, but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it. I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay? Weird dream." She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed. "Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell." I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where her cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now, it seemed, the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific, physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal. But there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up. Not slowly, but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it. Not imagine it. Feel it. The solid, heavy weight of a rock. The rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing. A powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action, shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought. Check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was, a small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the birdbath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real, and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th, woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand, impact. News, Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room, from hers, from wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine, but the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was, a post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd. Sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post. Injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in, looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face, and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. "No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep. Your body is," I said gently. "I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection." The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. "The cat," she said, her voice hollow. "You think I hit a cat?" "I felt it," I said, the truth cruel but necessary. "I felt the stick connect." She put her head in her hands. "I'm a monster." "You're not," I said, sitting next to her. "You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch." We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. "What do we do?" That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. "See a doctor?" What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. "We need to understand it," I said finally. "We need to see it." An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. "How?" she asked. "A camera," I said. "We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does." She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that." We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. "Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone." I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. "Hello," I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. "It's in the living room," she breathed. "I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there." My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing, because this time she was awake, and something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. "Don't move," I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. "The laptop," I breathed. "Can you see the screen from where you are?" "No," she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. "It's out there, between me and it. Think." I had to think. "I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet." I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear. There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. It's so loud. That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. I'm halfway there, I said, my eyes glued to the road. Don't hang up. 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. A click, she whispered. Like a latch. The front door? My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. I'm almost there. Just stay put. I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. I'm here. Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. I'm at your door. It's unlocked. I'm coming in. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. It's me, I called out softly. I'm in the living room. It's clear. Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. You're okay, I said, holding her. It's okay. After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy. I know, I said. I know you're not. My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. We need to look. She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time, she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. It went out, she finally said, her voice flat with shock. It left, and it brought something back. I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. "We have to get rid of it," she said, panicked. "We have to clean it and throw it away." "No," I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. "This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear." "Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse?" Her voice was rising toward hysteria. "We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't." I took the bag flashlight and the laptop. "You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here." She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories, and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now. more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her, and I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do, and I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off, and it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night, at my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition, a really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley. brought me a cup of water, and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So he began, his voice level. "You say your sister was with you all night?" "Yes," I said, meeting his eyes. "We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down." He nodded slowly, making a note. "And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed?" "We've been trying to get help," I said, which was technically true. "It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist." I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. "The victim is in a coma," the detective said, watching my face. "Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious." I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely, because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started and let my voice break. "Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person." He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. "Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible." Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. "But," he continued, "here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma." He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. "Then who?" he asked, his voice still calm. "Is this?" I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. "That's her," I said softly. "But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder." He leaned back, sighing. "We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve." The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. "Yes," I admitted. "I felt the swing." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. "What am I?" "You're my sister," I said fiercely. "This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this." "But it's me," she whispered. "My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man." We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm. I held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. "What is it?" I asked, dropping the bags. "A message," she said, her voice thin. "An email. It came to my account." I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. "You are not alone." We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. "Don't click it," I said, but her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. "What if it's answers?" she asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects female twins age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry. Catalyzing event introduced. Guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question. What connects us? Device response, same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. Who are they? My sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. Who wrote this? We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, "To divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen." Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, "The connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source." The first gift. The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives, studying us, and they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it, weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person, someone with a plan, the observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. "We find them," she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. To find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find Observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it? Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, "Oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours." What was his name? Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think. Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know? We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from Observer_. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__b. We posted a reply to Observer_one's message. We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes. We didn't expect a reply. But the next morning, there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address. Not a street address. A set of map coordinates and a time. 10 p.m. 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city. A place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows and dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. You came. The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B, the receptive and the active, the witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. I facilitated, he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in two bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether. A literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task? The board, I said. It was a key, he nodded. A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us, asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything. Turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations. Shared experiences. You made her hurt people, I spat out. I didn't make her do anything, he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have. Polarized. Settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you, he said, looking at me, became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system. It's a monster, my sister cried. It's us, he said simply. A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play. I stepped forward, my fists clenched. You experimented on children. I studied a natural phenomenon, he said, and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are: a man is in a coma. I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase. What does that mean? My sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness, he said, turning to me. If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her. The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. How do we stop it? I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again. How? We asked in unison. A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus together to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely. He stood up, folding his chair. The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete. He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. Wait, I called out. That's it. You ruin our lives and just walk away. He paused, not looking back. I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it. And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. "We have to try," my sister said finally, her voice firm. "We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight." I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. "Okay," I said. "How?" "We don't have the board anymore." "We don't need the board," she said. He said a similar focus, something we do together with intention, to ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. "We hold hands," I said. "We look at each other, and we both out loud ask for it to come back, ask for it to rejoin, to be whole again." It sounded like a prayer, a dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sync them, like we used to do as kids for fun. "On three," I whispered. "We both say, 'Come back to us. Be one.'" She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. "One," I said. "Two. Three." Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. "Come back to us. Be one." Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed, then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it, a warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "It's working," she breathed. "I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home." The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held onto each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True, deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image, projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. "I slept," she said, smiling at me. "Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it." Her joy was so real, so pure, it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. What are you? I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over, by merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. "It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution." "We have to stop it," she said. "But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person." I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. "What do you mean?" Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on our bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. "We need to be specific," I whispered. "We both need to think the same thing, hard." We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. "You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down." We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. "This is the rule. You will obey." There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. "Did it work?" she asked. "I think so," I said. "For now." The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. "It was okay," she said. "He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison." It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the Guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The Guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The Guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. A brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads. And it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the Guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. "Not safe. Trap. Will not go." A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. "No! Stop! You will stand down." The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me, cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down, all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. "It is the only way," I screamed in my mind, "to keep her safe from prison." The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the Guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. Her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios, flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything. Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation, peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the Guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the Guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the Guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The Guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The Guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer. He had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B. Directed polarization of a shared psychic tether and its applications in covert operational security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution via dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. A direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the Guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether, toward the Guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent, find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, He had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card. 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries. And one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B. The subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required, discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city, the kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. "He's my monster too," she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. "You found me," he said, gesturing to chairs. "I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us." I said, not sitting down. "You're talking to weapons people." "I'm talking to theorists," he corrected. "People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative." "It's our life," my sister snapped. "You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too?" For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord." "We're not your lab rats anymore," I said, stepping between him and my sister. "You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us." He smiled that thin smile. "It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant." "What interest?" I demanded. He leaned back. "Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away. piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one. He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. You can't control it, my sister said, her voice low. It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part. Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters, he said dismissively, as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused. He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because, he said, putting down his glass, you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsor's future projects. They would see you as a loose end. The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. So what do you want? I said. A bargain, Robert said. You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk. He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. This is a civilized place, he said, a warning in his voice. I know, my sister said, her voice perfectly even, and we're going to be very civilized. She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink, a shared moment, a shared decision. We put the glass down. We accept your bargain, I said. We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash. Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. A wise choice. You'll be left in peace. He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph. Only a cold, quiet finality. The root was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The Guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words, the principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister, and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 5. My name is Dale Jennings, but I go by my job title, and the call about a problem at Camp 7 came in just before midnight. I was sure it was a bear. Those black bears are smart, and they know a poorly locked cooler is a free meal. I drove over in my parked truck, the headlights cutting through the pitch black of the woods, and I parked a ways off, walking the last bit with my big flashlight. I heard giggling first, nervous kid laughter, and I relaxed. Just some campers breaking curfew. I rounded the corner of the campsite, and my beam of light landed right on them. For teenagers, maybe 16 or 17, were sitting in a circle on the ground. In the middle of them was one of those plastic Ouija boards, the kind that glows in the dark. Their fingers were all on this little heart-shaped piece of plastic, and it was zipping around the board. When my light hit them, they all froze. The laughter died in their throats. The air got cold, real cold, like someone had opened a freezer door. I felt a chill go right up my back, which was stupid. It was a summer night. I shook it off and put on my official voice. Park's closed, folks. You know the rules. They looked up at me, guilty as sin. I told them these things were nothing but trouble, a toy that scared people for no good reason. I felt a little sorry for them, getting spooked by a piece of plastic. I took the board from them. It felt cheap and light in my hands. I sent them packing back to their parents' campsite with a warning, and I carried the board back to my truck. I didn't even bring it into my cabin. I just tossed it onto a shelf in my metal supply shed, the one where I keep tools and spare parts. I locked the shed door with a solid padlock, chuckling to myself about the drama. It was a toy, nothing more. That night, I went to bed like normal, but I didn't dream. I had an experience. 1 minute I was asleep, the next I was standing in the middle of the Black Pine Grove. That's a restricted area, dangerous because of the unstable ground. But in this experience, that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the trees. They were too still. There was a wind. I could feel it on my face, but the branches didn't move. Not a leaf rustled. And the wind didn't sound like wind. It sounded like something big and rough being pulled slowly over a dry bone. A deep, grating scrape. And beneath that, a kind of pulse, a thumping from the ground itself, like a giant heart beating under the dirt. I woke up in my bed gasping for air, my sheets tangled around me. My heart was hammering against my ribs. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. A weird, vivid nightmare from dealing with those kids and their nonsense. I got up, made coffee, and went about my morning checks. Out of habit, I walked over to the supply shed. The lock was still on it tight. I opened it up and looked at the shelf. The Ouija board was right there where I left it, but then I looked down at the floor. The shed floor is always dusty, and around the base of the shelf, the dust was messed up. But not with footprints. It was this strange pattern, like a bunch of curved lines all sweeping in a circle around the shelf legs, as if something with a lot of thin, wiry limbs had walked around and around it. I stared at it for a long time. Probably a mouse, I thought. Or a big spider. Yeah, a spider made sense. I kicked my boot through the dust, wiping the pattern away, and closed the shed, telling myself I needed more sleep. For 3 days, nothing happened. I almost forgot about it. Then, on the 4th night, I didn't wake up in my bed. I woke up standing. My feet were freezing and sore. I was ankle deep in the icy water of Grizzly Creek, 2 miles from my cabin. I was only in my boxers and a t-shirt. My feet were cut up from walking over rocks and sticks, and they were caked in cold mud. The panic that hit me was pure and simple. How did I get here? I must have been sleepwalking. I'd never done that before in my life. The forest around me was quiet, the pale light of a half-moon making the world look blue and black. I stumbled out of the water, shivering, and that's when I saw it. In the middle of the creek, on a flat, gray rock, was a pile of bones. They were clean and white, picked spotless. It was a fox, or what was left of one. But the bones weren't just scattered. They were arranged. Neatly. Too neatly. They were laid out in a complex, looping spiral pattern, a kind of twisting circle that made my head hurt to look at for too long. It was beautiful in a terrible, creepy way. Someone had done this. It had to be a person. Some kid with too much time and a morbid interest. That had to be it. The sleepwalking was stress, and this was a gross coincidence. A ranger who starts talking about spooky bones and sleepwalking gets a fast ticket to a desk job. So I didn't tell anyone, but a habit from my job kicked in. Evidence. Before my brain could talk me out of it, I pulled my work phone from the pocket of my wet boxers, thankfully still there, and I took pictures. Several of them, close up, making sure the spiral pattern was clear. It was just for my own curiosity, I thought. I needed to see it in the daylight. Then I used my boot to scatter the bones into the creek. They washed away, and I felt a little better. I started the long, cold, painful walk back to my cabin, my mind racing. Later that afternoon, I was at the main ranger station, trying to act normal. I remembered the park historian, a friendly guy who knew everything about the local tribes and the history of the area. I found him in his office, drinking tea and looking at old maps. I sat down and made some small talk, then casually pulled out my phone. "Hey, you ever seen anything like this?" I asked, showing him one of the bone spiral photos. His jovial face changed. The smile faded away, and his eyes got serious. He took the phone and zoomed in, scrolling through the pictures. He didn't speak for a full minute. "No," he finally said, his voice quieter than before. "That's new. It doesn't match any local tribal art I know. It looks like a language, a written language, but not one I can read." He handed the phone back to me and looked out the window. "Where did you say you found this?" I lied. I said a hiker reported it, and I went to check it out. He just nodded slowly, not looking at me. I left his office feeling worse than when I went in. I got back to my own little office and tried to focus on paperwork. An email popped up on my screen. It was from the historian. The subject line just said, "Where did you take these?" The body of the email was empty except for a web link to something called an academic paper on eco-linguistics and parasitic symbol sets. I didn't click it. I wasn't ready for that. Then my park radio crackled to life on my belt. It was dispatch. Their voice was all business. "Ranger Dale, be advised. We have a missing person report. A hiker on the Grizzly Ridge Loop failed to check in this evening. He's experienced, so we're initiating a search at first light. Stand by for your assignment." I looked down at my phone, still open to the picture of the white bones on the gray rock. A spiral message from something I didn't understand, taken just a few miles from where that hiker was last seen. The coincidence felt like a cold stone dropping into my gut. I had a very bad feeling my sleepwalking days were not over, and that the forest was just starting to talk back. The missing hiker's file was on my desk the next morning. He was an experienced backpacker, which made it more serious. He knew the rules. He should have checked in. I was assigned to the search team covering the southwest quadrant near Grizzly Creek, which made my skin feel too tight. His girlfriend was at the station, her eyes red from crying. A deputy was taking her statement, and I stood nearby, listening. She was describing him, what he was wearing, his gear. Then she mentioned a tattoo. "It's on his left forearm," she said, sniffling. "A geometric design, like interlocking triangles and lines. He designed it himself. It's unique." She showed the deputy a photo on her phone, a picture of the two of them smiling somewhere sunny, his arm around her. The deputy nodded and wrote it down. I glanced at the photo. From my angle, I could see the tattoo. A jolt went through me, a sharp, electric feeling that started in my chest and shot down to my fingers. I'd seen that design before. I knew I had. I made an excuse and walked quickly outside to my truck. My hands were not steady as I fumbled with my own phone, pulling up the pictures of the fox bones from the creek. I zoomed in on the center of the spiral pattern. It wasn't a perfect copy, but it was close. Too close. The central knot of the bone arrangement, the way the lines twisted and locked, was almost the mirror image of the hiker's tattoo. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a coincidence. The pattern I'd made in my sleep, or that something had made me make, wasn't random art. It was a sign, a marker. It was his signature, written in bones by my own hands. A sick, hot wave of guilt washed over me. I felt connected to this stranger's disappearance in a way that made no sense and filled me with a deep, cold dread. Before the search teams mobilized, I had to know. I drove back out to the creek, my mind racing. I told myself I was looking for clues, for anything the hiker might have dropped. But I was really going back to that rock. When I got there, the bones were gone, of course. I'd scattered them myself. The creek babbled over the stone, innocent and clean. I stood there, feeling foolish and scared. Then I looked around. In a patch of soft, green moss about 10 feet from the water's edge, I saw a splash of color. I walked over, my boots sinking into the damp earth. There, in the moss, was a new arrangement. It was made of dark gray owl feathers, each one stuck straight into the ground. Holding them in place were sharp, needle-like thorns from a hawthorn tree. They weren't just stuck in randomly. They formed a shape, a sharp, angular symbol that looked like a crooked arrow or a mean-looking bird foot. It was different from the spiral, but it had the same feeling, the same deliberate, creepy neatness. It hadn't been there the night before. This was new. My mouth went dry. I pulled out my phone again and took pictures, my heart thumping a hard rhythm against my ribs. I was documenting evidence, but it felt like I was taking snapshots of a crime scene where I might be the criminal. Back at the station, I had to stand in front of my supervisor for the search briefing. He held the missing hiker's file. He asked if I'd seen anything unusual in my recent patrols. The photos on my phone felt like they were burning a hole in my pocket. I looked him in the eye and said, "No, sir. Nothing unusual." The lie tasted sour. I was keeping secrets, and every secret made the weight on my shoulders a little harder to carry. That night, alone in my cabin, I couldn't avoid it anymore. I opened my laptop and clicked the link the historian had sent me. The academic paper was full of big, confusing words, but the main idea came through. It talked about the theory that certain places, especially old, wild places, could develop a kind of awareness. Not a thinking mind like a person, but a slow, patient consciousness in the land itself. And that this consciousness could try to communicate. It would use whatever was around, bones, feathers, sticks, to write symbols. And it needed a mind to work through, to borrow like a parasite. It would tap into someone sensitive or maybe just unlucky, and use them to create these symbols. The paper called it a manifold locus. I read it twice. It sounded like the craziest thing I'd ever heard. It also sounded exactly like what was happening to me. I finished reading and just sat in the dark of my cabin, listening to the normal night sounds of the woods outside my window. They didn't sound normal anymore. Every little crack of a branch was a footstep. Every rustle in the leaves was something moving just out of sight. I couldn't just let this happen. I had to fight it. I started with simple things. I set up a small trail camera I used for wildlife surveys, pointing it right at my cabin door from a tree outside. I tied a little set of jingle bells to the inside doorknob. That night, I even took one of the mild sleeping pills my doctor had given me after a bad back injury, hoping it would knock me out too deep for any sleepwalking. It was a weird, restless sleep. The pill made my thoughts thick and slow, but it didn't stop the walk. In the morning, I felt groggy and wrong. I was in my bed, but my sheets were muddy. My knees ached. I rushed outside and grabbed the trail camera. Back at my laptop, I pulled up the footage. It showed my cabin door from the outside, a rectangle of black in the green night vision glow. The time stamp read 2:17 a.m. The door opened. I watched myself walk out. I moved slowly, stiffly. My eyes were wide open, but they didn't blink. They stared straight ahead, past the camera, into the dark woods. I looked like a stranger, like a doll someone was pulling on strings. I watched the figure that was me walk out of the frame and into the forest. The hook of a terrible question was already set in my mind when my park radio buzzed later that day. It was my supervisor again. His voice was tight. "Heads up, we've got a second missing person report. Different trailhead, but same time frame as the first. Keep your eyes open for anything unusual out there." I didn't answer right away. I just looked at the photo on my computer screen, the one of the owl feathers and thorns in the moss. I knew with a cold certainty that settled in my bones that I would find something unusual. I knew it because I was part of it. I waited until the afternoon, when the official search was focused elsewhere, and I went back to the mossy patch by the creek. The feathers and thorns were gone, but in a small clearing under a giant old cedar tree, I found a new arrangement. This one was made of woven pine needles and this bright, almost neon orange lichen that grows on the north side of trees. It was another symbol, more complex, with looping curves that ended in sharp points. I didn't need to wait for a missing person report or check a description. I knew this symbol would match someone, because I remembered seeing it. In the photo the first missing hiker's girlfriend had shown, she was wearing a silver necklace. And pressed against her shirt, right near her collarbone, was a pendant. A pendant shaped exactly like the symbol now woven on the ground in front of me from forest things. The land wasn't just talking. It was making a list, and I was its messenger. Rational methods had failed. The bells, the camera, the pills, none of it worked. I was still walking, still making those horrible symbols for something in the woods. I felt like I was drowning, and I needed an anchor, something physical and real to hold me down. So I drove to a hardware store in the next town over, a place where nobody knew me. I paid in cash. I bought a 6-foot length of thick logging chain, the kind used to pull stumps, and a hardened steel padlock that looked like it could survive a bomb. That night in my cabin, I felt a mix of shame and desperation. This was crazy. This was what crazy people did. But I was out of options. I wrapped one end of the chain around the solid oak post of my bed frame, a post as thick as my leg. I wrapped the other end tight around my right ankle, just above the boot. The metal was cold against my skin. I clicked the padlock shut, testing it. It held firm. The chain was short enough that I could roll out of bed, but I couldn't stand up. I couldn't walk. I lay back down, the chain a cold, hard lump under the blanket. The last thought I had before closing my eyes was that this was the bottom, the final proof of my own madness. But at least I wouldn't wake up somewhere else. I was wrong. I didn't wake up to the chain holding me. I woke up to the sound of Jay's screaming, a harsh, scolding sound that means dawn is close. I was standing up. My feet were on cold, gritty rock. A fierce wind was whipping my hair and my t-shirt, pulling at me. I blinked, disoriented. I was at the very edge of Devil's Drop. It's a 300-foot sheer cliff on the eastern ridge, a place with warning signs and a safety fence that tourists sometimes ignore. I was outside the fence. My toes were right on the lip of the cliff. One small stumble, and I would fall into empty space. A dizzying wave of terror washed over me, and I stumbled backwards, falling hard on my backside on the rocky ground, scrambling away from the edge. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. That's when I felt the pain in my ankle. It was raw and burning. I looked down. My ankle was wrapped in a torn piece of my own sheet, stained with blood and dirt. The chain was gone, but between me and the cliff edge, placed carefully on a flat stone, was a new arrangement. It wasn't made of bones or feathers. It was made of broken sticks, little snapped ends of pine and fir, arranged in a harsh, jagged symbol. And placed right in the center of it, catching the first gray light of morning, was my own park ranger badge. My stomach turned to ice. They'd given me that badge 10 years ago. It was a symbol of my authority, of my duty to protect this place. Seeing it there, in the middle of that ugly stick symbol, felt like the worst kind of violation. It was a message. It was mocking me. My hands shook as I crawled forward and picked up my badge. The metal was cold. As I pulled it from the sticks, I saw my hands were a mess. They were caked in dirt, sure, but also in something dark and flaky. I brought my palms close to my face. It was a rusty brown color, dried and cracking. There was a smell, a coppery, metallic smell I knew from helping hunters field dressed deer, from a bad car accident I'd responded to years ago. It was blood, dried blood, and it wasn't mine. I stared at my hands, my mind refusing to understand. I had no cuts, no wounds. This blood was from somewhere else, from someone else. The two missing hikers flashed in my mind. A low moan escaped my lips, there on the cliff edge, alone with the screaming wind. I got back to my cabin somehow, moving like a ghost. The first thing I did was check my ankle and the bedpost. The strip of torn sheet was still knotted around my ankle. The bedpost showed deep, fresh gouges in the old oak wood. But the chain wasn't broken. The lock wasn't picked. The steel links themselves weren't cut. They were worn through. In two places, the metal looked like it had been rubbed away, ground down to thin, shiny points until they snapped. It looked like years of constant rubbing had happened in a single night. That wasn't possible. Nothing I owned could do that. I threw the ruined chain into a corner like it was a poisonous snake. I scrubbed my hands raw under hot water until the last flakes of the brown stuff were gone, but the smell seemed to linger in my nose. I looked at the picture I'd taken of the stick symbol with my badge. It was different from the others. The bone spiral, the feather thorn arrow, the lichen loop, they were made from natural things. This one used a man-made object, my badge. It felt aggressive, personal. It wasn't just a mark on the land anymore. It was a mark on me, on my role. An idea started to form, a horrible, creeping idea. The symbols matched the tattoos and jewelry of the missing people. What if they matched someone else? What if the thing was pointing me toward the next person? Or maybe even someone who was already part of this? I had access to the park's internal employee database. It had photos, emergency contacts, and for safety reasons, a record of any identifying tattoos, so we could recognize each other in bad situations. My fingers were clumsy on the keyboard. I pulled up the photo of the stick and badge symbol I'd taken. I opened the tattoo registry. The software had a basic visual matching feature, meant to compare photos of scars or marks. I uploaded my symbol photo and ran a search against the tattoo database. I didn't expect anything. I was just chasing a ghost, trying to feel like I was doing something. The computer churned for a minute. Then it pinged. One match. The angular, aggressive lines of the stick symbol matched the recorded image of a staff tattoo. My mouth went dry. I clicked on the employee file. The picture loaded. It was the new junior ranger. He just transferred in a few weeks ago from a park out west. He was young, eager, always with a quick smile that seemed just a little too wide. I'd signed off on his orientation paperwork myself, and according to the schedule on my desk, he was assigned to join me tomorrow at dawn. We were supposed to do a remote boundary survey together, a 2-day hike checking fence lines and markers in the backcountry, miles from anyone, just him and me. I stared at the photo on the screen, at the friendly, unfamiliar face of the man with the symbol on his skin, the symbol that had appeared with my badge on the edge of a cliff. The question wasn't what the forest wanted anymore. The question was, who was this guy walking into my life, and was I being set up to find him, or to lose him forever out in the deep, listening woods where I now knew I was not in control? The junior ranger was all energy and bright-eyed enthusiasm as we geared up at the trailhead in the weak morning light. He talked about trail maintenance schedules and the latest wildlife tracking techniques, his voice loud in the cool air. I nodded and mumbled replies, feeling like a hollowed-out log. Every snap of a twig under our boots made my shoulders tense. Every call of a distant bird sounded like a warning. I watched him constantly, studying his movements. The tattoo was hidden under his uniform shirt, but I knew it was there on his shoulder, a hidden mark that connected him to the cliff edge and my badge. Was he a victim, already marked by the forest like the others? Or was he something else, a part of this whole nightmare? I couldn't tell, and the not knowing was a constant itch under my skin. We stopped for a late lunch by a fast-moving stream, the water bubbling over smooth stones. He rolled up his sleeves to wash his hands and face in the cold water. And there it was. The lower part of the geometric design curled over the muscle of his forearm, the black lines sharp against his skin. It was the symbol, the exact one from the cliff. My mouth went dry as dust. I forced my voice to sound casual, like we were just making conversation. "Interesting ink," I said, nodding toward his arm. "What's it mean?" He looked down at the tattoo, then back at me. His smile was still there, but it didn't reach his eyes this time. They got a little distant, a little cloudy. "Oh, that," he said, drying his hands on his pants. "Just something from my old life. Out west. A reminder, you know?" He didn't elaborate. A reminder of what? I wanted to scream the question, but I just nodded and turned back to my sandwich, my appetite gone. His answer was too vague, a door politely closed in my face. We packed up and kept hiking, moving deeper into a section of old-growth forest where the trees grew close together and the light came down in dusty shafts. He was ahead of me on the trail when he stopped suddenly. "Whoa," he said, his voice low. I came up beside him. Lying right on the middle of the path was a raven. It was big, its feathers glossy and black, and it looked perfectly intact, not a mark on it. It was just dead. "That's weird," he murmured, more to himself than to me. He crouched down, not touching it. No sign of a struggle. Not even any ants on it yet. Then, acting on some instinct maybe, he reached out and gently picked it up by the tip of one wing to move it off the trail. As he lifted it, the raven's head lolled in a way that made my stomach clench. And from its slightly open beak, a single, fat black beetle crawled out, antennae waving. He gasped and dropped the bird, stumbling back a step with a look of pure revulsion on his face. I didn't look at him. I was staring at where the raven had landed. Its body had fallen in a strange position. The wings were splayed out, and the neck was twisted at an odd angle. The way it lay there, against the dark earth and brown pine needles, it formed a crude, terrible echo of the symbol on his shoulder. It was like a rough sketch made by a clumsy hand. He saw it too. I watched his eyes track from the dead bird to his own arm, and back again. The color drained from his face. He didn't say anything. He just pulled his sleeve down firmly over the tattoo, and started walking again, faster now. I followed, my mind racing. His disgust had seemed real, the shock genuine. But that didn't clear him. It just made the whole thing more confusing. Was the forest showing him his own symbol, telling him he was next? Or was it showing me? My official side warred with my fear. I should send him back, cancel the survey. But what would I say? I have a bad feeling about your tattoo. He'd think I was insane, and my boss would agree. I had no proof, only a crazy story and a sleepless horror I couldn't explain. So I made a decision. I couldn't send him away, so I would stick to him. I became the world's most overbearing partner. I questioned his map reading, insisted on checking our bearings twice as often as needed, and made a point of never letting him get more than a few feet ahead of me. My supposed mentorship felt like the watchfulness of a hawk, and I could see it wearing on him, making him nervous. The forest noticed our tension. As we moved into a denser grove of fir trees, the normal sounds began to fade away. The cheerful chirping of chickadees stopped. The scolding chatter of squirrels vanished. The wind in the high branches seemed to pause. We were walking in a pocket of unnatural stillness, where the only sounds were our own footsteps and our own breathing. He felt it too. He slowed down, looking around, his eyes wide. "Spooky," he whispered, and his hand came up, fingers pressing against his shirt right over the tattoo on his shoulder, like it was aching. The quiet was so complete it felt like a held breath. Then it broke, not with a gentle return of birdsong, but with a violent, crashing sound in the thick brush to our left. It was big, too big for a deer, a solid body shoving through young trees and snapping branches. We both froze, our hands going to the bare spray on our belts. We stood back to back, turning slowly, scanning the green wall of leaves. Then from our right side, from a cluster of rocks we'd passed just minutes before, came a new sound. It was clear and sharp in the weird quiet, a rhythmic, grinding scrape, the sound of stone being dragged slowly, deliberately, over something hard and dry. It was the sound from my first nightmare, the sound I'd only ever heard in my sleep. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Pause. This time I wasn't dreaming, and from the way his head snapped toward the sound, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own, I knew he could hear it too. The thing in the woods wasn't just in my head anymore. It was here with us, and it was making sure we both knew it. The junior ranger's face went the color of old paper. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice cracking on the last word. The scraping sound wasn't distant or fuzzy like in a dream. It was crisp, present, moving in a slow circle just inside the wall of trees around us. Hearing it with my own ears, wide awake, with another person to confirm it, didn't bring relief. It made the terror real, solid, and infinitely worse. The validation was a cold anchor in my gut. The crashing in the brush had stopped, but the grinding scrape kept its steady, horrible rhythm, a malicious heartbeat for the forest. We had to move. "This way," I hissed, pointing toward what should have been a small clearing to the east. We started walking, trying to be quick but quiet, our heads swiveling like owls. But the trails didn't make sense. A big pine tree with a familiar lightning scar I'd used as a landmark for years was suddenly on the wrong side of the path. My GPS unit, clipped to my pack strap, flickered and went dark. When I pulled out my old-fashioned compass, the needle spun lazily for a few seconds before settling, pointing in a direction that my map said should lead us straight into a swamp we'd already passed. The park I knew better than my own neighborhood had turned into a funhouse maze. "Are we lost?" he asked, his voice tight. I didn't want to admit it. "Disoriented," I said, the official word feeling foolish. "We need high ground." We pushed through a tangle of young fir trees, branches whipping at our faces. Under the palpable, pressing dread, something in me broke. I couldn't carry the whole secret anymore. "This has happened before," I said, the words tasting strange. Not the sound, but this feeling of being turned around. The land gets confused. I was admitting failure, and it made me feel naked, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not judgment, but a desperate kind of recognition. He didn't question me. He just nodded, trusting the broken guide. Pushing through a final thicket of brush, he suddenly stopped and bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. When he looked up, his eyes were wild. "It's following me, isn't it?" he gasped. The words tumbled out of him in a rushed, panicked stream. He told me he got the tattoo after a terrible season fighting wildfires out west. Not after a fun trip, but after months in the smoke and ash. He said he saw things in the smoke, shapes that didn't belong. He heard voices that weren't from his crew, whispers that said the forest would remember him. He thought it was just stress, just his mind cracking a little from the heat and the fear. He came here to this green, wet, different forest to escape it, to forget. He looked at me, his face a mask of young, raw fear. "I let it here, didn't I? I brought it with me. In that moment, our roles completely flipped. He was the terrified victim, sure he'd summoned a monster. And I, despite my own bone-deep fear, became the protector. My own terror got shoved into a locked box. My job was to get him out. That simple, clear purpose cut through the confusion like a knife. "No," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. "You didn't lead anything anywhere. This place, it was already here. We're gonna be okay. We just need to get to the old fire lookout road. It's a straight shot out." It was a lie, a calculated one, but it worked. He straightened up, clinging to the hope in my words. We kept moving, no longer trying to be quiet, just trying to make distance. The scraping sound faded behind us, but the forest didn't return to normal. We found a stretch of the trail that was muddy from a recent spring. There were our own boot prints, clear and sharp, and beside them something else. Long, shallow grooves in the mud, like something with a lot of weight had been dragged. And in those grooves, every few feet, were deep, round punctures, holes punched down into the earth as if something walking on stilts made of sharpened sticks had stepped alongside us. We stared at the tracks, then at each other, and without a word started to jog. The trees began to thin. We saw a break in the green ahead, a strip of gray gravel. We burst out of the woods onto the old fire lookout road, a ragged cheer catching in my throat. The road meant vehicles. It meant a way out. And there, parked about 50 yards down the road, was a green Park Service truck. The relief was so powerful it felt like a physical warmth. We started running toward it, our packs bouncing. But as we got closer, my steps slowed. The truck looked familiar. Too familiar. The dent in the rear bumper from where I'd backed into a gate last year. The faded sticker on the window. It was my truck. The truck I had left parked back at the main ranger station that morning. A cold trickle of disbelief washed the relief away. How? The keys were in my pocket. I could feel them. We reached the driver's side. The door was open, just swinging slightly in the breeze. The radio inside was dead, not even a static hiss. I touched the hood. It was cold, and sitting on the hood, arranged in a neat, straight line like terrible cutlery, were 3 knives. They were my kitchen knives, from the wooden block on my counter. Their sharp points were all aimed in the same direction. Up the road, the way we needed to go to get back to civilization. It was a signpost, but not a welcoming one. It was a direction and a threat, written in steel. The junior ranger looked from the knives to my face. "That's your truck," he stated, his voice flat. I nodded, my mind racing. The entity, the consciousness, the whatever it wasn't just messing with trails and making sounds. It was moving physical objects across miles. It was in my home. It had taken my truck and my knives and placed them here like pieces on a game board. "Get in," I said, my voice rough. We threw our packs in the back. I didn't have the keys, but I knew this old truck like an old friend. I popped the hood, found the wires I needed, and hot-wired it, a skill from a reckless youth I never thought I'd use again. The engine turned over with a roar that shattered the unnatural quiet of the woods. It was the most beautiful, normal sound I'd ever heard. We peeled out, gravel spraying behind us. For 5 glorious minutes, we had hope. The road unwound beneath us, taking us away from that clearing, from the tracks, from the scraping sound. He slumped in the passenger seat, closing his eyes. Then we came around a bend, and I slammed on the brakes. The road was blocked. A massive old-growth pine lay across it, trunk so wide I couldn't see over it. It hadn't fallen in a storm. There was no torn-up earth, no shattered root ball. It looked like it had been laid across the road with careful, impossible strength. It was a dead end. In the rearview mirror, back up the empty road we'd just traveled, I saw a shape. It was in the trees, keeping pace with us. It was tall, too tall, and it seemed to be made of shifting shadows and jagged branches, a shuddering column of darkness that didn't walk but flowed, and for a second, I thought I saw the glint of something white and sharp within it. The truck was now just a metal coffin on a dead-end road. We looked at each other, and the same understanding passed between us. We grabbed our packs. I reached for the knives from the hood, shoving them into my belt. Leaving the truck's false safety for the open woods was the hardest choice yet, but staying was worse. We slipped into the trees, not on any path now, heading for a remote ranger's cabin I knew was 4 miles east. It was a long shot, but it was shelter, maybe a working radio. As we hiked, I pulled out my phone. No signal for calls, but it had a cached topographic map of the park. I opened it, searching for the cabin's icon. I found it, and right next to it, a new icon pulsed a soft, steady red. An icon I'd never seen before on this map. And next to it, in my phone's own default font, was a single word label, home. The The truck was a violation, a sickness. It shouldn't have been there, and the chill inside it wasn't from the morning air. It felt like a refrigerator that had been closed for a long time. The junior ranger just stared, his earlier energy completely gone, replaced by a numb shock. I forced myself to look past the knives on the hood and into the cab. On the passenger seat was my own notepad, the one I used for trail notes. It was open. I leaned in and grabbed it. On the page were my own sketches of trail intersections and creek crossings from a patrol last week. But drawn over the top of my careful pencil lines, in a substance that looked like a mix of charcoal and dark, flaky rust, was a new map. It was detailed, shockingly accurate. It showed the hollow we'd just fled, the one with the muddy tracks. The cairn of slick stones was marked clearly, and next to it, drawn in a crude, frantic hand, was a stick figure with its mouth open in a scream. The map was an illustration of our terror, drawn in my own book. The road was our only lifeline out of this puzzle of fear, and now it was blocked by a tree that looked like it had been placed by a giant's hand. We had to move. Leaving the truck's false promise of safety was a physical ache, but staying meant waiting for the shifting thing in the trees to reach us. We shouldered our packs, and I took the 3 knives from the hood, the feel of their familiar handles now strange and wrong in my grip. We slid into the woods, off any recognizable trail, aiming east toward a remote seasonal ranger's cabin I knew was about 4 miles away. It was a chance, a tiny flicker of hope. As we hiked, pushing through underbrush, the junior ranger started to talk. It wasn't the eager chatter from the morning. This was a broken, spilling confession. In the truck, seeing his own symbol on a map of horror had shattered his last bit of control. He talked about the wildfires again, but deeper this time. He described faces forming in the rolling black smoke, faces that were not human, made of ember and ash, with eyes that were just deep holes. He said they didn't speak with words, but with feelings pushed into his head, feelings of a deep, ancient hunger, a promise that the green world would remember the one who walked through the flames. He got the tattoo to try and own it, to make the memory his, to lock the whispers into a shape on his skin that he could see and control. He thought it had worked. He thought coming to this lush, wet, different forest had left the dry, burning voices behind. Now he knew better. He hadn't escaped. He'd carried the seed of its attention with him, a beacon in his own flesh. "It's using me," he whispered, tripping over a root, like a homing signal. I listened, and for the first time, I felt a real, desperate pity for him that pushed aside some of my own fear. He wasn't a predator. He was prey, just like I was, but he was marked in a way I wasn't. To keep him moving, to keep him from just lying down in the ferns and giving up, I lied. I put a confidence in my voice I didn't feel. "That cabin has a hardline radio. It's got supplies. We get there, we call for a helicopter extraction. We're gonna be okay. This is just bad luck, a fallen tree. We can hike this." He nodded, clinging to the plan because it was all he had. I sounded sure. Inside, I was hollow. I was leading us to a dot on a map that my phone now called home. The word pulsed in my mind with every step. We hiked for what felt like hours, the day wearing on toward late afternoon. The light under the trees grew gold and long. We were both exhausted, scratched up, and jumping at every little sound. My phone's battery was low, but I checked the cached map again. The cabin icon was close. We pushed through a final stand of young hemlocks, and there it was. A small, sturdy log cabin with a stone chimney. And from that chimney, a thin, gray curl of smoke rose into the still air. A light glowed softly in one of the small windows. Shelter. Warmth. Another person. The relief was so immense it felt like a punch. We stumbled out of the trees and across the small clearing toward the cabin. I could see a figure moving inside, past the window. We reached the wooden door. I raised a hand to knock, ready to call out a warning, to explain our desperate situation. But before my knuckles touched the wood, the door swung open. The man standing there was the park historian, the one who had identified the bone symbol for my first photo. He was holding a mug of something steaming. His face, lit from behind by the fire, broke into a warm, wide, welcoming smile. He looked from my terrified face to the junior ranger's pale one, and his expression softened with what looked like genuine concern. "Boys," he said, his voice calm and familiar, "I was hoping you'd find your way here. Come in, come in. You look like you've seen a ghost." He stepped back, holding the door open wider. The warmth from inside poured out, smelling of wood smoke and coffee. It was the most normal, comforting smell in the world. He gestured us inside with a friendly wave of his hand. "This," he said, his smile unwavering, "is the only safe place tonight. The cabin was a pocket of impossible normalcy. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, casting dancing light on log walls covered in old maps and framed historical photos. The air was warm and carried the rich smell of coffee. The historian moved with a calm, practiced ease, pouring us mugs from a pot on the wood stove and gesturing for us to sit in worn leather chairs. He listened, his face a mask of scholarly concern, as we spilled out a fractured, jumbled story. The terrible sounds, the shifting trails, the truck, the deep fear of being hunted. We didn't mention the symbols or the sleepwalking. Those were still my secrets. He nodded along, sipping his coffee, as if we were describing a fascinating weather pattern. When we finished, he set his mug down with a soft click. "You're not being followed," he said, his voice gentle, like a teacher explaining a difficult concept. "You're being curated." The word hung in the air. He leaned forward, the firelight glinting in his glasses. He explained that his real work wasn't just about old legends. It was about tracking active phenomena, what he called manifold loci, places where the land itself had developed a kind of patient, hungry awareness. This forest, he believed, was one of the strongest in the country. It wasn't evil in a human way, he said. It was more like an artist or a composer. It sought specific kinds of stories, specific flavors of experience, tragedy, fear, resilience, despair. It used sensitive people as its instruments, as brushes and ink. People like me, the dedicated protector, bound by duty. People like the junior ranger, scarred by elemental fire, branded with a mark of that trauma. We weren't victims of random hauntings. We were ingredients. The missing hikers, he suggested with a sad shrug, were rough drafts, early attempts to get the flavors right. "It's composing a masterwork," he said, his eyes moving between us. "A confluence. A perfect moment of intertwined terror and sacrifice that will deepen its presence, its power. It wants you both together, here, now, to finish the piece." His explanation was horrifying, but it also made a terrible, logical sense. It fit every twisted piece of the puzzle. The bone spirals, the feather arrows, the stolen badge, they weren't random messages. They were sketches, practice runs for the final painting. And we were the central figures. A cold clarity washed over me, but with it came a sharp detail. As he spoke, my eyes, trained to notice things, drifted to the thick wooden mantelpiece over the fire. I'd thought the carvings there were just frontier doodles, initials and dates. But in the flickering light, I could see their true shapes. They were symbols. Clean, elegant, carefully carved versions of the jagged stick and badge symbol I'd found on the cliff. These weren't old. The wood inside the cuts was still pale, fresh. He wasn't a researcher studying this from a distance. He was a curator, a fan, a groundskeeper for the entity's gallery. My skin began to crawl. I looked at the coffee mug in my hand. The warmth that had been so comforting now felt like a trap. I took a small sip, just to be polite, but the bitter taste seemed wrong. I felt a heaviness start in my limbs, a distant, fuzzy feeling, like I was listening to him from underwater. I saw the junior ranger slump a little in his chair, his eyelids fluttering. He tried to lift his mug again, but his hand wobbled, spilling a little on his pants. He didn't seem to notice. The historian watched us, his earlier smile now soft and pitying. "It's all right," he said, his voice soothing. "The process requires a certain pliability. The composition must be guided. Rest now. The final act demands your full participation, unclouded by panic." The truth crashed into my slowing mind. He wasn't offering sanctuary. He was preparing the canvas. He was the one who had guided everything. He'd probably found that stupid Ouija board and left it for the kids, knowing it would draw my attention, knowing a ranger would confiscate it, a man of order touching a tool of chaos. He'd fed me the academic paper to shape my understanding, to make me a willing participant in my own unraveling. He had steered the junior ranger's transfer, maybe even suggested the patrol pairing. He was the conductor, and we were the orchestra, playing a song written by the woods. The room began to tilt. The firelight blurred into a warm, orange smear. The historian stood up and walked away from us, toward the cabin's small, dark bedroom. From that open doorway, the familiar sound began. Not from outside, but from inside the house. The rhythmic, grinding scrape of stone on bone. It was closer now, more present than it had ever been in the forest. It echoed in the small space, vibrating in my teeth. The historian stopped at the threshold of the dark room and spoke, not to us, but to the sound. His voice was low, reverent, full of a terrible pride. "They're ready," he whispered into the darkness. "The canvas is prepared." Then the blackness behind my eyes swelled up, not as sleep, but as a chemical sinking, and the last thing I heard was the scrape, 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 moving out of the bedroom and into the room with us. I didn't wake up from sleep. I swam up from a thick, chemical darkness, fighting my way back to feeling. The first thing I felt was the smell. It was the smell of my own supply shed, of damp earth and old wood, mixed with a sharp, clean scent like ozone after a lightning strike, and under it all, a sweet, cloying smell of something rotten and old. My back was against the ground, and I could feel every little pine needle and small rock pressing into me through my shirt. I couldn't move my arms or legs. They felt like they were wrapped in invisible rope, pinned to the earth. I managed to turn my head to the side. The junior ranger was lying next to me, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky with pure, frozen terror. I could see the rapid flutter of his pulse in his throat. We were in the middle of a large, flat clearing under a moon so full and bright it looked like a blind, white eye staring down, washing the world in pale, cold light. This place wasn't on any map. The trees formed a perfect, dark circle around us, a wall of black. And surrounding us, arranged in a wide ring, was the exhibition. It wasn't just one symbol anymore. It was all of them and more. The fox bones were there, woven into a larger, more complex spiral with crow feathers and bits of shiny quartz. The owl feathers and hawthorn thorns formed one point of a giant star. The bright orange lichen and pine needles made up another. My 3 kitchen knives were stuck into the earth, forming a sharp triangle. I saw a familiar hiking boot, a dented water bottle, things that must have belonged to the missing hikers. Every piece of horror from the last weeks was here, assembled into a vast, intricate mural of disaster, a museum of pain curated by the forest. And we were the centerpiece, the living statues in this open-air gallery. Then the scraping sound began again, but now it was everywhere, vibrating up from the ground into my bones, a deafening rhythm that filled the clearing. It came from the tree line. Something emerged. It didn't have one shape. It was a shuddering, shifting column of darkness that seemed to drink the moonlight. It flickered with the deep, wet green of rotting wood and the stark white glint of exposed bone and pale fungus. It moved with a lurching, wrong kind of grace on limbs that looked like fused together antlers and gnarled roots, scratching and scraping against each other with every step. And in the center of its impossible form, for just a second, I saw a ghostly glowing outline, the plastic heart-shaped pointer from the Ouija board. It wasn't just an animal. It was a collection, an archive of every terrible thing it had touched. The historian stood at the edge of the clearing, just outside the ring of artifacts. He looked like a proud conductor. He spoke, his voice clear and calm over the grinding noise, not to us, but to the thing. "The guardian," he said, gesturing to me. "Bound by duty, broken by his own authority." He gestured to the junior ranger. The scorched one, branded by flame, carrying the old hunger in his skin. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the whole terrible scene. Their conflict, their fear, their final struggle. This will be your masterpiece. A story of this land, written in their final breath, in their blood. A story that will grow. The entity loomed over us, a tower of nightmare. The historian's face was ecstatic. "It requires one of you to complete the pattern," he called out, his eyes bright. "The other will be left. To remember, to tend the story, to herald its new strength into the world." He reached into his coat and pulled out a heavy hunting knife, the kind used for skinning. He threw it. It spun through the air and landed in the dirt with a solid thunk, right between my right hand and the junior ranger's left hand. "Choose," the historian commanded, his voice ringing, "or it will choose for you." The drug was wearing off. Not enough to run, but I felt a tingling in my fingers, a little spark of feeling returning. I strained, and my index finger twitched. I turned my head, my neck muscles screaming, to look at the junior ranger. His eyes met mine, wide with terror, but then they flicked down to his own hand. I saw his pinky finger curl, just a little. He felt it too. The entity wanted us aware. It wanted our terror. Our choice would be the final brushstroke, the ultimate flavor of betrayal or sacrifice to cement its power. The thing leaned closer. The scraping sound rose to a fever pitch, becoming a physical pressure on my skull, making my vision blur. The historian watched, breathless, waiting for the climax of his twisted show. My mind raced, cutting through the fear. The choice was a lie. A trick. If I killed him to save myself, I'd become the monster, a herald of despair. If he killed me, his survivor's guilt would warp him forever. Either way, the story the forest wanted got written. The entity's form quivered with a sick anticipation. I forced every bit of will I had into my right arm. My fingers crawled through the dirt. closing around the cold grip of the hunting knife. The junior ranger's hand moved an inch toward it, too, his face a mask of anguish. I tightened my grip on the knife. I didn't turn it toward him. I used all my strength to turn my wrist inward, pointing the sharp tip of the blade toward my own chest. I dragged my eyes away from the shuddering horror above me and looked straight past it, directly into the historian's triumphant, gleaming eyes. I had to force the air from my lungs, my voice a raw, broken thing in the roaring clearing. What if, I gasped, each word a struggle, the herald writes his own ending? The historian's smile vanished. His eyes widened in confusion, then dawning fury. The entity above me froze, the scraping rhythm stuttering into a confused, discordant scratch. In that frozen moment of their surprise, the story they had written broke. I wasn't playing my part. I was scribbling over the script. With a final, desperate scream that came from somewhere deeper than fear, I rolled my body, not toward the junior ranger, but toward the circle of artifacts. I drove the knife not into my own heart, but down into the earth, right through the center of the bone and feather spiral, severing the pattern. A sound like a mountain cracking split the air. The entity shrieked, a sound of breaking branches and tearing roots. The historian cried out, clutching his head. The paralysis holding us shattered. The junior ranger scrambled to his feet, just as I did. We didn't look back. We ran, stumbling, crashing through the ring of trees, leaving the clearing and its furious composer and its confused artist behind. We ran until our lungs burned and the strange, bright moonlight faded behind the normal, dark trees. We didn't stop until we found a rocky overhang by a stream we both recognized, a place on the real map. We collapsed there, shaking, not speaking, just listening to the normal sound of water and the wind in the pines. At dawn we walked out, found a trail crew, and got a ride back. We told a story, a simplified one, about getting lost, about a bad reaction to some tainted water, about hallucinations from exhaustion. They believed us because they wanted to. The official search for the missing hikers was scaled back, turned into a recovery operation. The historian submitted his retirement papers the next week, citing health reasons. I never saw him again. The junior ranger transferred out, going somewhere flat and dry and far from trees. I stayed. This is my place. I walk my trails. I check my campsites. Sometimes at night, I think I hear a faint, distant scrape on the wind. Sometimes I find odd little piles of stones or feathers. I don't take pictures anymore. I just scatter them with my boot and keep walking. The forest is quiet now, but it's awaiting quiet. It learned a new ending to its story, one it didn't expect. And I'm still here, the ranger, the herald. Not of its power, but of the fact that it can be refused. The story is over, but the woods have a long memory, and I wonder, every single day, if it's just waiting for me to forget the tune, so it can try to teach me a new one. Story number 6. So here I am, Mike, just your average guy trying to get through a Tuesday that felt like it lasted 1,000 years. The whole stupid party was actually my idea, if you can believe it. My friends called it a divorce party, a way to burn the bridges behind me after finally signing the papers that ended a 10-year marriage. It wasn't a fancy thing, just a bunch of my buddies from work and a few old college pals crowded into my little living room, the air smelling like pepperoni pizza and cheap beer. The mood was this weird mix of celebration and relief, like we'd all just survived something and needed to make a lot of noise to prove we were still alive. My best friend, the one who always knows how to lighten the mood, showed up with a bag full of gag gifts. There was a best divorce ever mug, a self-help book about being happily single, and then at the bottom of the bag, this thing. It was a Ouija board, but not some old wooden antique you see in movies. This was pure plastic, the kind you'd buy at a toy store, and it actually glowed in the dark. He tossed it on the coffee table with a laugh, saying maybe I could use it to contact a better husband next time. We all roared with laughter, the kind that hurts your stomach and feels a little too loud, covering up all the unspoken stuff hanging in the room. For a while it just sat there, a silly plastic rectangle next to empty bottles and crumpled napkins. The night rolled on, stories were told, more pizza was eaten, and that heavy feeling in my chest started to feel a little lighter. But then, as the clock crept past midnight and the energy started to dip, someone, I think it was my buddy from the gym, pointed at the board and said, "Come on, let's actually try the stupid thing." For a laugh. There was a moment of quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we all agreed, why not, it would be funny. We turned off the main lights, leaving just a single dim lamp on in the corner, and the cheap plastic letters and numbers on the board took on a soft, eerie green glow. We all crowded around the coffee table, sitting on the floor. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend, my gym buddy, my old college roommate, and his new girlfriend, who I was meeting for the first time. We put our fingers lightly on the heart-shaped plastic slider, the planchette, and the mood shifted. The tipsy laughter faded away, replaced by a focused, prickly energy. It didn't feel like a game anymore. It felt like we were all holding our breath together, like we were about to poke a sleeping bear with a live wire, just to see what would happen. The silence in the room was complete, a waiting kind of quiet. I felt a little stupid, but also a strange current of excitement. My best friend, acting as the spokesman, asked in a mock-serious voice, "Is there anyone there?" We waited, our fingers just resting there. For a full minute, nothing. I was about to call the whole thing off, to break the tension with a joke, when I felt it. A tiny vibration under my fingertips. Then, the planchette began to move. It wasn't a fast, scary jerk like in the movies. It was slow, smooth, and deliberate, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. It slid across the board to the word yes. A collective shiver went through our little circle. My gym buddy let out a low whistle. "Okay, it's working," he whispered, and his voice sounded different, less sure. My best friend, still playing the role, asked, "What is your name?" The planchette moved again, sliding from letter to letter with that same unsettling smoothness. It spelled out G-A-B. We all looked at each other. "Gabe? Who's Gabe?" my college roommate asked. No one knew. His girlfriend shrugged, her eyes wide. "Maybe it's just making it up," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. That's when I got an idea, a mean little thought fueled by all the leftover anger and wine in my system. I wanted to direct this weird energy to use it. I leaned forward and said, "Let's ask it about my ex. Let's see what she's doing right now." My best friend shot me a look. Are you sure about that look?" But I just nodded. He cleared his throat and asked the board, "What is Mike's ex-wife doing right now?" The planchette didn't hesitate. It started moving again, gliding from letter to letter with a purpose that made my heart beat faster. It spelled out R-E-G-R-E-T. The room exploded. My friends hooped and cheered, slapping me on the back. "See, she regrets it. She's sorry," my gym buddy yelled. For a moment, I felt a powerful surge of victory. It was like we had summoned proof, real cosmic proof, that I had won, that she was miserable somewhere thinking about her mistake. The mood turned giddy again, but it was a different kind of giddy, a nervous, thin kind of happiness. The air in the room felt colder, even though the heat was on. Emboldened by this, I pushed further. I wanted more. "Ask it what she'll do next," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. My best friend asked. The planchette moved again, but this time its motion felt different, sharper, more certain. It went straight to 3 letters, B-G. "Beg," my college roommate said. "She's going to beg for you back." We laughed, but the laughter was hollow, forced. No one was really laughing anymore. We were all just watching that glowing piece of plastic like it was a snake about to strike. A heavy feeling settled back into my stomach, colder than before. We all pulled our fingers away from the planchette at the same time, as if by silent agreement. The spell was broken. "All right, that's enough spooky stuff for one night," my best friend said, standing up and switching the main lights back on. The sudden brightness was blinding, and the Ouija board just looked like a cheap toy again. We all busied ourselves cleaning up, talking loudly about sports and work, anything to fill the space where that strange energy had been. One by one, my friends left, giving me hugs and claps on the shoulder, telling me everything was going to be great now. Finally, I was alone in my quiet apartment. I looked at the mess, the empty bottles, the glowing board still on the coffee table. I shook my head, feeling exhausted and a little silly. It was just a game, a piece of plastic, and our own subconscious minds pushing it around. I had a big presentation at work the next day and needed sleep. I left the board where it was, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Sleep came quickly, a deep, heavy sleep. I was dreaming about nothing, a blank, dark dream, when a sound pulled me out of it. A buzzing. A persistent, angry buzzing. My phone on the nightstand. I fumbled for it, my eyes struggling to read the bright screen in the dark room. The clock said 3:07 a.m. A text message. I squinted, my heart sinking. It was from my ex-wife. What could she possibly want at this hour? I opened it, a knot of old anger and new anxiety tightening in my chest. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did it. Please forgive me for spilling the red wine on your mother's wedding dress tomorrow." I read it once, then twice. I sat bolt upright in bed, fully awake now. My mind raced. This made no sense. First of all, my ex was not a late-night texter. She was asleep by 10 like clockwork. Second, the apology was for something specific, something that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow. And third, and most importantly, my mother's wedding dress wasn't here. It was safe in her attic, 200 miles away. There was no way my ex could spill wine on it. I stared at the message, the glowing letters feeling as ominous as the ones on the board had hours earlier. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept down my spine. It had to be a mistake. A drunk text meant for someone else. Or maybe she was having some kind of breakdown. That had to be it. The board was a coincidence, a silly game. This text was just a bizarre, guilt-ridden mistake from a person I didn't really know anymore. I put the phone face down on the nightstand, trying to slow my breathing. It was nothing. Just a strange end to a strange night. I lay back down, pulling the covers up, telling myself to go back to sleep. But my eyes stayed open, staring at the dark ceiling. The words from the board echoed in my head. REGRET, BG. And now this apology for something that hadn't even happened. 3 data points. A pattern starting to form in the dark. I closed my eyes, pushing the thoughts away. It was nothing. I had a presentation tomorrow. I needed sleep. But as I finally drifted off, just on the edge of unconsciousness, one thought lingered. A hook in my mind that wouldn't let go. What if the game wasn't over? What if we had poked the bear, and it was just now waking up? For 3 days I managed to convince myself it was all just a weird coincidence. I went to work, I gave my presentation which went fine, and I tried to forget about the glowing board and the 3 a.m. text. I shoved the board into a closet, throwing an old jacket on top of it, so I wouldn't have to see its plastic glow. The text from my ex-wife I just deleted, telling myself she had been drinking and texted the wrong person about some other drama in her life. It was easier to believe that than to consider the alternative. Life went on, or at least it pretended to. Then, on the 4th day, my boss called me into her office. She was a serious woman, not prone to smiling, but her face that day was like stone. "Close the door," she said. I did, my heart starting to thump a little harder. "Sit down," she instructed. I sat. She folded her hands on her desk and looked at me. "Mike, I need to ask you about the Henderson account." My blood, as they say, ran cold. Just for a second, the room seemed to tilt. The Henderson account. That was a project from over a year ago, minor client I had managed. At the end of it, I had made a mistake. A small, stupid accounting error, moving a decimal point one place, so that a $10,000 invoice looked like a $100,000 invoice. I caught it myself before any money was sent, fixed it quietly in our system, and never told a soul. It was the kind of slip-up that could get you a warning, or even let go if the client had complained. No one had ever known. No one except me. And I had told one other person during a late-night venting session about work stress. I had told my then-wife. My boss leaned forward. "We received an anonymous tip this morning, an email to the compliance department. It laid out the error on the Henderson account in precise detail. It said you tried to cover it up." Her eyes were piercing. "Is this true?" My mouth was dry. I could not believe this was happening. The board had spelled BG. My ex had texted an apology for a future mistake. And now, here was the consequence. The timeline was backwards and impossible. The apology had come first. The crime was being revealed now. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. 2 weird things can be chance, but 3 is a pattern. A pattern with a terrible logic to it. I had to think fast. I couldn't lie. The details in the email were too specific. "It's true there was an error," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "It was a data entry mistake on my part. I found it and corrected it immediately, before any payment was processed or any report was generated. The client was never overbilled. The company never lost a cent. I should have filed an internal report. I see that now. I was embarrassed and I fixed it. That was wrong of me." I kept my gaze level, showing regret for the procedure, not for a crime. My boss studied me for a long moment, then sat back. The tip was detailed. It mentioned you confided in someone about it. Who knew? There it was. The confirmation. My ex-wife. I said, the words tasting bitter. I mentioned it to her in passing, over a year ago. My boss nodded slowly, a flicker of something like pity in her eyes. "Personal lives spilling into work is never good, Mike. This looks bad. I'm going to have to put a formal note in your file about the failure to report, and compliance will be watching. You're on thin ice. Don't make another mistake." I nodded numb. "I understand. Thank you for handling it directly. I left her office, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I walked back to my desk, my mind screaming. This was targeted. This was precise. Someone was trying to destroy my career, and the only person with the knowledge, and I assumed the motive, was my ex. A white-hot rage boiled up inside me. This was beyond a nasty divorce. This was sabotage. I waited until my lunch break, storming out of the building and into the parking lot where I could have some privacy. I pulled out my phone and called her. She picked up on the third ring. Hello. Her voice was quiet, normal. It made me even angrier. What is wrong with you? I snapped, not bothering with hello. What are you playing at? There was a pause on the other end. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I nearly shouted, pacing next to my car. The anonymous tip to my company? The Henderson account? You're the only one who knew. First the creepy text in the middle of the night, and now this? Are you trying to get me fired? Is this some sick game to make me beg? I threw the word at her, the word from the board. There was a longer pause. I could hear her breathing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. All the normalcy was gone, replaced by a shaky, thin sound. A scared sound. Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. What tip? What account? Her confusion didn't sound feigned. It sounded genuine, and that somehow made it worse. Stop it! I yelled. Just stop lying. You texted me an apology for something that hadn't happened, and now it's happening. You're doing this. I'm not, she cried, and I heard a tremor in her voice. I swear I'm not. I got your message. I was confused too. I thought you were messing with me, and I don't know anything about your work. But, her voice dropped to a whisper. But what? I demanded, the fury still hot in my chest. But I've been sleepwalking. The word hung in the air between us, traveling over the phone lines. It was so unexpected, so bizarre, that it punctured my anger for a second. What? Sleepwalking, she repeated, her voice hollow. I've never done it before in my life. But since that night you had your party, I've woken up 3 times. Not in my bed. Once in the kitchen, just standing at the sink. Once in the hallway closet. And last night I woke up on the couch with my phone in my hand. And there was a text message drafted to you. I didn't send it. It was just sitting there in the drafts folder. I deleted it. I was so scared. My mind was reeling. The fury was cooling, hardening into a different, colder emotion, dread. What did the draft say? I asked, my own voice quieter now. She was quiet for so long I thought the call dropped. It said, I'm sorry for the broken window. We both were silent then. I thought about my car. Just yesterday morning, I had come out to find the driver's side window of my car shattered. Not broken into, just shattered, as if hit with a small, precise tool. I had blamed kids in the neighborhood and called my insurance. I hadn't connected it to anything. A broken window. An apology for a broken window. The dread solidified into a block of ice in my gut. This wasn't her. This was something else. The rage I felt toward her evaporated, leaving behind a terrifying vacancy. Mike, she said, her voice small and far away. I'm scared. I feel like I'm going crazy. Something is happening. Yeah, I managed to say. Something is. We talked for a few more minutes. Our tones completely changed. We weren't adversaries anymore. We were 2 people comparing notes on a shared nightmare. She described the feeling of waking up, disoriented and cold, with no memory of how she got where she was. I told her about the Ouija board, about the words it spelled, about the text I received, and now my work disaster. Saying it all out loud to her, the person I had blamed, made it feel more real, more inescapable. We need to see each other, she said finally. We need to figure this out. In person. Please. I didn't want to. The idea of seeing her again, of being in the same room with all this horrible history and new, unexplainable fear, was awful. But she was right. Emails and texts and phone calls wouldn't cut it. We had to look each other in the eye. Reluctantly, I agreed. Okay, my place. Tonight. 7 o'clock. I spent the rest of the workday in a fog, jumping at every email notification, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. When I got home, I cleaned up nervously, though the place was already tidy. I didn't know what to expect. At 7 on the dot, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened it. She stood there on my doorstep, and she looked terrible. Not messy, but pale and thin, like she hadn't slept properly in weeks. The confident woman I'd known was gone, replaced by someone who looked like a ghost. Her eyes were wide and shadowed. We didn't say hello. We just looked at each other for a moment, a world of confusion and fear passing between us. Then, without a word, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her hands were shaking. "I found something else," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Today after we talked, I was going through my phone, looking for anything strange. I checked my notes app." She unlocked the phone, pulled up the app, and handed it to me. "Look at the drafts." I took the phone. The screen showed a list of notes. Most were normal, a grocery list, ideas for a project at her job. But at the top, there were 3 new drafts, all time-stamped from the early hours of various mornings over the past week, all unsent. My blood went cold again as I read them. The first one, from the night after my party, said, "I'm so sorry for the text. I don't know why I sent it." The second one said, "I'm sorry for the broken window." The third one, time-stamped from last night, sent a new wave of nausea through me. It read, "I'm sorry for the flat tires." And then at the very bottom of the most recent draft, as an afterthought, 2 more lines were typed, simple and devastating. "I'm sorry for the fire. I'm sorry for taking her." I stared at the screen. The words blurred. Her, our daughter. We had shared custody. Our little girl was supposed to be with her mom this week. I looked up from the phone, my vision swimming. My ex was watching me, tears now streaming silently down her face. "I didn't write those," she choked out. "I would never. Not ever." I believed her. The terror in her eyes was the most real thing I had seen in days. The last of the walls between us, the anger and the blame, crumbled to dust. We were no longer ex-husband and ex-wife fighting over the past. We were 2 parents, standing in the middle of my living room, united by a pure, animal fear for our child. We were staring at the same terrifying script, and we had no idea who the author was, or how to make it stop. The game from the party was over. Something much, much worse had just begun, and we were both trapped in its opening scene. We stared at that note on her phone, the words, "I'm sorry for taking her," seeming to burn themselves into the air between us. For a few seconds, neither of us moved or spoke. The only sound was the low hum of my refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we both moved at once. "Call your mom," I said, my voice rough. "Now, see where she is." She was already dialing, her fingers trembling so badly she misdialed twice. I grabbed my own phone, my mind racing in horrible directions. Our daughter was supposed to be with her mother's parents for a few days, a pre-planned visit. While she called her mom, I called my own parents, who sometimes did pickups from school. My mother answered, cheerful. "Hi, honey. How's your week? Is Lily with you?" I asked, cutting her off, not caring about manners. "What? No, of course not. She's with your ex's parents until Thursday, remember?" she said, her voice now laced with worry. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, fine, just checking." I lied, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'll call you later." I hung up. Across the room, my ex was talking fast into her phone. "Mom, put her on. Right now. I need to hear her voice." There was a pause that felt like an eternity. Then, her face crumpled with relief, and she held the phone out to me. I could hear the faint, sweet sound of our daughter's laughter, followed by a loud, "Hi, Mommy." I sagged against the wall, the tension draining out of me so fast I felt dizzy. She was safe. She was at her grandparents' house, 2 towns over, exactly where she was supposed to be. My ex finished the call, her own legs seeming to give out as she sank onto my couch. "She's okay," she whispered, more to herself than to me. "She's okay." But the relief was temporary, a thin bandage over a gaping wound. The note was still there. The threat had been made. The script had introduced a new character, our little girl. We spent the next hour talking in low, urgent voices, trying to make a plan. The anger was gone, replaced by a frantic, shared purpose. We agreed that the sleepwalking, the notes, the apologies, and the events they predicted were all connected. We decided we had to treat it like a hostile force, something we could maybe track and outsmart. So, we set up a horrible new routine. It was my ex's idea. She would call me the second she woke up from a sleepwalking episode, no matter the time. She would read me the apology text she found already typed in her drafts folder. That way, I would have a warning. If the note said flat tires, I could check my car. If it said something else, I could be ready. It was a gruesome early warning system, and it made me feel sick to agree to it, but we had nothing else. The first call came 2 nights later. The phone buzzed on my nightstand at 1:15 in the morning. I snatched it up, already wide awake with fear. Her voice was thick with sleep and terror. "It's me," she said. I woke up in the kitchen. My phone was on the counter. "There's a note." "Read it," I said, switching on my lamp. She took a shaky breath. "It says, 'I'm so sorry for scaring the dog.'" A cold knot formed in my stomach. I didn't have a dog, but she did. A little terrier named Buster that our daughter adored. "Go check on Buster," I said. "Right now. I'll stay on the phone." I heard her moving through her house, her breathing quick and shallow. I heard a door open, then a small, confused whine, then her voice trembling. He's in the bathtub, in the guest bathroom. He's just sitting there in the dry tub, shaking. He won't come out." My blood went cold. The dog was unhurt, but he was traumatized. He had been moved deliberately to a strange place in the middle of the night. This wasn't just about property damage anymore, like my car window. This was a violation of her home, a demonstration that this thing could get inside, could touch the living creatures within. The sense of safety was completely gone. I started keeping a log after that, a notebook by my bed. I wrote down the time of each call and the exact wording of each apology. 1:15 a.m., scaring the dog. 4:30 a.m. that same night, her dog was found cowering in the bathtub. It was a pattern, but a backwards, insane one. The apology always came first, then the event. We were living in a world where cause and effect had been flipped upside down. For a few days, things were quiet. No calls. The quiet was worse. It felt like waiting for the other shoe to drop, a shoe you knew was made of something terrible. I jumped at every sound in my own house. I started checking the locks on my windows 3 times before bed. I looked at the closet where I'd stashed the Ouija board with a new kind of hatred. Then last night, the call came again. This time it was 2:03 a.m. Her voice was a bare whisper, choked with tears. "Another one," she said. I was in the living room. The TV was on, just static. The note says, "I'm sorry for the figure at the window." My breath caught in my throat. "Figure at the window? Your window?" "I don't know," she cried, the fear breaking through. "It doesn't say whose window. Yours? Mine? The nursery at my parents' house? I don't know. Stay where you are," I told her, my own voice tight. "Do not go looking out windows. Turn on all the lights in your house. I'm coming over." "No," she said quickly. "Don't. What if it leads you here into something? What if that's part of it? Just stay put. Be careful. Check your own house." We hung up. I did as she said. I turned on every single light in my apartment, flooding the rooms with a harsh, unforgiving brightness. I went to each window, my heart in my mouth, and peered out into the dark courtyard of my complex. I saw nothing. No figures, no movement, just the sway of tree branches in the wind and the faint glow of distant streetlights. I stood guard in my living room until the sun came up, feeling exhausted and jumpy. Nothing happened. I finally fell into a fitful sleep on the couch around 7 in the morning, thinking maybe, just maybe, it had been a false alarm. A generic, scary phrase that wouldn't come true. I was wrong. My daughter came home from her grandparents that afternoon. My ex brought her over to my place for my scheduled evening with her. It was a normal, blessed slice of normalcy. We ordered pizza, we watched a cartoon movie. She told me all about feeding ducks at the park with her grandma. For a few hours, the shadow lifted. I read her a bedtime story in the small spare room I'd fixed up for her, tucked her in, and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack the way she liked. It was later, maybe 11 o'clock, and I was just about to head to bed myself when I heard the soft pad of little feet. Her door opened wider, and she appeared in the hallway, her favorite stuffed rabbit dangling from one hand. She rubbed her eyes with the other. "Sweetheart?" I said, kneeling down. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" She shuffled over to me and leaned her head against my shoulder. Her voice, when she spoke, was small and drowsy, but the words were clear and they turned my bones to ice. "Daddy," she murmured, snuggling closer. "There's a sad man standing in our backyard." Time stopped. I froze, my arms around her. My backyard was a tiny fenced-in patio, barely big enough for a grill and 2 chairs. A motion sensor light was supposed to come on if anything moved out there. It was dark. "A sad man?" I managed to say, keeping my voice calm and soft. "Where, baby?" "By the big bush," she whispered. "He's just looking at the house. He looks really sad, Daddy." I carefully stood up, lifting her with me. I carried her into the living room, away from the windows that faced the backyard. My mind was screaming. The apology from the night before. The figure at the window. Not my ex's window. My window. My house. And the entity, the thing, the whatever it was, hadn't shown itself to me. It had shown itself to my daughter. It had made sure its primary audience was watching, and it had used my child as the messenger. The performance was escalating. It wasn't enough to scare us from a distance anymore. It wanted to be seen, up close, by the people it was torturing, and it wanted me to know it could get to her, could whisper things into her innocent world. I held my daughter close, her head on my shoulder, as I walked to the front of the house, to a window that faced the street. With my free hand, I slowly moved the curtain aside just an inch. I looked out into my front yard, my eyes scanning the shadows. I saw nothing. No one. The street was empty and quiet. The sad man was gone from the backyard, if he had ever been there at all. But the message had been delivered, loud and clear. The game had changed. The script now had a starring role for my little girl, and the thing writing it was no longer content to stay in the shadows. It was stepping into the light, and it wanted a front row seat for our terror. I rocked my daughter gently until she fell back asleep in my arms, her breathing soft and even, completely unaware of the storm swirling around her. I knew then that we couldn't just be reactive anymore, waiting for the next apology, the next horrible surprise. We had to find out what this thing was, and we had to find a way to fight back. The warning system had failed. It was time to go on the offensive. The days after my daughter saw the sad man were filled with a new kind of tension, a constant low-grade buzzing in my nerves. We increased security. I installed new locks on my doors and brighter motion sensor lights outside. My ex did the same at her place. We talked every day, our conversations no longer about our past, but about our strange, shared present, comparing notes, checking on our daughter, trying to find a pattern in the madness. The sleepwalking episodes and the apology notes had stopped for a little while, which should have been a relief, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat too loudly. Then the call came, but it was different this time. It didn't come in the dead of night. It came at 11:07 on a Tuesday evening. I was still awake, watching some forgettable TV show, trying to distract myself. When my phone rang and I saw it was her, my stomach tightened with the usual dread. But her voice wasn't the thick, sleepy mumble of the sleepwalker. It was choked, raw, and completely, horrifyingly awake. "I'm in my car," she sobbed, the words tumbling out in a rush of pure panic. "I don't know how I got here. I was on my couch, watching TV, and then I was just here, in the driver's seat. My car is running." "Where are you?" I asked, already standing up, looking for my shoes. "I don't know," she cried, and I could hear the genuine, disoriented terror in her voice. "A street, with houses. It's dark. Wait. I see a street sign. It's Maple. I'm on Maple Drive." My blood turned to ice. Maple Drive was 2 blocks over from my street. "Okay, listen to me," I said, my voice as calm as I could force it. "Turn off the car. Right now. Take the keys out of the ignition." "I can't," she whispered, and the fear in her voice deepened. "Why not?" Because my hands are on the wheel, and I'm holding them there. I'm not doing it, Mike. My hands are just stuck. I'm telling them to move and they won't." A new layer of horror settled over me. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was possession. This was being awake and aware and trapped inside your own body, a passenger while something else drove. "Look around," I instructed, my mind racing. "What else do you see? In the car with you?" I heard her ragged breathing, then a small, strangled sound. There's a red plastic gas can. On the passenger seat. It's full. I can smell it." The world seemed to shrink to the size of the phone in my hand. Gasoline. An arson kit. And she was parked 2 blocks from my house. The script had escalated from broken windows and scared dogs to fire, to physical, violent destruction. The prop was purchased. The stage was set. My house. My life. Maybe with me in it. "I'm coming," I said, already grabbing my jacket and running for the door. "Don't hang up. Just keep talking to me. I'm so scared." She wept into the phone as I fumbled with my own keys and burst out into the cool night air. "I can't move. It's like I'm frozen. What if it makes me? What if it makes me get out? What if it makes me do something?" "It won't," I said, though I had no reason to believe that. I started running down the sidewalk, my phone pressed to my ear. "I'm almost there. Just keep looking at the street sign. You're on Maple and what?" "Maple and Cedar. I'm at the corner." I knew that intersection. It was a quiet, tree-lined corner, dark at this hour. My lungs burned as I ran, the streetlights casting long, jumping shadows ahead of me. I turned onto Maple, my eyes scanning ahead. And there it was, her silver sedan, parked under a large oak tree, but parked crookedly, the front tires up on the curb as if it had been stopped in a hurry. The engine was off now, the car dark. I could see the dim shape of someone inside. "I see you," I said into the phone. "I'm here." I approached the car slowly, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The street was empty. The houses were dark. As I got closer, I could see her through the windshield. She was slumped forward, her forehead resting on the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. And on the passenger seat, just as she described, was a bright red plastic gas can, the kind you buy at any hardware store. I reached the driver's side door. I tapped on the window. She jerked her head up. Her face was pale and streaked with tears in the dim light. Her eyes were wide with a terror I had never seen before, not even in our worst arguments. She looked at me like I was a ghost. Slowly, as if her joints were rusty, she reached over and unlocked the door. I pulled it open. The smell of gasoline was stronger now, sharp and chemical. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice low. She just shook her head, a quick, jerky motion. She couldn't speak. She held up her hands. They were trembling violently. I couldn't. My hands. She stammered. Then, when I saw your face, they let go. I helped her out of the car. She was unsteady on her feet, leaning against me for support. She felt thin, insubstantial. I guided her away from the vehicle, over to the curb a few feet away, and we both sat down on the cold concrete. She hugged her knees to her chest, rocking slightly. I looked back at the car, at that menacing Redken sitting so casually on the seat. It was proof. Tangible, physical proof that this was real, that it was moving beyond thoughts and notes and into the world of action. "I was on my couch," she repeated, her voice a monotone of shock. "I was watching a baking show, and then there was a blink, like when you change a channel on TV, and for a second the screen goes black. I blinked, and I was here, in the car. The engine was running. My hands were on the wheel, and I knew I was supposed to drive somewhere, to do something. But you didn't," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "You stopped." "I didn't stop it," she said, looking at me, her eyes haunted. "It stopped. It parked the car. It turned off the engine. It left me here like this, with that thing next to me, to show me, to make me see what it wanted me to do." As she was speaking, my phone, which I was still holding, buzzed in my hand. A new text message notification flashed on the screen. I looked down at it automatically. It was from her. The timestamp on the message said 10:45 p.m., 22 minutes ago, before she called me, before I found her here. My breath caught. I showed her the screen. She stared at it, her face going, if possible, even paler. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. I can't stop it." We both looked from the phone's glowing screen to her car, to the gas can visible through the window, then back to each other. The understanding that settled over us was colder than the night air. This was the mechanism. This was how it worked. Her sleeping self, or the thing controlling her, would write the apology and timestamp it. It would then use her body to set the stage, to acquire the props, to move to the location. Then, her waking, conscious self would find the evidence, would react with terror and confusion. And that reaction, our fear, was the point. It was the fuel. We were living in a closed loop. The entity planted the script. Her body performed the setup. We discovered it and felt horror. That horror fed the entity, giving it the energy to write the next, worst scene. We weren't just victims. We were the battery powering the whole terrible show. "We have to break the loop," I said, the words sounding hollow even to me. "How?" she asked, the simple word filled with a bottomless despair. I didn't have an answer, but we couldn't leave the car and the gas can here. What if the loop decided to restart? What if, in another blink, she was back behind the wheel? "Give me your keys," I said. She handed them over without a word. I walked back to her car, the smell of gasoline making my eyes water. I opened the passenger door, grabbed the red plastic can by its handle. It was shockingly heavy. I carried it away from the car, setting it down on the sidewalk. Then I got into the driver's seat of her car. The interior still held the faint, sweet smell of her perfume, now mixed with the acrid gasoline scent. It was a disorienting combination. I started the engine, backed carefully off the curb, and drove the 2 blocks to my house, with her following slowly on foot. I parked her car in my driveway behind my own. By the time I got out, she was there, standing under the porch light, looking lost. I went back for the gas can, carrying it like a bomb, and stored it in my locked shed-out back. When I came back to the front door, she was still standing there. "You can't go home alone," I said. It wasn't a question. She nodded, a tiny movement. I let her in. We didn't talk much. I got her a glass of water. She sat on the edge of my couch, staring at nothing. I took the spare blanket from the linen closet and gave it to her. "You can have the bed," I said. "I'll take the couch." "No," she said, her voice firmer now. "The couch is fine. I don't think I'll sleep anyway." I didn't argue. I got a pillow for myself and lay down on the floor nearby, not wanting to leave her alone in the living room. We lay there in the dark for a long time, the only sound our breathing. The events of the night replayed in my mind on a loop. Her terrified voice on the phone, the crooked car, the red can, the text with its damning timestamp. The entity had shown its hand. It wasn't just a ghost in the machine. It could manipulate physical objects, make purchases, control a human body like a puppet. And it was confident enough to show us the script ahead of time, knowing we were powerless to change it. Just as I was finally drifting into an uneasy sleep, her voice came softly through the dark. "Mike!" "Yeah, thank you. For coming. For not thinking I'm crazy." "I know you're not crazy," I said. And I did. I had seen the proof with my own eyes. We were both sane people caught in something utterly insane. "What do we do tomorrow?" she asked. That was the question. The loop was broken for tonight, but the writer was still out there, and it would be angry its scene was interrupted. "We find someone who knows about this stuff," I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. "Not a doctor. Something else. Someone who understands things that operate like this." "A psychic?" she asked, doubt clear in her voice. "Or a medium? Or a paranormal investigator?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But we can't fight this with locks and lights. We need to fight it on its own turf. We need to understand what it is." There was a long pause. Then, from her spot on the couch, she said, "Okay." It was a small word, but it was an agreement. A plan. For the first time since the party, we weren't just waiting and reacting. We were going to try to take a step, however shaky, into the dark to meet the thing that was hunting us. As I closed my eyes, the image of the gas can seem burned onto the inside of my eyelids. We had stopped tonight's performance, but the show wasn't over. The writer was still in the shadows, and it would be drafting a new script, one that would account for our interference. Tomorrow, we would go looking for answers. The only question was, what would be waiting for us when we did? The next morning was awkward, filled with the kind of stiff politeness you have with a stranger sharing your space. We made coffee, avoided each other's eyes, and spoke in short, practical sentences. The shared terror of the night before had bonded us, but the daylight made our history feel too close, a minefield we had to tiptoe around. We both knew what we had to do, however. We needed information, and normal channels had failed us. I started the search online at my kitchen table while she took a shower. I looked up everything I could think of: sleepwalking and premonitions, entity causing specific events, hauntings tied to a person. Most of it was garbage, scary stories, and fake psychic ads. But one phrase kept popping up in stranger, more obscure forms: thought form attachment. The idea was that strong negative emotions like rage, grief, or bitterness could, under the right conditions, create a kind of psychic parasite. This thing would then feed on those same emotions, growing stronger by creating situations that caused more of them. It sounded insane. It also sounded exactly like what was happening. My ex came out, dressed in her clothes from the day before, her hair damp. "Find anything?" she asked, hovering near the table. I showed her the screen, summarizing the concept of a thought form. She read over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So you're saying, we made this?" she finally said, her voice flat. "Our divorce. Our anger. Maybe not made," I said, trying to be careful, "but maybe gave it a way in. Amplified something that was already festering." She walked away, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's a horrible thing to think." "It is," I agreed, "but it gives us a place to start. These forums mention people who can help. Specialists. Not all of them are frauds." We spent the next few hours making calls. It was demoralizing. The first 3 people I spoke to sounded like carnival barkers, promising instant cleansing for $500. My ex had better luck. She found a woman, based in a city about an hour's drive away, who didn't advertise at all. She was referred through a chain of message boards, described only as a sensitive who worked with relational echoes. She had a waiting list, But when my ex described our situation in a voicemail, the specific apologies, the timestamps, the physical manifestations, the woman called back within 20 minutes. Her name was Elena, and her voice on the phone was calm, measured, and tired. She agreed to see us that afternoon. It felt like our first real break. While we prepared to go, my ex had another idea. If it's using my sleep, maybe we can catch it in the act. Not just the aftermath. I was wary. How? You setting up a camera? Exactly, she said. If I'm going to be a puppet, I want to see the strings. She was too scared to go back to her own house, so we rigged up a makeshift system in my guest room. We used my laptop, setting it on the dresser, and starting a video call to her phone, which I would keep with me. That way, I could watch the live feed. She also set her phone to voice record all night. It was a strange, invasive intimacy, but we were past caring about privacy. We left for our appointment with Elena in the early afternoon. Her place was not what I expected. It wasn't a mystical shop full of crystals and incense. It was a small, tidy office in a professional building, next to a dentist and an insurance agent. Elena herself was a woman in her late 50s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She looked more like a friendly librarian than a psychic. We sat in her simple office and we told her everything. Starting with the divorce party, the Ouija board, the words it spelled, the text messages, my work disaster, the dog in the bathtub, the figure my daughter saw, and finally, the previous night with the car and the gasoline. We showed her the log I kept, the screenshots of the text timestamps. She listened without interruption, her hands folded on her desk, her expression growing more and more grave. When we finished, the room felt still. She leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath. You didn't summon a ghost, she said, her words precise. Not in the traditional sense. A ghost is a remnant of a person. This is different. You amplified what was already there. The rotten core of your relationship, the resentment, the betrayal, the unfinished fury. That night, with that board, you weren't talking to the dead. You were shouting into the wound. And something in the wound shouted back. You gave the rot a voice, and now it's using yours. Her explanation, so clear and clinical, was more frightening than any tale of demons. She was saying the monster was made from us. What is it? My ex asked, her voice small. You can call it a thought form, an egregore, a psychic mold. The name doesn't matter. What matters is its food source. It feeds on the emotional energy between you two. The more toxic, the better. It's not trying to kill you. It's trying to keep the story going. The story of the bitter ex-husband and the vengeful ex-wife. It creates events that make you blame each other, fear each other, which creates more of the energy it eats. So how do we kill it? I asked, the word feeling too violent for the quiet office. You don't kill mold by staring at it, Elena said. You cut off its moisture. You stop feeding it. You have to break the narrative. You have to act in ways it cannot predict. Ways that don't fit its story of two enemies. She gave us some basic advice. Stay in the same physical space as much as possible to dilute its focus. Try to practice genuine, even if difficult, forgiveness, and avoid any action that plays into the roles it has assigned us. It sounded impossibly hard, but she also gave us a specific ritual to try, a formal, mutual release of blame to be done at a neutral location, a place with no history for either of us. We left her office with a sliver of hope, but it was a fragile thing. The drive back was quiet, both of us processing the idea that we had, in some way, created our own haunting. When we got back to my place, it was early evening. We were exhausted, but there was a new determination between us. We had a theory and a plan, however flimsy. Then we remembered the video feed. My ex's phone had been recording the guest room all day. With a shared sense of dread, we sat at my kitchen table and opened the video file. The first few hours were boring. Just an empty, sunlit room. Then, around noon, the video showed my ex entering the room to grab a sweater she'd left there. Nothing strange. We fast-forwarded. Then, at 3:17 p.m., while we were sitting in Elena's office, the video showed the door to the guest room opening slowly. My ex, on the recording, walked into the room. But she walked differently. Her steps were slow, deliberate. She wasn't sleepwalking. Her eyes were open, but they had a vacant, distant look. She walked straight to the center of the room, then turned and sat down in the desk chair, facing the laptop camera directly. She just sat there, staring. Not at the room, but straight into the lens, as if she could see us watching her through time. A smile spread across her face. It was a smile I had never seen before. It wasn't happy or sad. It was knowing. Cold. Then she began to speak. Her voice was her own, but the cadence was wrong, too even, too calm. "You're looking for answers," the thing using her mouth said to the camera. "Good. It's more fun when the audience understands the play. You went to see the wise woman. She told you about the food. But she didn't tell you my name, did she?" On the screen, her head tilted. "You asked that first night. You asked the board who was answering. Your friends, the drunk ones, they asked again after you went to bed. They were brave. Or stupid. They asked for a name." She leaned closer to the camera, her face filling the screen. "It's Kayan," she said, spelling it out. "Kayan. Not family. Kinship. The tie that binds. And you are so very tightly bound." The recording showed her leaning back, that cold smile returning. "The wise woman is right about one thing. I do love your story, but she's wrong about the ending. There's only one ending I want. Only one finale that will be satisfying." Then the thing, Kayan, looked right into the lens, and for a terrifying second, I felt it was seeing me right there in my kitchen, not a recording at all. "I want her to see you break. I want her to watch you become the monster she already believes you are. And then, when it's perfect, when it's real, I'll take the little one, the final piece of the bond, my masterpiece." The recording showed my ex's body standing up, the smile fading, her eyes blinking back to their normal, confused haze. She looked around the room as if lost, then shuffled out, closing the door behind her. The video ended. We sat at my table, the screen dark. The air had been sucked from the room. We had our name, Kin, and we had its goal. It wasn't just feeding. It was directing a play with a specific, horrifying climax. My complete destruction witnessed by my ex, and then the taking of our daughter. The entity had just delivered its villain's monologue, and we had watched it on demand. My ex was crying silently, tears of shame and horror streaming down her face. "I don't remember any of that," she whispered. "I was making lunch. I felt a little dizzy. I sat down for a minute, that's all." I believed her. The recording was proof that Kayan didn't need sleep anymore. It could take her any time, for short moments, and leave no memory. It was getting stronger. We had gone looking for answers, and we had found them. We had a name. We had a motive. And we had a deadline. Kin had laid out its entire plan. The feeling of hope from Elena's office was gone, crushed under the weight of that cold, smiling performance. We knew what we were fighting now. We knew it was intelligent, cruel, and had a taste for drama. And we knew it considered our daughter the prize. The chessboard was laid out, and we had just seen our opponent's final move. We just had no idea how to stop a game that was rigged from the very start, played with pieces of our own shattered past. The video of Kayan speaking through my ex left us in a state of paralyzed horror for the rest of that day. We played it once more, just to be sure we heard it right, then deleted it from the laptop. Having that thing's smug face on my hard drive felt like an infection. Elena's advice about starving Kayan now felt naive, like trying to put out a forest fire with a squirt gun. This wasn't just mold. It was a director, a playwright with a cruel sense of irony, and a very specific finale in mind. But Elena's other idea, the ritual of release, was all we had. A formal, spoken forgiveness at a neutral site. It felt like a Hail Mary pass in a game we were already losing by a mile. But we were desperate enough to try anything. We decided to do it at dawn the next day. We needed a place with zero history for either of us, so we picked a small public footbridge in a county park about 30 minutes away. It crossed a slow-moving creek, surrounded by woods. We'd never been there together. It felt neutral, quiet, and away from prying eyes. Neither of us slept that night. We stayed in the living room, with all the lights on, talking in low voices about everything except the task ahead. We talked about our daughter, about funny memories from when she was a baby, about anything that was pure and untainted by what came later. It was the longest conversation we'd had in years that wasn't about lawyers or schedules or this nightmare. It was almost nice, in a heartbreaking way. A few hours before sunrise, we got ready to go. The sky was just beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue when we pulled into the empty park lot. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet leaves and pine. It was utterly still. No birds, no wind. We walked in silence along the gravel path that led to the bridge, our footsteps crunching loud in the quiet. The wooden bridge was old but sturdy, its railings painted a fading white. We stopped in the middle, leaning on opposite rails, looking down at the dark water below. This was it. The idea was to speak our piece, to formally forgive each other for the real, human hurts, to cut the emotional cords Kayan was feeding on. We had practiced what we would say. But standing there in the cold, pre-dawn gloom, the words felt silly, impossible. How do you forgive someone for helping to create a psychic monster that wants to kidnap your child? But we had to try. I took a deep breath, my breath forming a cloud in the air. I forgive you, I started, the words feeling thick and clumsy. For the things said at the end. For the anger. For letting things get so bad that something like this could even find a home. She was looking at the water, her profile pale in the dim light. She nodded, swallowing hard. I forgive you too, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. For the same. For the distance. For the silence when there should have been talking. For the part of me that wanted you to hurt, because that's what started all this. We had more to say, a whole script we'd planned, about releasing each other from blame and moving forward as allies for our daughter's sake. But before I could form the next sentence, we heard a sound that froze the words in my throat. Tires on gravel. Slow, deliberate. A car was pulling into the otherwise empty parking lot. We both turned to look back down the path. A police cruiser, its headlights off, rolled to a stop next to our cars. The driver's door opened, and an officer got out. He was a big man, his uniform seeming too crisp for this hour. He didn't approach us right away. He stood by his car, looking at ours. Then he started walking slowly down the path toward the bridge. My ex and I exchanged a glance. This couldn't be a coincidence. Kim knew. It had to. The officer reached the foot of the bridge. He stopped there, one hand resting casually on his belt near his holster. His face was neutral, professional. Morning, he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the still air. Mike Tanner? That was me. Yes, officer? I said, my heart starting a slow, heavy thud in my chest. He looked from me to my ex, then back to me. Sir, I need you to ask your friend to step away for a moment. I need to speak with you. My ex looked at me, her eyes wide with a fresh, familiar terror. I gave a tiny, helpless shrug. She slowly walked off the bridge, stopping on the path a good 20 feet away, hugging herself against the cold. The officer walked onto the bridge, his boots thumping on the old wood. He stopped a few feet from me. He didn't look angry. He looked serious. Sir, where were you last night between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? I blinked. I was at home. All night. My friend here was with me. We were both there. He nodded slowly, as if he expected that answer. Can anyone else verify that? Neighbors see your cars? Any deliveries? No, I said, confusion mixing with the dread. It was a quiet night. We didn't go out. Why? What's this about? He studied my face for a long moment. There was a fire last night, sir. A structure fire. A detached garage on Oak Lane, about 2 miles from your residential address. It was reported at 12:17 a.m. Oak Lane. I knew that street. It was in my neighborhood. My mind was racing, trying to see the trap. That's terrible, but I don't see what it has to do with me. The officer's expression didn't change. A witness came forward. They were out walking their dog late. They reported seeing a silver sedan, matching the make and model of the vehicle registered to you, ma'am, he said, glancing toward my ex. Parked near that address around 11:45. They noted the driver was acting furtive. When they saw the news about the fire this morning, they called it in. We also recovered a partial license plate from some security footage in the area. It matches your vehicle. The world seemed to tilt. The gas can. The apology for the fire. Ken wasn't just going to make her set a fire at my house. It was going to frame her for one somewhere else. And it had used the time we were planning our countermove to do it. The ritual, the attempt to break the bond, had given it the perfect opportunity and the perfect alibi for us being together, which now looked like collusion. Officer, that's impossible, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We were together. All night. We have proof. We were recording. I stopped. I couldn't explain the video feed without sounding insane. Recording what, sir? He asked, his eyebrow lifting slightly. Nothing. I mean, we were just at home. Talking. You can check our phones, the location data. They'll show we never left. Phone data can be left behind, he said, his tone implying he'd heard every excuse in the book. The witness was certain about the car. And we have an active fire, started with an accelerant. We'd like you both to come down to the station to give formal statements. And sir, he looked at me with a gaze that was suddenly much harder. We'd like your permission to search your property, specifically any outbuildings like a shed. The shed, where I had locked up the red gas can. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. If they found that, with her car identified near the scene, it was over. It was a perfect frame. Kin had written a new scene, and the police were now characters in its play. "Do you have a warrant?" I asked, the words automatic, learned from TV. "We can get one," he said evenly. "Based on the witness statement and the partial plate, it won't be a problem. It's easier if you consent." I looked past him to my ex. She was crying silently, shaking her head. She knew about the gas can in my shed. We both knew what this meant. If I said no, it looked guilty, and they'd come back with a warrant anyway. If I said yes, they'd find the evidence KIN had planted for them. We were checkmated. "I want to call a lawyer," I said, my voice sounding hollow. The officer nodded, as if this was the most predictable thing in the world. "That's your right. You can do that at the station. For now, I need you both to come with me. You're not under arrest at this time, but you are persons of interest. Please don't make this difficult." There was nothing to do. We walked back up the path, a cop following each of us, it felt like. We were placed in the back of separate squad cars. As my officer closed the door, I looked out the window at my ex being led to the other car. Our eyes met for a second across the parking lot. All the fragile understanding we'd built, the shaky alliance, crumbled under the weight of this new reality. The law didn't care about thought forms or psychic parasites. It cared about witness statements and physical evidence. And KIN had just provided both. As the car pulled away, taking me to a place where logic and evidence ruled, I realized this was its masterpiece. It had moved the game from the shadows of our private horror into the bright, unforgiving light of the real world. Our attempt to break the story had only given it a better plot twist. We were no longer just battling a monster. We were battling the justice system, and the monster was holding all the evidence. The bridge, the forgiveness, the hope of dawn. It all felt like a distant dream, a silly fantasy. The real story was just beginning, and we had been cast as the villains. The police station was a blur of harsh fluorescent lights, stale coffee smell, and low, serious voices. They put us in separate interview rooms, small spaces with scuffed tables and walls that seemed to absorb sound. My mind was racing, trying to find a foothold in this new legal nightmare. A detective came in, a man with a tired face and sharp eyes. He went through the routine, my rights, the witness statement about the silver car, the fire. I told my story, the same one I told the officer. We were home all night. I gave him my ex's name to confirm. I didn't mention the gas can. I asked for a lawyer. Everything slowed to a crawl after that. I sat in that room for what felt like hours, my thoughts spiraling. They would get a warrant for my shed. They would find the can. How could I explain it? That I took it from my sleepwalking ex to prevent a fire she was being compelled to start? It sounded like the plot of a bad movie, or a desperate lie from a guilty man. My lawyer, a brisk woman named Carla who specialized in criminal defense, arrived eventually. I told her everything, the whole unbelievable story. She listened without interrupting, her face a professional mask. When I finished, she let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," she said. "We do not mention any of that. Not to the police, not to a judge, not to anyone. You sound insane, and insane people go to prison. We stick to the facts we can prove. You were home. She was home with you. You have no knowledge of any fire. You have never seen a gas can. You have no idea why a witness would place her car there. It must be a case of mistaken identity. But they'll find the can in my shed," I said, my voice tight. "Then we have a problem," she said bluntly. "But we don't admit to putting it there. We say we have no idea how it got there. Maybe someone is framing you. We'll need an alternative theory. But for now, we say nothing." It was agony. Following her advice felt like surrendering to Kin's narrative, but I was out of my depth. The detective came back in with my lawyer present. He informed us they had obtained a warrant for my property. My heart sank. He left again. More waiting. During this time, Carla managed to get an update. My ex had been questioned separately. She had also asked for a lawyer and was sticking to the same story. They had not arrested either of us yet, but they were holding us. The break, when it came, was from an unexpected direction. Carla's phone buzzed. She read a text, her eyebrows lifting slightly. "They're pulling security footage," she said. "From a hotel." "A hotel?" I asked, confused. "Your ex," Carla explained. "Her lawyer is smart. She told them that your ex has been experiencing severe stress and sleep issues. So much so that she checked into a hotel 2 nights ago to try to get some rest, away from her own home. She gave them the hotel name and the time she checked in. The police are pulling the lobby and hallway footage to verify her presence there last night." A flicker of hope, thin and desperate, sparked in my chest. She had checked into a hotel after the gasoline incident, too scared to be alone. I hadn't even thought about that alibi. But if the footage showed her in the hotel lobby or hallway during the time of the fire, it would be a physical, digital alibi that contradicted the witness who saw her car. It took another hour. The detective returned, his expression unreadable. He looked at me, then at Carla. "The security footage from the sunrise and shows your client," he said, nodding at me, "entering the lobby with the female at 9:47 p.m. last night. It shows them taking the elevator. Hallway camera shows them entering room 214 at 9:52 p.m. The next time the hallway camera picks them up is at 7:08 a.m. this morning when they left together." He paused, his jaw working. "The fire was reported at 12:17 a.m. The witness placed the car at 11:45 p.m. He looked at me. "You're saying you were both in that hotel room from before 10 until after 7 this morning?" "Yes," I said, the word feeling like a stone dropping. "The entire night." The detective sighed, rubbing his forehead. "The witness was certain, but digital footage doesn't lie. We'll have to re-interview the witness, check the plate again. There could be a similar vehicle." He looked at Carla. "You're both free to go for now, but don't leave town. This is still an open investigation, and we will be executing that warrant on your shed, Mr. Tanner. Today." They let us go. We walked out of the police station into the late morning sun, squinting like prisoners released after years inside. My ex looked hollowed out, her face drawn. We didn't speak until we were in my car, driving back to my house, a squad car predictably following us to oversee the shed search. "The hotel," I finally said. "I forgot you were even staying there." "I almost forgot too," she said, her voice monotone. "I was so focused on the bridge, on the ritual. But my lawyer asked about my whereabouts for the last 72 hours. It just came out. We got home. The police were already there, waiting with the warrant. They went straight to my backyard. My ex and I stood in the kitchen, watching through the window as an officer in gloves opened my shed door. We saw him look inside. He paused. He called another officer over. They both looked. Then they began a thorough search, moving my lawnmower, my tools, boxes of old junk. They were in there for 20 minutes. Finally, they came out, dusting off their hands. They walked over to the lead detective, who had stayed by his car. We saw the officer shake his head. The detective's shoulders slumped slightly. He walked to the back door and knocked. I opened it. "Mr. Tanner," he said. "We searched the shed. We found no gas can, no containers of any accelerant." I stared at him, unable to hide my shock. You didn't?" "No, sir. We did not." He studied my face, seeing my genuine surprise. "Are you sure that's the correct shed? You don't have another storage unit?" "No," I managed to say. "That's it." He nodded slowly, clearly frustrated. The witness was shaky, the alibi was solid, and now the physical evidence they expected wasn't there. The case was falling apart. "We'll be in touch," he said, and left with his team. We watched them drive away. When the last car was gone, I turned to my ex. "The can is gone." "Can took it," she whispered. "It planted it to set the scene, then removed it when the scene was over. It only needed the witness. The can was just a prop." The truth of it hit me. Kin was meticulous. It wasn't just a force of chaos. It was a storyteller who cleaned up after itself, leaving only the clues it wanted found. It had given the police a compelling story with a witness, but had carefully removed the evidence that would have made it airtight, perhaps because a perfect frame would have ended the game too quickly. It wanted us in the system, under suspicion, living in fear, not locked away where its food supply would be cut off. The rest of the day passed in a numb haze. The legal threat had receded, but the victory felt empty. We were still chained to this thing. That evening, my ex, too scared to go to the hotel or her own house, settled back into my guest room. I noticed something different about her. The constant, jumpy anxiety was gone. She moved slowly, calmly, but her eyes were empty. "It stopped," she said as we made a quiet dinner. "The sleepwalking, the blackouts, the urge to write notes. It's just gone. Since they took me to the station, since I became a suspect." She looked at me, her gaze unsettlingly direct. "It's happy, Mike. It got what it wanted. You look at me now, and you see a potential criminal. The police see a person of interest. I'm the villain in your story. The monster. It's resting. It's satisfied with this chapter." Her words made a terrible sense. Kin's goal, as it said on the video, was for her to see me as a monster. But the reverse was also true. The perfect narrative had us as toxic, destructive forces in each other's lives. Now, the legal system had validated that story. The entity had woven its fiction into the fabric of reality. It could take a break. The thought was more frightening than any midnight episode. A restless enemy you can track. A satisfied one is planning its next move in the quiet. The next day, she decided she had to go back to her place to get more clothes, to check on her dog, to try to reclaim some piece of her life. I offered to go with her, but she refused. "It's resting," she said again, as if trying to convince herself. "It'll be okay." I let her go, a knot of worry in my stomach. An hour after she left, I realized she'd forgotten her phone charger. Knowing she'd need it, I drove to her house. Her car was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. I let myself in, calling her name. No answer. The house had that still, empty feel. I found her charger in the guest room where she'd been staying. As I turned to leave, I noticed the television in the living room was on. Not to a channel, but to that buzzing, flickering gray and black screen of pure static. It was loud in the quiet house. I walked over to grab the remote off the coffee table to turn it off. As my fingers closed around the remote, the static on the screen changed. It didn't go to a channel. Instead, the rolling gray bars seemed to coalesce, to pull together, forming a blurry, shaky image. It was like looking through a smoky, distorted lens. But I recognized what I was seeing. It was a room with pale yellow walls, a white crib, a mobile of little stars and moons turning slowly in a non-existent breeze. It was a live feed from the nanny cam in my daughter's bedroom at my ex's parents' house, where she was staying for the week. My blood froze solid in my veins. I could see the edge of the crib, the pattern on the rug. The view was from the corner of the room, high up, just like the camera was placed. The image was live. I could see the mobile turning. Then, the bedroom door in the video opened. My ex's mother walked in. She bent over the crib, out of view for a second, then straightened up, holding my sleeping daughter, adjusting her blanket. She kissed her forehead, laid her back down, and tiptoed out, closing the door softly. The screen remained focused on the quiet, sleeping child in her crib. The message was clear, and it was not one of rest. Kin was not satisfied. It had just been setting the stage for the next act. It was showing me it had access. Not just to our minds or to our homes, but to the most sacred, private space in our lives. It could watch our daughter anytime it wanted. The performance was no longer just for us. It was preparing for its finale, and it wanted me to know that the star of the show was already on set, sleeping innocently under its gaze. The static suddenly snapped back, filling the screen with its mindless roar. I stood there in the quiet living room, the remote limp in my hand, the buzzing filling my head. The legal danger had passed. The immediate threats had paused. But in that moment, I understood we were not even close to safe. We had been given a brief intermission, and the director was backstage, showing me the set for the final scene. The house was quiet, but the noise of that static and the perfect, horrible image it had held echoed in my mind, a promise of horrors yet to come. Seeing my daughter's room on that static-filled television screen broke something inside me. It wasn't fear anymore. It was a cold, clear rage. Kin had crossed the final line. It had moved our little girl from a vague threat in a note to a real-time image on a screen, a sleeping pawn in its game. I didn't just want to survive this thing anymore. I wanted to destroy it. I drove back to my place, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The fragile, scared alliance with my ex wasn't enough. We needed a weapon. I called Elena, the woman from the office. I told her about the video, about Kin's message on the laptop, about the police and the vanished gas can. She listened, and for the first time, I heard real urgency in her calm voice. "It's asserting dominance," she said, "showing you it as ultimate access. It's also revealing a weakness. It's obsessed with narrative, with being the author. It can't resist a dramatic reveal. That's a flaw. You have to stop fighting it on its terms, trying to outsmart each event. You have to break the story itself." "How?" I asked, desperate. "The story it wants is simple. The two of you as enemies, your love for your daughter as the thing it corrupts and ultimately takes. To break that, you have to do something that makes no sense in that story. You have to act in unison, not as scared allies, but as a united front. You have to perform an act of genuine, undeniable connection that its toxic energy cannot digest. It feeds on your broken bond. You have to show it a bond it cannot comprehend." She suggested we formalize it, not as a hidden understanding, but as a deliberate, spoken ritual in the heart of a place that symbolized our old life, to reclaim it. It was risky. It would be a direct challenge. But we were out of safe options. I called my ex and told her to come back to my place now. She heard the tone in my voice and didn't argue. When she arrived, I told her about the television, about Elena's advice. She looked more tired than scared now, a soldier who has seen too much of the front lines. "So we do another ritual?" she asked, skepticism warring with hope. "Not a ritual to send it away," I said. "A ritual to change us, to stand together in the one place it thinks belongs only to bitterness." We decided on the backyard of our old house, the one we had bought together, the one she had kept in the divorce. It was the physical source of so much of our shared history, good and bad. It was Kin's natural habitat. Going there together, on purpose, felt like walking into a lion's den. But that was the point. The next evening, as the sun began to set, we stood in that backyard. It felt strange and familiar all at once. The rose bush I had planted was still there, overgrown. The patio stones we'd laid together were cracked. The energy of the place wasn't welcoming. It felt watchful, waiting. We followed Elena's instructions. We stood facing each other. We held hands, a contact that was both awkward and electric after so long. We didn't speak forgiveness this time. Instead, we made promises. Out loud. "I promise to stand with you against this," I said, my voice firm. "Not as your ex, but as Lily's father. My anger at you is gone. There is only the threat. We are on the same side." She squeezed my hands, her eyes glistening. "I promise the same. No more blame. No more past. There is only now, and protecting our daughter. We are one front." It felt melodramatic, standing there in the fading light, but as we spoke the words, a shift happened. It wasn't magic. It was a decision, made real by speaking it into the air of this charged place. The watchful feeling didn't leave, but it changed, becoming more focused, more attentive. We had just rewritten our roles in its play from adversaries to partners. We finished. Nothing dramatic happened. No wind, no sounds. We just stood there, holding hands in the quiet backyard. It felt both powerful and foolish. We went back to my apartment, the new agreement hanging between us, a fragile shield. For 2 days, nothing happened. No texts, no episodes, no strange sights. The peace was deeper than before, more unsettling. It felt less like Kian was resting, and more like it was thinking. On the third morning, my ex was staying in my guest room again. I was making coffee when I heard a knock on the front door. Not the doorbell, but a slow, deliberate knock. I looked through the peephole. It was her, but she hadn't gone out. I could hear the shower running down the hall. I opened the door slowly. She stood there, but she was different. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that was completely awake and present. She wasn't sleepwalking. She was shaking. In her hand, she held a single sheet of printer paper, crumpled at the edges. "It came to me while I was awake," she whispered, thrusting the paper toward me. "I was making tea." I blinked, and this was on the kitchen counter. I didn't print it. It was just there. I took the paper. The text was in a plain, standard font. It was another apology, but the worst one yet. It read, "I'm so sorry for what happens at the custody hearing. I know it will be the final break. I am so sorry for taking her away from you forever." The bottom dropped out of my world. The custody hearing. It was scheduled for next week. The final legal battle over our daughter. The last bitter piece of business from our divorce. It was the perfect setting for Kin's finale. A public, official scene where our hostility would be on full display, ending with one of us losing our child, perfectly mirroring its goal to take the little one. It had written the ending it wanted, and it had delivered the script to us in broad daylight, confident we were powerless. My ex was watching my face, her own terror mirrored there. "It's not resting," she breathed. "It's just been writing the last act." I looked from the paper to her terrified eyes, to the open door behind her leading into my apartment. I thought about Elena's words. You have to do something that makes no sense in its story. The story demanded we go to that hearing. It demanded we fight, that we play our parts as enemies in a courtroom, giving it all the bitter energy it craved, culminating in a judge's gavel that would tear our family apart, fulfilling the apology's prophecy. The story did not demand what I did next. I didn't say a word. I reached out, not for the paper, but for her hand, the one that wasn't holding the door frame. I took it. It was cold. I pulled her, gently but firmly, across the threshold into my apartment. She stumbled forward, surprised. I closed the front door behind her, turning the deadbolt with a solid, final click. The sound echoed in the hallway. We stood there, just inside the door, in the dim entryway. She stared at me, confused, the paper still clutched in her other hand. Then we don't go, I said, my voice low and steady. We write our own ending. The words hung in the air. We don't go. It was the ultimate refusal. It was tearing up the script. No courtroom drama. No final legal battle. No satisfying, tragic climax for KIN to feed on. We would not perform its finale. Her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt, for a trick. She saw only resolve. Slowly, the terror in her face began to recede, not replaced by peace, but by a steely determination that matched my own. She looked down at the awful paper in her hand, then back at me. She nodded once. A sharp, decisive motion. She crumpled the paper into a tight ball and dropped it on the floor. It was a small act, but it felt huge. We were both inside now. The door was closed and locked. The outside world, with its court dates and legal expectations and lurking, narrative-hungry entity, was on the other side. We had just canceled the show. For a long moment, we just stood there in the quiet of my entryway, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the faint sound of traffic outside. The weight of what we had done settled over us. We had not solved anything. We had not destroyed KIN. We had no plan for tomorrow, or for the legal repercussions of missing a court date. But we had done the one thing it could not have predicted. We had chosen unity over conflict, sanctuary over battle. We had left the stage. The immediate crisis was paused. The terrifying prophecy of the note was, for now, defanged by our simple refusal to participate. We were together, behind a locked door, with our daughter safe elsewhere. It felt, for the first time since the party, like a moment of real, if precarious, safety. But as I looked at the crumpled ball of paper on my floor, the words invisible but seared into my mind, I knew this wasn't over. KIN was an author whose masterpiece we had just ruined. It had invested everything in this story. It wouldn't just fade away. It would need a new ending, a more shocking one. And now, for the first time, it would have to write that ending without our cooperation, without the script we were supposed to follow. The last page was torn up. We were off book. The question that hung in the quiet air between us was not one of fear, but of grim anticipation. What does a hungry, thwarted story do when its final act is stolen? We were both behind the same door now, waiting in the well-lit calm, knowing that whatever came next would be something none of us, not me, not her, and not the thing called KIN, had ever seen before.